If you ever feel like it's all so jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, Allah, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him on Bear, our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black-pilled reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Like now, Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get in, Hasan is streaming.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from relatively sunny, partially cloudy, mostly cloudy, California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. It's 62 degrees here in mostly cloudy California, Los Angeles. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a phenomenal day, regardless of what those may say. That's right. It's fucking Tuesday, lads. I'm not doing a fucking ice, right? It's Tuesday, though. It's still Tuesday. Obviously, after last night's, did you get the tattoos off? Some of it. It's finally coming off. I scrubbed it so hard in the shower. Anyway, I'm live. I'm alive. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. I'm not in the mood for a heist today. Okay, don't get mad. It's fucking Tuesday. If you want to it's fucking Tuesday. If you want to get mad at someone for not doing a fucking heist, right? Get mad at last night's TV broadcast we watched, yeah? About the fucking lads going to another lad's fucking house to eat their own brother cuisine. Yeah, Rob has got to take a day off too, right, lads? Rob has got to take a day off too. Off to the races. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, personal news-wise, last night, I ended the broadcast. And what did I do? Absolutely, positively nothing. Just played Yakuza. I've been playing Infinite Wealth. Not having Twitter on my phone has dramatically improved my mental state and my sanity in general. Even though, of course, I still have to go on Twitter for my job, and I'm still going on Twitter for my job. Just simply not being on it all the time or having access to it all the time has been pretty good. Think you'll cover Aaron Bushnell later, says RevPup94. Great question. As a matter of fact, I did cover it yesterday, and if you would like to find out more about it, we uploaded it yesterday pretty quickly, as a matter of fact, called The Most Extreme Form of Protest. This is the title. So, yeah. I was in the trenches. Let's not pretend that being a political streamer like Hasan is actually equal to being funny, silly gamer. That's such bullshit. He's only be creator willing to cover the most important way. And everyone who cares about mental health when it's too late. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being in the trenches. Anyway, I haven't touched the trenches at all. I don't know. I feel so bad for you that you had to do such serious coverage with those tests. It would be funny if it wasn't so serious what you covered. Yeah, well, it's fine. They are inevitably going to come off, the tattoos. Anyway, what did I do last night? I had my classic dinner breakfast sandwich. After the classic dinner breakfast sandwich, what did I do? What did I get? I played some Yakuza, went to bed, woke up, Bear's almost back, and so is The Boys, which I'm very excited about. And are you gonna do Hogwash Day? New Walter Masterson video interviewing Hogs was awesome. Send it to me. I would love to watch that. I always am open for Hogwatch, as you know. But yeah, I woke up this morning early. I took Kaya to her vet appointment for her ear. Just like that, she got a lot of ear wax, right? Because she has heavy ears, I guess. And then the vet was like, yeah, she's fine. It's perfectly fine now. The thing that you use in her ear is good. You just got to clean her ear more frequently. Which is all right, you know, that's great. Immediately they were like, hey, you also need like $800 worth of this, and that. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? Every time I go to the goddamn vet, dude, every time I go to the fucking vet, there's like 11 bills that they just strap onto the situation. What's going on? It's like it's a fleece, dude. It's a straight up fleecing operation. God damn. Anyway, get pet insurance? Nah, whatever. It's fine. It's all good. Obviously. They know you caked up. Yeah, it's $800 for oil change type beat. Oh man, I should be very careful with the parasocialist updates right now, because there's probably people waiting to clip something out of context so they can fucking cancel me again. Rich millionaire, billionaire streamer, son of Vladimir Putin and Recep Tayyip Erdogan's love child, says he wants to kill vets or something. You need to raw dog life. You need to just raw dog life like the rest of us. What do you mean? It is what I'm doing. Anyway, regardless, did the vet thing, took her out to the park. I had 2 interviews that I did while I was at the park. She had a great time chasing after dogs, flipped like 8 times while chasing after dogs, which is pretty funny. I saw her literally take a turn, take a corner way too fast, chasing another dog that was just simply way more agile. And she ended up like tumbling like down a hill, which was hilarious. It was pretty funny. And then immediately got up like absolutely nothing has happened and just kept chasing these dogs. But yeah, are you not worried she'll get pregnant? Wait, what? No. Did you film it? No, I did not. But yeah, I did that this morning, and you know, prepared my run of show, and that's it. And now we're here. There's not really anything too crazy going on in my world, at least as far as my personal news goes, other than the fact that breaking Hasan thinks animal abuse is hilarious. Yeah. You're the worst father, telling her embarrassing stories to all your friends. Yeah, well, she's the best. And I love her. So, no Tucker Lex in title, Sag. Dude, I feel like a 3-hour Lex Fridman Tucker Carlson convo will brick me, dude. It will break my brain. I don't know how else to describe it, but I mean, sure, we can take a look at it. We do long form shit. I'm sure there's some interesting highlights there, you know? But yeah, we got a lot to talk about today. We have, here, let me just like write this out as a matter of fact. Dog Kai was chasing with 6'5". Your co-host be posting. That's crazy. Yeah, we're going to do Biden on Seth Meyers. Hold on. We're going to talk about all of that stuff. All right, let's blast off. Let me blast off real quick. Okay. Tucker v. Lex Friedman. Jon Stewart reacts. Israel-Palestine. Ceasefire possible on Monday? Question mark. FTC Kroger. Block. Michigan primaries and more. Get in now. We have so much news to cover, so I'm just jumping right into it, folks. We have a lot to talk about today, okay? You are the world's richest, hardest oligarch worker streamer in the world. Thank you, Lazy Cat owner. Man, I'm working extra hard to make sure that people who love rich people and like want corporations to dominate their lives continue fucking voting for the Republican Party and have corporations dominate their fucking lives. You're in the news? What is this? New York Times writer says he was cast out and chastised for naming a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich as his favorite sandwich. What the fuck? Is this a news story? Why is this a story? HR rep told him, we don't do that here. They hate gay people. Okay. I have the new Jon Stewart Daily Show. Don't worry. By the way, the Jynxzi KCO podcast came out before this drama. They literally talked about how they felt mentally drained after streaming versus their past jobs. All of this drama is so astroturfed, unserious, etc. If you want, I'll get the timestamps. I would love to look at that. Can you cover the EVs? No. Ashley Babbitt would have had those Trump sneakers. Do you think maybe she would have still be with us because she had like better lateral mobility? Well, the Trump sneakers are high tops, so like you can make more cuts. You can make a lot better lateral mobility, like lateral cuts. So I feel like you're pushing a strong narrative here. Like I'm not even kidding. I genuinely think that she would have been able to maybe just like cut away from the gunfire. Is your front hair fucked because of the heat damage? Did you just style it like that? No, this is just what it looks like. I didn't do anything to it. This is like what it looks like after the shower. It could be heat damage. Does it mean like permanently the front of my fucking head is busted? I don't know. It looks fine though. I mean, it did look fine. Now it doesn't. Fuck, I shouldn't have touched it. I can't even fucking see what I look like, so. Good job, Fizz. You fucked me up. Anyway, it's all good. But where was I? Oh, you had a Twitter. Chris Alsicon says, I had a tweet go massive viral on Twitter yesterday. Chat might like it. What the fuck? This dude doesn't even follow me. How are you gonna be a 25-month, 2-year subscriber on my fucking Twitch channel And you don't even fucking follow me on Twitter. What the hell? That's crazy, dog. Answer for your crimes right now. You better fucking follow me and retweet this blast off I'm about to cook up. You understand me? That's crazy. That's crazy. Big dog, just like, I follow your alt, lol. Big dog follows my alt, doesn't follow my actual account. That's crazy. Anyway, what are you, ashamed of me, dude? Is that what it is? Anyway, yeah, there's also a government shutdown too happening, potentially, which is, you know, America, baby. Let's go. Your hair looks great, but it does look like you're trying your best to hold on to your 20s, bro. I regularly talk about how old I am. That's you. You look at what I look like now and go, wow, you look much younger, but you don't have the normal way to, like, I guess, go through that process and be like, oh, you just look much younger. Let me fucking reframe this in a way that is like weird. Anyway. Be nice. Counterpoint, I think you've been clearly intentionally dressing more mature lately. Yeah, I've literally started dressing more like, I started dressing with more like more shirts and more button-ups and things of that nature, specifically because I think like I should dress my age, I guess, quote unquote. Mike Malag on stream when? Yo, we should do that soon, actually. Anyway, I'm posting it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're blasting out. Biden on Seth Meyers. I'm a Zionist. Tucker versus Lex Fridman. Jon Stewart, Israel-Palestine. Ceasefire possible on Monday. FTC Kroger block. Michigan primaries and more. We have so much to talk about. We have so much to cover today. We got a lot of motherfucking news going on in the world. Hasan, I am 34 and I look like I'm 26 and I dress like I want to be 90. That's kind of swagged out though. The day after your 29th birthday, you turn 60. I mean, low-key, that is kind of true though. You got to click on that tweet from the non-follower though. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, we'll look at that in a second. Aussie, it's Kroger with a hard G. I don't care. Tiltify said something nice about you on Twitter and IG. Hope you had a good day. Oh, thank you, Tiltify. I'm having a decent day. Anyway. Zuckerberg is in Japan. Son of a bitch. Turning 30 in April. Been watching you since Young Turks. It's crazy how time flies. That's what I mean. When I first started this process, when I first got on Twitch, I feel like my audience was like early 20s. It's been 5-6 years almost. So now it's like, you know, mid 20s audience turned into like 30s now. Anyway, I'm 34, look like 25, but I took a lot of acid, so I don't even know if I'm fucking dreaming it. You work out, eat good, you have good genetics, of course you're gonna look younger. I do work out and eat good. I don't know about the good genetics, but anyway, I'm going to Japan this summer, NEREX. Oh, it's the greatest place on the planet, and I miss it every day, and I want to go back. One day will be the last day I've ever streamed, because I will have just moved to Japan, living on the fucking countryside, tending my crop, Dondoko Island style, on Infinite Wealth 8 Yakuza. Animal Crossing style. I was 18 when I started watching my freshman year of college. I'm not graduated, working a big boy job, applying to law school. Let's go. Congratulations. Nah, you definitely look your age. Don't let these chatters dilute you. You mean delude me, not dilute. My favorite type of guy in the chat is like, nah, people are saying you look younger, and I don't want you to like feel good about that. Actually, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're fucking old, and you look fucking old. I just want to make sure that you know you look fucking old. Well, I'm gonna vote in Michigan soon. What's the least corrupt option for me to vote for? It's uncommitted, right? That's the campaign. We're gonna be talking about that in a little bit, as a matter of fact. Voting uncommitted in the Democratic primaries in Michigan is the messaging campaign that has been cooked up. Zuck is literally stealing 2 of your press streams, blacksmith and katanas. That's insane, brother. I hate this so much. He wants to be me so bad. This is the first time I heard you mention quitting streaming at some point. You always loved it and were addicted to it. I am still addicted to it. You know, whatever. Let me tell you something. If I wasn't so addicted to it, I wouldn't be doing this all the time. Congratulations on number 6. We're counting down the top 30 fundraisers of 2023. At number 6, we have Hasan breaking in for the first time in our list. At number 6 is HasanAbi, aka Hasan Piker. Hasan is one of the top streamers on Twitch and widely known as a political commentator. Hasan has not only been behind the scenes as generous donor to multiple fundraisers we've seen in the top 30, such as Cuter Cinderella and Sea Dog VA's events, but has also raised considerable funds to cause over the past year. Earlier this year, off Tiltify, Hasan raised $1.45 million to support earthquake victims in Turkey. Hasan began his Tiltify fundraising this year by raising funds for RAPP campaign, alongside Lowell Overruled, brings a total of $52,706. Then in October, Hasan was one of the first to throw his and his community's support to humanitarian aid in Palestine by raising funds for 4 charities: ANIRA, Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, Palestinian Red Crescent Society, and Medical Aid for Palestinians. With overwhelming community support, $1.2 million was raised. Anyway, I'm low income and my medication costs muscle mass. What's the best way to gain weight and maintain it for reference? I'm currently eating like 800 calories a day. Jesus Christ, dude. You gotta fucking eat way more. Holy shit. Short Rashida Tlaib video on voting uncommitted. Okay, let's get started. Yeah. Michigan primaries are happening today. And some in Michigan have decided to take a message to the Brandon regime. Rashida Tlaib is manning the helm here and urging others that are going out today to vote in the Michigan primaries to go out and simply vote uncommitted.
Everyone, it's Rashida. I was proud today to walk in and pull a Democratic ballot and vote uncommitted. We must protect our democracy. We must make sure that our government is about us, about the people. When 74% of Democrats in Michigan support a ceasefire, yet President Biden is not hearing us. This is the way we can use our democracy to say, listen to Michigan. Listen to the families right now that have been directly impacted, but also listen to the majority of Americans who are saying enough. No more wars. No more using our dollars to fund a genocide. No more. So please take your family members, use our democratic process to speak up about your core values, where you want to see our country go. I know taking my first time voter, my 18-year-old son, to the polls today was so incredibly empowering too. And he felt it. And I told him, you right now did it for not only Sidra and Rima, which those images have never left any of us, but you also did it to protect our democracy.
Yep. Realistically, what does this do? I mean, it's simply to say that enough is enough, and that this will be a genuine threat to your re-election chances in the general if you don't fucking commit to ending the genocide in Gaza, right? I remember hearing someone talk about this a while ago, that there are around 200,000 Arab voters in Michigan, the state of Michigan, which of course is not enough to elect a candidate, but it certainly is enough to stop one from getting elected. So that's it. That's what's going on here. It's to basically try and show the administration that we will punish you if you don't do something about this. This is the democratic process. You have to do something about this. We are begging you. And that's understandable. To those who constantly reaffirm the duopoly, I must say, that's undemocratic. The notion that, like, oh, we have a democracy here, and if you don't vote for the Democratic Party, even if they don't give you anything you want, then technically you're voting for the other guy. Oh, okay. Well, all you're doing is further pushing people away from participating in the electoral process to begin with. The notion that our politicians are not supposed to earn our votes, but instead they are entitled to them, is a firmly held belief in the Democratic Party. That's how we got Hillary Clinton, and that's how we got Donald Trump. It's very frustrating. Very, very frustrating to see. Anyway. One of the strong, anyway, here, hold on. I'm talking about the Tiltify tweet. One of the strongest communities on the planet. Beyond. But yeah, for the record, before people, earlier people were like, oh man, people fucking hate you, like, or you get a lot of shit online, like, how do you deal with it? And there were some questions like that. This is why. This is how. I have the absolute best community. The absolute best community. One of the strongest communities out there. We are a fucking powerhouse. And we put our money where our mouth is. So, that's why. That's why I do it every day. Democrats have moved too far left for me. According to USA polling from the Harris poll, February 22nd, 69% agree, 31% disagree. Yeah. I agree. We're doing too much communism. That's what it is. That's what's going on. Anyway. Yeah. Request a Democratic ballot when voting uncommitted. Here.
That there's been some confusion on what to do when you get to your polling location. Layla's going to share a little bit about what steps you need to take in order to cast your Democratic ballot.
When you get to your polling location, you need to request a Democratic ballot. Once you have your Democratic ballot, vote uncommitted.
Please make sure you're sharing with all of your friends to go to your polling location, request the Democratic ballot, and vote uncommitted. Hey, Michigan, we understand that
If Democrats move any further, right, they'll just run a unity ticket with Trump as a Democratic nominee. But guess what? Ultimately, Democrats win in that situation, so it's a win-win, really. You know? Think about that. It would still be a Democrat winning. It's not about the issues, as we know. It's simply about the aesthetics of the Democrats winning. I was actually thinking about this in the shower earlier today. I was taking a shower earlier. I was thinking about this because, like, the type of person that loves habitually voting in this country, or the type of person that really follows politics, because the way that American politics work is just someone who is simply entertained by this prospect, which is why I think it lends itself way more towards people who are personally invested in it as a team sport rather than an extraction of demands from your elected representatives. Because there's no real extraction of demands, it has not happened in many, many years, and it doesn't seem likely that it will happen anytime soon, that I feel as though people that are really invested in politics just simply are invested in it from the perspective of team sports, which is why they have they don't show any anger or resentment for the most part when the Democratic Party will be like, we are going to be the right-wing party actually, but still vote for us, please. Like, we are lapping the Republican Party from the we're lapping the Republican Party on issues that they are like really, really invested on, like a white nativist immigration policy. Because there's no other reason that people would not be offended and profoundly frustrated other than the fact that you just simply care about your team winning. Anyway, even sports fans yell at their own team because they know what a good game looks like. These types of voters are worse. Yeah, it's just pure sport, but beyond pure sport even. Anyway, all right, well, there's a lot going on, so let's do it. President Joe Biden actually went on Seth Meyers last night, and we're going to be talking about that. He went on Seth Meyers. And he went nutty mode with it. I don't know how else to describe what he did on Seth Meyers other than going balls to the wall, like forgetting that the top of the hour is here, forgetting that there's a 3-minute ad break, forgetting that you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, and just simply investing your entire personality into defending Israel. Very strange stuff. So first he started off with the usual silliness, which, by the way, I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break now. Okay. And then he went from the usual silliness directly into just like that he's a Zionist. Let's take
Everybody, we're here with my very good friend, Amy Poehler. We were talking about the first show back in 2014. Your fellow guest, he was kind enough to follow you that night, Vice President Joe Biden.
Yeah, that was very special. Very special.
He was a class act.
Yeah.
We did try to get him for our 10-year anniversary show. Obviously, he got a bigger job now, so he was unavailable.
Oh, you couldn't get him?
I couldn't get him, no.
Oh, I could get him. Hey, Mr. President?
Oh my God. It is kind of wild that every time he's in public, he just looks lost. Like, he looks so lost, dude. He looks so goddamn old. I'm sorry.
Welcome back, Mr. President.
It's good to be back. Why haven't you invited me earlier?
Well, You know, you were a busy guy. Did you think when you were here in 2014 this show would make it 10 years?
No.
Yeah. we appreciate.
My goat is washed. He's so fucking washed. It's the spinal arthritis. It makes him walk weird. Yeah, I mean, he's got a nice tailored fucking suit, though. I will say. Not to get all D workwear over here up in this bitch, but like, god damn, a good fucking tailored suit really changes a lot. Like,
The honesty, you know? No, you guys actually, you've been colleagues before. You worked together. You did an episode of Parks and Recreation. We talked about it back in 2014.
Are you kidding me? I bragged about that for a long, long time.
That was really fun.
That was before president. This was the best gig you ever had.
And maybe the best gig I ever had, period.
Yeah. How was, Amy, how was the president as a scene partner?
Well, it was an awesome time to go to D.C. because we met with the then Mr. Vice President, Mr. President, Vice President, President.
That is right.
I don't want to get it wrong. I don't.
bro, oh god, this is why he doesn't do media. Dude, holy shit. First of all, late night television is already cooked. Because it's so late. It is way past this motherfucker's bedtime, okay? This is elder abuse, okay? This is elder abuse. I was like, yeah, come on, show us Joe. Show us how he operates in public if he's such a dynamo, right? And god damn, dude, he's really showing us what's going on. They film it at 11 a.m.? Wait, really? This is pre-recorded? I thought late night TV was late at night. Oh my God, I'm learning so much. God, I don't know anything. What else do I not know about television? You're the last guy to talk about bedtime? Yeah. The facial fillers are also trying their best. They use a fake sky. Don't you live in Hollywood? I do. Brother, I live in Hollywood, but I might as well live in fucking Ohio. I don't leave my house. You know what I mean? Like, I live in West Hollywood, and I rarely ever do Hollywood shit. Do I strike you as the type of person that has like that spends a tremendous amount of spare time, free time doing Hollywood shit? What time frame would I be able to do Hollywood shit on? I'm at home streaming on camera for the majority of the fucking day.
I'm gonna get it wrong.
What is this? Jynxzi KCO podcast. Watch from 1 hour timestamp for 5 minutes. You might want to watch more. Shout out to Jason D100 who covered you and referenced this pod this morning. This is how I know to talk about it, etc.
Okay.
I've seen you at the hottest parties. We are drinking alcohol together. Yeah, here's how you know this shit's fake, dog. Ain't nobody's inviting this man to the hottest parties in Hollywood, okay? That's how you know. That's how you fucking know, dude. This guy. Yeah, we are together at the hottest parties. Sure, dude. It's called the RNC. Okay, that's, dude, why are you leaking this? Why are you leaking our collabs at the Republican parties? Anyway, yeah, Squeaks is hitting the early bird special like Joe Biden. Speaking of fucked up hairlines, let's get back to Joseph Robinette Brandon.
But we met people from both sides of the aisle, and then if you remember, we did that scene together, and then you said to me, how should I act? And I said, just act like, what is this lady doing here? And you nailed it.
I have one. I want to look to the future, but one last glance to the past. In 2014, you had just called LaGuardia a third world airport, and you had to fly into LaGuardia to come to this show. And the only reason I bring it up is LaGuardia, much to the chagrin of late-night comics like myself, is a beautiful airport now.
I've heard this.
Airport.
I've yet to see it, but I have heard this, actually.
And it really does speak to what infrastructure spending could do. Sometimes it takes a long time, but it's really worth it. Have you been to LaGuardia recently?
I have, but it didn't take me a hell of a long time.
Yeah.
The last guy had infrastructure week every week.
Yeah, you did.
But we actually got it done. How can you be the leading country in the world with ranked number 13 in terms of infrastructure?
It's not good.
Not possible.
Yeah.
Not possible. But that's not the only thing we're doing. We're getting a lot of.
Bro, he's like, dude, this is so funny. He's trying to squeeze his tight five right now. Oh, no. Oh, no. You could tell. Dude, what has happened to my man? When you find out your goat is washed, times 100, okay? This man, for all of his failures, excelled in one thing and one thing only. Kissing babies as a retail politician. This was Joe Brandon's strong suit, okay? Glad-handing fucking white supremacists, but also doing a phenomenal job as a retail politician. So the fact that he is unironically failing on that front and just spitting out talking points that he's trying to remember instead of having a normal conversation is very sad. Okay? Straight up. Normally, this would be like old Brandon would have he would have just fucked this interview up, okay? He would have been cracking jokes, like obviously talking about the accomplishments and whatnot, but in a much more charismatic, much more natural way. Here he is 8 years ago.
Don't jump.
Thank you for being here. Everybody likes Joe Biden, right? Isn't that right? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I think that is. I think it's because when we see you, we think that we're actually seeing the real Joe Biden. You're not a politician who's created some sort of...
So funny that Stephen Colbert literally brings this up immediately. No, he's not wrong. Joe Biden is like, of course he's a real politician. Of course. I mean, his entire life is politics, right? But because he was a very good retail politician, that's his whole swagger. His whole vibe is like, that's right, I say it like it is type shit. You know what I mean? He was very... He used to do a phenomenal job of like going around and kissing babies. You know what I mean? That was his shtick. Like, this is what he excelled at. This is what carried him in many ways, right? He was a swagged out white boy.
Facade to get something out of us or triangulate your political position or emotional state to try to make us feel a certain way.
Like, you see moments of that every now and then. You saw moments of that last time around when he was campaigning. Phenomenal job at presenting as authentic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, not to mistake that with like real authenticity. Of course, he's a politician his whole life. He is not an authentic person. But like the listen fat, I'll challenge you to a push-up contest out back. Like that type of stuff is like moments where you saw him like be a real person, even in this last election cycle. Not this one, but it only came out in moments where he was angry. Like he used to be very good at just like having funny haha moments. That's why like Obama's best friend, like he's Obama's best friend. Are we forgetting all this? Like all of that plays into his like charm as a doddering old fool who has a lot of gaffes. For those of you who are wondering, I keep referencing this term, retail politician. Retail politics. Here we go. According to Google, is a style of political campaigning in which the candidate attends local events in order to target voters in a small scale or individual basis. Here are some photos of retail politics. Immediately, kissing babies. That's what you do. You're like, I'm a real guy. Here's a really great example of someone who failed at retail politics, Ron DeSantis. Retail politics is basically remembering that fucking Iowa exists every 4 years, okay? That's what retail politics is. Yeah, Hillary pouring a beer. Anyway, because in America, we don't really vote. We don't see politics as a means of like resource distribution and power distribution amongst the classes, either of the classes. And instead, we see it as like, oh, that's a guy I can drink a beer with. And because most Americans just vote simply along party lines, and the guy that they vote for, or the people who are like undecided, I guess, will oftentimes vote for who they can have a fucking beer with. Retail politics is the way to fill that gap, to basically show I'm the guy you can drink a fucking beer with. Right? George W. Bush basically became president as a consequence of the beer, the guy you can drink a beer with. So that's it. That's what retail politics is. And Brandon used to be pretty decent at it. He no longer has it, and therefore he no longer has that charm because he's gotten old.
A lot of things changed.
You got a lot of things changed, and I want to ask about that, but there's something that I've been it just speaks to the era we live in now. There's a Dark Brandon conspiracy meme. And this is something that you seem to have a lot of fun with. You've co-opted.
Oh, God.
You've co-opted Dark Brandon. This is a yard sign.
And
do you enjoy playing around with the Dark Brand meme?
No, I resent the hell out of it.
Okay. Now, my favorite one recently is there are 18% of Americans, according to recent polling, have believe that you and Taylor Swift are actually working in cahoots. And after the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl, you posted this on social media and you wrote just like we drew it up. Now, I have you on the hot spot here. Can you confirm or deny that there is an active conspiracy between you and Miss Swift?
Where are you getting this information? It's classified.
It's classified information?
That's classified
You won't share it with us?
I'm not gonna, but I will tell you, she did endorse me in 2020.
She did. I bet you might be wondering. You think it might come around again?
I told you it's classified.
I'm gonna ask you another question because we mentioned Parks and Rec.
Oh, God. Look at this. Look at this moment. To the chatter while I was pissing that said, Hasan leaves at the cringiest moments on purpose. Let me tell you something, okay? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But if you think that I'm not watching at all times, watching chat or watching the stream at all times, even when I'm fucking pissing, okay, I am watching it. Do you understand? Look at this, though. I got to show you this one more time. Look at this.
I'm gonna ask you another question because we mentioned Parks and Rec, and Parks and Rec.
I mean, I guess I make a weird face when I put my glasses on too. Maybe I'm hyper focusing on everything that he does.
Was a show that was about how government could actually help people, and it was a really optimistic show. Real quick though, well, do you believe any conspiracy theories?
Oh yeah, I do have one conspiracy. I think that an octopus is an alien.
Okay.
And the bottom of the sea floor is actually the top of the earth.
He's leaving. He's gonna go. I told you to stop telling people that.
It's kind of wild because, like, Seth, out of all the late night talk shows, Seth Meyers is one of the late night talk shows, I would say, that is not as popular as the other ones, but, like, has been very consistently more progressive than the other ones. It's all liberal for the most part, except for Greg Buttfeld, obviously. Greg Buttfeld is the most conservative. But Seth Meyers is, like, fairly pretty good on a lot of these issues. A decent interviewer too. So like, it does kind of hurt to watch him do this kind of like, I'm gonna kiss your ring type shit to a dude who's like currently engaging in genocide, like a genocidaire.
So if that's wrong, don't spoil it for me.
All right, so Parks and Rec was about optimism. You, I believe, are more optimistic about this country than certainly I am, than a lot of people are. Why do you continue to be optimistic about this nation despite everything that's happened in recent years?
Look, I tell every world leader, and I mean this sincerely, never underestimate the ability of the American people. There's nothing beyond our capacity, nothing. Think about it. Every single crisis we've ever been in, we've come out stronger than we went in. Everyone. And folks, it's because of you, not because of your leaders, because of you, really and truly. The American people are incredible. And we're the best. You know, I was asked by Xi Jinping about when I was in the Tibetan mountains with him. And he said, can you define America for him? I said, yeah, one word, possibilities. America believes anything is possible. And by the way, people step up. People here step up, and look what's happening. We got the best economy in the world now. We got a long way to go, but the best in the world now, and we're going to get it better.
I just think it's a bit too disrespectful to call Greg Buttfeld. He's actually really good, and if you didn't spread ignorant hate about him, other people would see this. Please don't spread unwarranted hate to the gut. To the gut. Greg Buttfeld.
Well, I have a lot more to ask you about what's coming up next. You guys, that's President Joe Biden. That's Amy Poehler.
So, then they obviously have like Joe Biden addresses concerns over his age, yada, yada, yada. This is the actual interview portion. Let's take a look.
We're here with President Joe Biden. You mentioned some classified materials, some documents recently leaked, some classified documents. And this isn't a gotcha show, but I do want to ask about it, that says you are currently 81 years old.
Who the hell told you that?
Yeah.
That's classified.
That's classified. All jokes aside, according to recent polling, this is a real concern for American voters. How do you address that concern going forward as you come up to the 2024 election?
Well, a couple things. Number one, you got to take a look at the other guy. He's about as old as I am, but he can't remember his wife's name.
Yeah.
And number one. Number two.
Is he reading cue cards? Why is he, what is he looking at? That's a good line. That's a good line. Okay, that's a decent line.
It's about how old your ideas are. Look, I mean, this is a guy who wants to take us back. He wants to take us back on Roe v. Wade. He wants to take us back on a whole range of issues that are...
And is this a laughing track, or are they really laughing? Are you kidding me? Guys, these are the people that are in the middle of the day, apparently, now, as I found out, watching the fucking Seth Meyers show live. They are the most libbed up audience. Okay? And they get, like, gassed up to laugh at every... I mean, I have attended a screening before. I can tell you, they do actually urge you to laugh and, like, constantly applause at every break.
50, 60 years, they've been solid American positions. And I really mean this sincerely. I think it's about the future. And every single thing we've done, I think we've got some good things done. Everything, and they told us we couldn't get them done because things were so divided. And but I think everything we've gotten done, he's just friendly stated he wants to do away with if he gets elected. And I really think his views on where to take America are older than, anyway, I don't want to get going.
You talked about bipartisanship and that you could actually work across the aisle.
Oh my lord, dude. Come on. Bro, this dude is not doing a debate, okay? There ain't no way he's gonna be like, I'm not debating a criminal, Jack, and they're gonna move that line. There's no fucking shot. Told the class what happened? What do you mean? He like tried to say, look, the line, every single thing a president says and every single thing a politician says is obviously carefully crafted by and focus tested in general. So right now, issue number one is his age. It's the most important issue, right? I, as a trust fund baby and an oligarch, know this better than anybody else, of course. Where is the trust fund? I don't know. One day I will find out that there is potentially a trust fund. Of course, random strangers online that lie about me know better about my finances than I do. But anyway, that's besides the point. So the number one issue here is his age. So you have to find a way to neutralize that argument, right? You have to find a way to neutralize that argument. So you have to craft a message that perfectly takes the counter, neutralizes it, and then deflects it away. So the way that I assume his team has decided to neutralize this argument and deflect away is basically to say something along the lines of, Trump's ideas are much older. Trump is just as old as I am. Okay. He also personally has like issues with communicating certain things. He forgets things all the time. Fine. True. And then his other goal, or the other messaging goal here, is to say what I represent is youthful and progressive, whereas what Trump represents is regressive, right? His ideas are old. Trump's ideas are much older. You're not voting for me as a singular person, but you're voting for my administration and our achievements. So he didn't do a great job of describing that. He flubbed here. He just, everything we've done and all the things that we want to do and yada, yada, yada. And then basically trailed off, caught himself trailing off, got panicked a little bit and just went, anyway, I'm going to get called out for this.
But I think everything we've gotten done, he's just friendly stated he wants to do away with if he gets elected. And I really think his views on where to take America are older than, anyway, I don't want to get caught.
You talked about bipartisanship and that you could actually work across the aisle when you ran in 2020. I was one of the people who thought that was maybe a foolish proposition, but you have gotten things done. Infrastructure chips, Inflation Reduction Act, some gun safety. You even got an immigration bill that passed in the Senate, but
God damn, bro, take his dick out of your mouth, Seth. Jesus fucking Christ.
Never got taken up in the House. And what would you want to do? What's your 2024 agenda? Because I feel like we live in such crazy times that is one of the things I feel we hear less about.
Look, the 2020 agenda is to finish the job. For example, we're now in a position where we have the strongest economy of any major nation in the world, number one.
He was joking, but the premise of the joke is that he's old, Lamau. Yeah, but when you're actually old and you fail to deliver on that joke that you are old, you come across even older than you would if you had actually delivered that joke in a way that people are receptive to. What do I mean by this? Look no further than Donald Trump. Donald Trump dodders on a lot, but he comes across as more coherent than Biden on camera. That's it. That's it. Donald Trump is a rambling psycho and a narcissist, but he is significantly more telegenic than Joe Biden is. It's just true. I don't know how else to describe this to you guys. It's not even like my own personal assessment. Voters feel this way as well. Like, no matter how ideologically invested you are in the Democratic Party, although we have two incredibly old dipshits that are running in the election, that much is very clear. That has also had an effect on people's reception to this election cycle. That's why you rarely even hear. That's why you rarely even hear about it in the real world. If you go outside in the real world, like, people are not invested in politics in the same way that we are. We are always invested in politics as a political stream. But the normies are not as invested or as interested, and you see that reflect in the ratings across the board for politics in general. And that's partially because they're both old. Both of the candidates are old. However, one candidate has an infinitely more motivated fan base, Donald Trump. This much is true. They're fucking psychotic, bloodthirsty, and they are very invested in Donald Trump. The other candidate is it has the capacity to reach a much broader subsect of society, considering all the failures of Donald Trump when he was president, and yet fails to do so as a consequence of coming across as too old. That's his major issue.
We got a way to go yet. Inflation's down, 880,000 manufacturing jobs. You know, we have 14 million new jobs. The unemployment rate is the lowest it's been for the longest time. We're building wealth for people.
Yes, Jen can reach every subsect of society. You're right. That's right, baby. That's why we're voting Cenk. Don't care, still voting Cenk.
But it really, we have to do
Except in the Michigan primary, even though he's on the ballot, I would vote uncommitted instead.
more. First thing I have to do is stop it from being turned around. For example, you said you talked about the border didn't pass. Well, guess what? We're going to pass that border. It's overwhelmingly.
Oh my God. He's pushing. Come on, Seth. Really? Really, dog? Really? Oh, Cenk is not on the ballot in Michigan? I thought he was. Regardless, doesn't matter. Still voting uncommitted. This advocacy for the right-wing reactionary border bill that literally has a funding mechanism for Trump's border wall is one of the worst, one of the absolute worst things the Democratic Party is pushing for. I don't know how I will cut across this to those who are unironic dick riders of the Democratic Party. Seth was criticizing that immigration bill last week. Why isn't he asking him about passing unpopular Republican bills? It's crazy, man. It's dumb. This is so dumb. I have cut hours and hours and hours of coverage and commentary on this. You can find it on my YouTube page if you want to know what my opinion is on this right-wing reactionary bill that the Democrats are trying to push for and why that is a genuine failure of both policy, because it's a right-wing reactionary white nativist immigration policy that normalizes the Republican agenda that makes immigration out to be a problem of national security when it's not. Immigration is an economic issue, one that favors the capital owners, okay? And instead, reframing this argument as though like immigrants are actually fucking causing a genuine a genuine national security problem is ridiculous. It's not real. It is false. It is completely false. It is akin to thinking that the trans issue is too much of a political hot potato, right, as the Democratic Party, and deciding to push bills that actually hurt trans people yourself, like adopting that position and being like, yeah, you know what, actually queer people are a problem. They are pedophiles. And then like writing a bill yourself that basically says that. It's ridiculous. You will never win reactionary right-wing voters this way because they will always go to the Republican Party because they are believers that the Republican Party is truly interested in punishing immigrants, in criminalizing and further punishing migrants that are simply coming here, especially because the right will always go further. They will always be able to outcompete you in the marketplace of racism. They have all the skill there. You will never be able to out-patriot the right. John Kerry tried, right? Amy McGrath tried in Kentucky against Mitch McConnell. The Democratic Party knows that they will fucking lose on this front, but they still do the same strategy over and over again, even though it's an abject failure.
Overwhelmingly supported by Republicans and Democrats in the House and Senate. But because I don't know this for a fact, but I was told that Trump was picking up the phone, calling the Speaker of the House saying, don't let it pass. Why? Not because he doesn't think it's good, because it will benefit Biden. That's no way to run a country. That's no way to deal. We didn't, even when we had real divisions back when I was a young senator among Democrats and Republicans. That wasn't the way it worked.
But
And
it is
look,
how it
I
works
think-
now. So, it's wild to me that in the most charitable interpretation of what the Democratic Party is doing, in the most charitable interpretation of what they are trying to do here, I assume their goal is to basically say that, look, the Republicans don't care about fixing the issues they care about. But that is a really dumb way to go about it, because you are caving on a fucking massive problem that has no solutions on the reactionary front, because it's not a real problem at all. It is a manufactured crisis. That's why the Republicans churn it out every election cycle. There's no fucking caravans until there is a midterm election. There's no caravans until there is a general election. Isn't that awfully suspicious, or rather awfully convenient? So the notion that, the notion that admitting that, yes, immigration should be viewed from the lens of national security and that immigrants are actually violent is basically repeating what Trump is saying, or was saying, when he came down that fucking escalator and ran for president and openly stated Mexicans are rapists. You're just not saying the quiet part out loud, but you are on the same front now. You're arguing on that issue from the perspective that, yes, undocumented immigrants are actually causing crime. The evidence, the empirical evidence, the many studies conducted on this matter show the exact opposite reality. And it's not like you don't know that Republicans are going to say the fuck immigrants thing and that immigrants are rapists and scary thing. You know that they are going to say that. They've been saying that. They will never stop saying that because it's a winning issue for them. So while they're messaging year-round around the idea that immigrants are genuinely scary and dangerous and we have to do something about it, and that this should be viewed from the lens of national security, the Democrats don't do anything about that. They don't actually try to change or reframe or try to educate people. It's really fucked up.
Let me put this is not your father's Republican Party. They got about 30% of the Republican Party controlling it all, and I think we're going to break it.
Stop defending the Republican Party, you fucking doddering old fool. This part is not just Brandon being old, but this is just genuine Democratic Party incompetence that has existed in the contemporary Democratic Party far before Joe Brandon and will continue after Joe Brandon as well. We need a strong Republican Party. No, you don't. The strong Republican Party is the Republican Party that says you're a fucking pedophile vampire that is doing QAnon conspiracies, and your son and you were running around and banging prostitutes and fucking doing Burisma deals, okay? Shut the fuck up. You're not running for the Republican ticket. Stop saying we need a strong Republican Party. Stop doing PR for this Republican Party that does not exist. It has never existed, and it still does not exist. Why do you think they keep saying that about a strong GOP? Honest question. They want to come across as bipartisan so they can keep captivating the undecided voters that are moderate and hate Donald Trump for being a chaos bringer. That's it. And it's weird because those people already consider Trump to be a genuine threat to democracy. So you already have that. You already have captured them. So stop further feeding into their mania or what you expect their mania to be and start actually messaging like you are different than the Republican Party. Except Democrats let the Republicans run the message, okay? And Republicans don't have anything to fight against from the Democratic front because they're not going to do anything. They're not going to actually pass progressive legislation that that the Republicans have to fight against. So then they run the conversation. They find new wedge issues, and the Democratic Party looks at that and goes, okay, well, we agree on these wedge issues, actually. As a matter of fact, we are the ones who are going to fund the police. Do you think that actually gives you any benefit in the election cycle? I'm not demanding that the Democratic Party run around and be like, we have to kill cops or whatever, right? Like, obviously not. That would be delusional. But there is an infinitely better way to reframe the policing situation in this country. Most Americans do regard police as a solid institution. The popularity of the police as an organization is profoundly high in this country. Okay? Something to remember. However, this does not mean that there isn't issues with the police in general. One of the major issues with the police is that they don't do their fucking jobs. Okay? That they are unaccountable and they're phenomenally entitled. They get all the best benefits. And on top of that, they don't do their fucking job. The basic duty of a police officer to like solve crime in the way that it's presented is rarely ever done by the police. They're incompetent. That is how I talk about the issue, right? I am not an abolish police type person. I've said this time and time again. But the notion that like this is an infallible institution that does not require a real restructuring is ridiculous. Now, this is what's wrong with the liberals in my chat. This guy is a ride or die libtard, okay? 100%. He goes, this is because of defunding. This person is a Democratic Party voter and a Joe Biden dick rider. He defends Joe Biden. Understand that his mentality has shifted on this matter and completely devoid of what is actually happening on the ground. There is a reason for that, because liberal media outlets that operate as organs of propaganda for the Democratic Party and for the American State Department in general also present a false narrative that police aren't doing their jobs, sure, and crime is running rampant, and that's because of defunding. There has not been a singular police department that has been defunded in this country. Not a single one. Do you understand? Not a single one. And yet, this pervasive narrative continues. And that's crazy to me. Liberals also oftentimes engage in that same kind of sedative that the Republicans do all the time as well to their own fan base, to their own voters. This presentation of a false reality. Okay? Not only was the crime is skyrocketing in this country, a complete fabrication of a false narrative, but also on top of that, the notion that like police departments were defunded was also false. Both of these things were untrue, just as categorically untrue as the very same false narratives that the Republicans present. Okay? Only took one Google search to prove this wrong. Yes, dude, I know. I know that the media also runs the narrative of police departments being defunded, and it's not true at all, but there are still articles that make it seem like that is the case. I am describing to you why that is false. I've talked about this a million times over. The maximum amount of defunding that actually happened for police departments was budget cuts that came in the form of an actual increase in revenue that they were going to receive that was like 1% less. So instead of getting, let's say, 8% more budgets this year, they got 7.5% more budgets. And they consider that to be defunding. Okay? That's not true at all. That is not a defunding at all. As a matter of fact, when you look at where the budget cuts actually came from, Look no further than New York. The New York Police Department budgets did not actually get defunded, especially in comparison to the libraries, for example, or other social safety nets in the city. They got actual budget cuts in comparison to the extra budget that the police was going to get. Do not fall for these tricks. These are simple narrative tricks that are there to deliberately change your opinion about what is actually happening. Okay? So understand that. Why should we defund the police? Is it not true that when we state and public institutions properly, they will become more corrupted? What? I'm not going to relitigate the defunding the police arguments over and over again. The real reason why we have any crime whatsoever is not born out of a lack of enforcement. We have plenty of that in this country. We have the largest police budgets on the planet, okay? The real reason as to why we have any crime whatsoever, violent crime and the like, or property crime, is born out of income inequality, wealth inequality. It is a product of material conditions, okay? This is not a new assessment on the matter. People in fucking ancient Greece were talking about it, okay? In between butt fucking. They were talking about how, yeah, this crime stuff, I think it happens as a consequence of people being poor. You have something, I don't. I need it. I need food. I'm going to take something that you have that I don't.
One of the
Let's
things
continue.
about this is not your father's Republican Party. It must be for somebody who's been doing this as long as you have. You can't get aid for Ukraine passed. And
Don't you talk about this as crime is done out of necessity almost entirely, excluding antisocial personality disorders and stuff like that? Yes. Seattle, they defunded by shifting 9/11 dispatch and parking enforcement to another department. No actual cuts were made. Yeah. There's many different ways that people lie about like shifting resources in the police budget. It's just numbers crunching. There are plenty of accountants in this community, despite the fact that I make jokes about accountants all the time. And they can tell you that this is easy massaging of the numbers that every accountant has engaged in at some point.
And it seemed like for a long time, the American people agreed that Russia was the threat. And all of a sudden now you see a Republican Party that is basically refusing to aid Ukraine in their fight against. Seems like Donald Trump is saying Russia can do whatever they want to NATO countries. Are you shocked?
Like that's what he is saying. He's been saying it all along. He's been saying it when he ran the last time. Look, the idea that any American, think about this. If I told you all there was going to be an American president who said, Putin, come do whatever you want to NATO. If the other guys on our team don't pay up every single cent they promise to pay for, I mean, God, what are we talking about here? What in God's name? How the idea that the president of the United States is inviting Vladimir Putin?
Isn't there a point where greed gets to take over and crime still happens? I understand there'll be a small portion, but even privileged people steal like kleptomaniacs. I mean, crime in the way that we understand it is also a completely socially manufactured phenomenon. Okay? We decide what is considered illegal and we decide what is considered legal. Not to get too invested in the anarchist memes here, but that is the reality. This is precisely the reason why, for example, things like wage theft are rarely ever seen as a serious, heinous crime in the same way that Grand Theft Auto is. Whereas if you look at wage theft in comparison to Grand Theft Auto, wage theft is infinitely larger than Grand Theft Auto. because it is expected in our society, in the way that we understand capitalism, in the way that we live in it, that that sort of crime done by the petite bourgeois or the extremely wealthy and the corporations, that kind of crime is not really a crime at all. That's just how things work. Okay?
To invade Western countries?
The real wage theft is when you leave video on and leave. What? Yes, that is the real wage theft.
It's bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. And it's totally against our...
I urge everyone to please take off their horse blinders for a brief moment and recognize that the real wage theft is actually at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. And then if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. I'm doing a theft on your subscriptions. The real fucking ice on this Tuesday is me stealing your fucking Twitch Primes. Lad! Lad! Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Fucking hell. Let's continue.
Our interest. And by the way, I've known every major foreign leader for the longest time, and I know all these guys extremely well.
Thank you,
They're
Sakura
scared to
Gore,
death what it means for them.
for the 10 gifted.
For them.
Thank you,
what it means
Mega,
if we walk away.
for the 5
Madeleine
gifted.
Albright was right, the former Secretary of State. She said, we are the essential nation. We are the essential nation. We don't have people fighting in those areas, but we're providing the wherewithal for them to be able to protect themselves. And it's just outrageous what he's talking about.
Yeah, American
He talked about how he
exceptionalism.
wants to be a dictator on day one, but only day one. You are someone who has dealt with dictators over the years. It does seem as though democracy, in vague terms somehow, is not easy for us to grasp. Having dealt with dictators, what do you see in a world where democracy is actually at risk in a way it might be in this election?
The first thing they do, dictators do, is they disregard whatever the rule of the law is. They just disregard it. Here's the guy who says he thinks he can change the Constitution and ignore it. Just ignore portions of the Constitution. Here's the guy who talks about retribution. Here's the guy, look, you have the guys, the thousands of people who stormed the Capitol. They're insurrectionists. 2 cops died. Other people were badly hurt. And what did he say? They got convicted and or they pled guilty. And he said, they're patriots? God, patriots?
Yeah, I mean, this is the second most important issue, according to voters. At this point, I'm going to use very reductive terms here. If you were to reduce why someone is voting Democrat, it's number 1, protecting access to abortions. Okay. And number 2, coming close, and number 2 is protecting democracy. Okay. Those are the 2 main motivators for why people are still interested in voting for the Democratic Party. If you look at the Republican Party and why they're voting for the Republican Party, of course, it's, I believe it's the economy, it's immigration, it's any number of issues that the Republicans run on. And that's what he is hamming up here.
And he says he's going to forgive them all. Every one of them is going to be released. That's what happens in Eastern European countries. That's not what happens in America. And the idea that he thinks he can do that.
Okay, that's a message I can get behind, dude. Fucking shitting on the Slavs. r/Poland in shambles. Yeah, dude, stick it to him. You know what I mean? Shots fired, baby.
The idea he talks about things like, for example, the idea that he said the Congress wants to pass an overwhelmingly a border provision that would allow us to control the border. First bill ever introduced called for.
It is pretty funny to be like, that happens in Eastern Europe. He's wearing a fucking Ukrainian flag. Wearing a Ukrainian flag lapel pin while fucking being like, the type of undemocratic things that you're talking about only happen in Eastern Europe, Jack, not America.
For that. And here they're saying, he's saying, no, don't do that because that'll help Biden. Help Biden? It's not about Biden, it's about the United States of America. And look, it just, I don't want to get started.
Wow, he's really killing it with the whole, I don't want to get started. Come on, dog. Dude, this crowd is clapping, but like this to a broader audience reads as an old man who's giving up.
I really don't.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Democracy is a state. It literally is.
I want to ask about the situation right now in the Middle East. You have forcefully.
Shut the fuck up, Turk brain. Slavs own your empire now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's it's looking great, okay?
We've spoken about the horrible events of October 7th and how Hamas is a continuing threat to the safety of the people who live in Israel. You've been negotiating.
Don't get me started as a well-known, well-worn grandpa meme. I think it's landing better with people than you think, Law. I don't think so. It's a constant reminder that he's old to the people that are watching. Okay? I don't think that's good. I think any mention of Biden's age, any mention or any reminder of Biden's age, whether he is like no longer as dynamic in his movement, whether he is forgetting things, forgetting words, forgetting key events. While many politicians also have issues on all of those fronts, right? Bernie Sanders, Donald Trump, every politician every now and then has a gaffe. There's a term for it, right? And Brandon personally was a gaffe machine originally. Even when he was younger, he would have like really funny things that he would say or do. However, now it's actually an issue. It is an issue that is impossible to avoid. It is an issue that is the singular greatest issue facing his reelection chances. That is standing as a hurdle in front of his reelection chances. So for that reason, when he does that, it is a somber reminder for all that he is old. That's it.
Trying to negotiate the release of the hostages. At the same time, you've said that the response in Gaza is too much and that the loss of an innocent life in Gaza is just as horrible as the loss of an innocent life in Israel. And yet there have been calls for an immediate ceasefire. You have not supported those calls. Again, you seem like an optimistic person. You believe maybe there's a future for a two-state solution. But from where I'm sitting, it does seem like there doesn't seem to be any appetite for that right now. Do you see what...
This is literally the kindest way that you could conduct this interview against the genocide heir, okay?
What is... Because, again, we see this horrible... Every day we see these horrible images out of Gaza. And is there a path forward? Is there a safe future for the people who live there?
There is a path forward with difficulty, but here's the path forward. Look, first of all, the hostages being held must be released. And then we've got at least a principle agreement. There'll be a ceasefire while that takes place. Ramadan's coming up, and there's been an agreement by the Israelis that they would not engage in activities during Ramadan as well, in order to give us time to get all the hostages out.
So in this situation, the question has to be, okay, so why is our UN ambassador routinely the first one to veto all of the numerous ceasefire conversations that have taken place in the United Nations? And we, of course, have a outsized influence and power in this circumstance because we are a member of the Security Council. So how do you square that circle, right?
That gives us time to begin to move in directions that a lot of Arab countries are prepared to move in. For example, Saudi Arabia is ready to recognize Israel. Jordan is, Egypt, there's 6 other states. I've been working with Qatar. And the bottom line is that I think the only way Israel ultimately survives, and I make no bones about it, I get criticized for having said a long time ago, you need not be a Jew to be a Zionist. I'm a Zionist. Were there no Israel, there's not a Jew in the world to be safe.
You are the president of the United States of America, a nation that has almost the exact same number of Jewish people that reside in its borders as Israel. Okay? What the fuck are you saying? You are literally, this is insane to me. Like, New York City has more Jewish people living in it than every other city in Israel. Okay? New York City and Los Angeles, California are two of the top most Jewish populated cities on the planet. This is a ridiculous thing to say, and ultra-Zionists push this line all the time. Benjamin Netanyahu loves stating this because Benjamin Netanyahu is a racist, Judeo-supremacist, ethno-nationalist. Of course he's going to say that. It's what Israel's apartheid regime hinges on. You, as the American president, cannot say that. That is fucking insane. Like, what do you mean? Are you abdicating your responsibility? Are you also claiming that Jewish people in the United States of America are less safe than Jewish people in Israel? This is objectively untrue. It is also unironically reprehensible to say. I'm sorry, I find this to be not just distasteful, but fucking disgusting. It's incorrect and it's insulting. It's both insulting to every average American's sensibilities, but it's also insulting to like, it's insulting to Jewish people that live on U.S. soil. I hate this conversation. I hate this talking point, and I especially hate this talking point coming from the American president. I hate it when Netanyahu says it, but I absolutely hate it when someone who is in American politics says it. I don't know. I just, incredible. It's also additionally weird because Americans want a ceasefire. And he's like, listen, Jack, I'm a Zionist. No Jew would be safe if it wasn't for Israel. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up.
But here's the deal. They also have to take advantage of an opportunity to have peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians who are being used as pawns by Hamas. And so there's a process underway that I think if we get that
It's such a weird thing. Oh, Ugopnik raid, by the way. Hey, Ugopnik Twitch. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid. I can't believe this guy literally said, and continues to say, this is not the first time he said this, by the way. This is the first time he said it publicly on national television. But the notion that, like, Israel is a safe haven for Jewish people as opposed to the United States of America as the American president is such a fucking ridiculous thing to say, especially after October 7. That's insane, dog. Like, what do you mean? Which is it? The fuck are you talking about? It's just pure, unfiltered, unadulterated Zionist propaganda. It's nonsensical. It is a farce. The notion that Israel is a safer place as a fucking ethno-state that is currently occupying lands that have 5 million Palestinians, that is under the thumb, the oppressive thumb of this apartheid regime, that is the safe place for all Jews as an ethno-state, is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's false. It's the same as America saying Bush kept us safe, but 9/11 happened under his watch. I mean, yeah, exactly, though. Exactly. That's a great example. It was a propaganda talking point for fucking fools to get on board with violent, genocidal, colonial ambitions of the American government. Ridiculous. George W. Bush's actions transparently and clearly made the entire world a less safe space anyway, and certainly America too. Wait, didn't he say that Jews are safer worldwide because of Israel and not in Israel? Either was. It's a garbage take, and I'm glad to have the luxury of not voting for him as a California voter. Yeah, it's so nasty. A deep shame, dude. Especially because he's like Catholic too. He's supposed to be Irish and Catholic. The fucking Pope is like way more woke on this issue, and the damn near entirety of Ireland is historically way better on this issue than Joe Brandon.
Temporary ceasefire. We're going to be able to move in a direction where we can change the dynamic and not have a two-state solution immediately, but a process to get to a two-state solution, a process to guarantee Israel's security and the independence of the Palestinians, but without them being able to, for example, invite in, another country to provide their defenses. There's ways to do this.
Damn, dude. Another country to provide their defenses. I wonder if that's born out of necessity. I wonder if there's only one way to create permanent security assurances for the nation state of Israel, and that is a one-state solution where everyone can live under the same banner with equal rights and equal representation. Perhaps that's the only way that you can actually achieve real security permanently in that area. That's impossible, law? Oh my God, it doesn't matter. What? You don't have to be a German to be a Nazi-ass take? It's funny that even our liberal correspondent here loses Brandon when he starts fucking rambling about how, like, Israel's apartheid regime has to exist in the violent ways that it does. He's throwing. You got liberals saying Jover in the chat, Joe. This is one of your fedayeen. This guy's so ride or die. He's in here duking it out with like the one fucking segment of progressivism in this fucking country. And he's losing him too. This is not a good fucking way to frame this argument at all. It also means that the whole subject of anti-Semitism needs to be approached with charity and sensitivity. People who harbor no conscious negative ideas about Jews may unknowingly hold views that resonate with historical anti-Semitism from the New Time article. What is this? It's just like, We have so many historical examples of apartheid ethno-states failing in their genocidal projects. And at the time, all the way until the last moment, all the way until the very last moment, okay, it seems impossible to shake. It seems unflinching. And then all of a sudden, after years, decades of work, one day it ceases to exist. And then we never even look back at it. Do you understand? I know it feels impossible right now with your current lens on the conflict, with America's reaction, defending Israel, funding Israel's genocide. You think it's not going to happen at all. There's no way to change the outcome. But it will. I know it will. I see tides changing. Noah Feldman wrote, "Why won't anti-Semitism die or at least die down in the months following Hamas's attack?" Is this an entire article talking about how anti-Israel is anti-Semitism? Is that what it is? Or is this a, like... I've been seeing more people reference Japan's successful ethno-state lately. How would one combat this? It's pretty funny to say Japan is successful as an ethno-state when its entire fucking failure currently in its economy, in the way that it operates, directly is a consequence of its ethno-state project. Look at their fucking population, dog. Just literally look at their population. It's a fucking reverse pyramid. It is one of the more notorious examples of what happens when you don't allow immigration into your country due to xenophobic sentiment. It is a perfect representation of what happens when you don't do that. America or Germany are great examples of the exact opposite, as a matter of fact. It is also not entirely an ethno-state. There are many ethnicities within it, sure, but come on. Japan is a continuation of empire in the same way that Turkey is. Turkey is very fucking diverse as a consequence of obviously being the continuation of the Ottoman Empire, but all of those ethnic demographics are still Turkish. It's considered that. Yeah. Also, if you don't think Japan is an ethno-state, look no further than their treatment of the Ainu people, both in contemporary Japanese society, but also historically. That's a very Turkish thing to say. No, I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm simply stating that continuations of former empires will always have, will always have a diversity of ethnicity, but like a singular national identity overall. But it's understandable to widely regard it as an ethno-state. But regardless, without, to be honest, Germany is not a prime example. We would need a lot more immigrants than we have right now when we try to do the exact opposite. My friend, what I'm referencing is actually post-World War II German immigration programs, specifically of Turkish migrant workers, that actually revitalized the German economy. That is simply what I'm talking about. If it was not for said example, the German economy would have gone the way, if it maintained a demographic concern, or not a demographic concern from age, but like an ethnic concern in its immigration processes, it would not have had an industrial engine that it does today. They needed young men to come and work in the factories. Yes, I have had a Berlin-style donut. It's actually very good. Yeah. Turks didn't revitalize the economy. They literally rebuilt the entire nation. Gastarbeiter is the term. Should I read this Time article? I feel like it's going to make me lose my mind. The gist of this article is that the new anti-Semitism is criticizing Israel because it is a settler colonial state rooted in white supremacy because Jews were not considered white by Europeans, but race is socialized and changes over time. Also, it's the same principle behind like Hispanic populations being regarded as white now in America and also falling into more reactionary sentiment, specifically about Hispanic migration patterns. So it doesn't matter. Whiteness is just a substitute for power in this regard. It is not about how pasty your fucking skin is. It's just impossible to like explain this to dullards who just simply refuse to understand. They have the thickest, densest fucking skulls. I don't know. It's a disappointing article to say that we cannot criticize a state which is very much a settler colonial in nature and very much committing a genocide currently is just absurd to me in every single way. We can recognize the oppression and suffering of Jewish people and recognize even that they were seeking refuge from oppression, but so were the first colonists in the USA. It doesn't change the fact that they were still colonists and the state is still a settler colonial in nature. Whiteness simply is a substitute for the in-group. It just signals proximity to power. Okay? That's it. If you're declared non-white, that means you are not a part of the in-group. Depending on demographic concerns, most of those in the out-group, with the exception of black people, will always be brought into the dominant white in-group. That's why America is still majority white, even though technically, with the same standards that we used to apply to whiteness, depending on different time frames, it would not be considered majority white right now. That's it. The irony is that if you go back to Benjamin Franklin, Germans are swarthy, according to him. The only exception outside of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants was to the French, because Benjamin Franklin loved French pussy. That's what it is, straight up. He said maybe with the exception of the French, that the Germanic peoples were swarthy. The Nordic people were swarthy or tawny. Everyone was not white with the exception of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants and some French. Tawny, not swarthy, sorry. Swarthy is for the Italians. Throughout time, whichever the large group of migrants were originally not considered white, a part of the in-group, and then slowly but surely brought into the in-group. Right? Italians, the Greek, Jews, Polish people, Slavs. These were subcategories that were technically not white. The Irish, although they were white and are obviously completely fucking white, it doesn't matter. At the time, their reception was that they were not white. And slowly but surely, every single one of those groups have now become white. Hispanics being the last population group to be brought in to the white category. What about Asians? Would you say they will consider white in the future? Asians are already they're already seen as the model minority. So they're already a part of the in-group. Asian is also so massive as a ethnic group that it's like hilarious to categorize them as one singular thing. All of these different ethnicities are massively diverse. To be fair, the reason it's hard to get across is because your explanation is America-centric. Did Germans not consider themselves white? Well, the Germans considered themselves to be the dominant in-group in Germany. So, yes, depending on a different time frame, if you look at Germany now, for example, although I, myself, would be categorized as a white person, understandably in the United States of America, in Germany, I am considered Turkish because I am Turkish. So therefore, not a part of the in-group in the same way. If you go back further in time, you know that there are categories in Germany that were definitely not considered white. Romani people, Jewish people, you know, very different. Anyway. Yeah, Slavs, not white in Germany as well at the time. I know you know this, but you mean Asian is an absurdly broad racial group, not an ethnicity? Asian is a race, not an ethnicity. That's why it's horseshit. Yeah, it's pretty funny because it's like literally the most populated part of the planet. Like Asian as a race captures, I believe, the most populated race on the planet. It ranges from Pakistan and even Afghanistan and even fucking Turkey, technically, if you want to get technical with it, to literally Japan. You got India, you got Russia, you got Japan, you got China. It's ridiculous. Yeah, South Korea to Saudi Arabia. Try to stop using the word race, maybe? Wait, what? Why would I stop using the word race when describing racial dynamics? What the fuck? Anyway. And this is before we even get to the other subgroups underneath races as well in each individual country, because these countries are also incredibly diverse as well, with many different cultures and with super long histories far beyond the inception of the American settler colonial state. Anyway. Something to consider. How do we get here, though? Oh, my God. This is crazy. I can't believe we're just, like, having this conversation off of Joe Brandon. Yet another HasanAbi classic ADHD moment.
And I don't have time to go into it now, and in the meantime, there are too many innocent people that are being killed. And Israel has slowed down the attacks in Rafah.
Oh, dude,
they have
sick.
to, and they've made a commitment to me. They're going to see to it that there's ability to evacuate significant portions of Rafah before they go and take out the remainder of Hamas. But it's.
I love that he's like stating that they've made a commitment. They're still going to take out Hamas in Rafah, but they're going to evacuate people from Rafah. Where? To the Sinai Peninsula? Is that the goal here? Is that the peaceful transfer? Is a population transfer outside of the boundaries of historic Palestine? Phenomenal stuff. Thank you.
It's a process. And look, Israel has had the overwhelming support of the vast majority of nations. If it keeps this up without this incredibly conservative government they have, and Ben-Gvir and others, I've known every major foreign policy leader in Israel since Golda Meir, they're going to lose support from around the world. And that is not in Israel's interest.
Well, I wish you the best of luck with that because they are really horrifying scenes, and I'm happy to hear you agree with that as well. I do want to.
Does he agree with that? Because he didn't really say that he agrees with that. He just like gave a silly little bullshit wishy-washy answer to funding and facilitating and running political cover for a genocide.
Close by thanking you for something. When you were here in 2014, you gave me 2 gifts. First, you gave me an Amtrak whistle, and it was 10 years ago. I didn't have kids yet, and I have kids now, and it's their favorite thing, and they blow it all the time, and it's really irritating, so I want to give it back. And
I'm not going to take it back.
we're
going to
covered
give it
with
to your
germs.
kids.
Also, you gave me this this conductor's hat, and this meant the world to me because when I put it on, I realized that you didn't just buy this at a store. You obviously went out of your way. You got my hat size because when I put it on, it was such a perfect fit. And
let's get moving.
Let's get.
All right. Do we have the John Oliver re-upload somewhere? Because I'm pretty sure like John Oliver covered the Israel-Palestine, specifically Rafah side. And I know that the policy now for HBO is to not upload it until Thursday, but I don't want to wait until Thursday. I want to show you different perspectives on this issue from different voices, also in late night. There's a bunch of stories saying that the war cabinet agreed on an evacuation plan yesterday, but I can't find any details on it. Yeah, I think that Jon Stewart did Israel-Palestine last night too, and it was a really good monologue. Okay, we'll look at it. HBO will kill you. We just don't upload it, chatter. We just watch it here. You can watch it from here, or is it geo-blocked? Yeah, it is geo-blocked. That's so weird that they're putting full episodes up, but just not in America. Did you already do some counter messaging to Ben Shapiro's defense of Itamar Ben-Gvir? Ben Shapiro defended Itamar Ben-Gvir? Oh my God. Evacuation plan is the PC way of saying expulsion. Yeah, one must consider why there is a need for evacuation. Why is there a need for evacuation at all? Okay, we'll start off with Jon Stewart on Palestine, and then we'll continue on in this journey. I do play video games. This video was lame. I don't really care about this. Okay, let's get some other news.
In Washington,
there could be a potential government shutdown once again due to Michael Johnson. Are you going to play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Maybe.
A story you have heard before, the government faces a partial shutdown again. A deadline is just days away now. Nancy Cordes is at the White House, where President Biden meets today with leaders from both parties to try to reach a deal. Nancy, here we go again. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Gail.
New Noah Samsen video. I already watched the Noah Samsen video, which I suspect is part of the reason why there's so many people in here fucking crying. Because Noah Samsen's video mentioned Destiny, and his fans very famously will swarm any negative mention of Destiny as an immediate like red alert to go in and engage in like the weirdest baits with hopes that they can find something new to clip and post on a subreddit that they will brigade, and then they will go on to Twitter to also clip that moment and post it on Twitter. That's usually how it works. It kind of backfired this last time around. It is like clockwork though.
Well, good to see you. And, you know, these meetings tend to happen only when Washington is really in a jam. And this is one of those moments. There are just 3 days left until a partial government shutdown kicks in. And some lawmakers predict it's going to happen as hard right conservatives hold up a spending bill over a number of issues, including abortion. At the same time, there's this $95 billion foreign aid package that has been in limbo for months, but is growing increasingly urgent as Ukraine runs low on artillery. Now, that's a bill that has already passed the Senate, but the Republican speaker has not yet brought it up for a vote in the House. Johnson wants Congress to pass tough new border security measures first, but he rejected a bipartisan Senate deal that would crack down on border crossing. So they're going to talk about all of that here at the White House today as well. President Biden also going to the border in Brownsville, Texas, to sell that deal later this week. He says he didn't realize.
I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm losing my mind at him still trying to package this as like a good thing. I mean, just Jesus Christ, dude. This border legislation quite literally features like key Trump proposals. I don't understand why he is riding so hard to push this. I mean, I do understand it because I don't think they give a fuck, and I think they're miscalculating. It's very, very, very dumb.
When he made those plans that his Republican rival, Donald Trump, is also going to visit the border 300 miles away on the same day. This looming partial shutdown, by the way, is not a small matter. If Congress doesn't pass a funding bill by Friday, the Departments of Agriculture, Energy, and Transportation are all going to run out of money, with the Departments of Defense and Justice set to run out next Friday, Tony.
Well, we could hope something gets solved. Nancy, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I want to thank the leaders for being here today. We got a lot of work to do. Figure out how we're going to keep funding the government, which is an important problem, an important solution we need to find, and I think we can do that. And Ukraine, I think the need is urgent. I hope we get to speak to that a little bit. And I think the consequences of inaction every day in Ukraine are dire. I've been speaking to some of our...
God damn, there's a loud ass fucking fire. What's happening? Oh, fuck. This is finally coming off. They spin it as a positive by not explaining what's in the bill and taking the very safe bet that most Americans will also never find out what is in the bill. Even better for them that the bill has no chance of passing. Even better because of Republicans. Yeah, but the problem is when you are pushing for a bill like this and you're going to the fucking border to be like, we need border security, you've lost the moral battle. You have now capitulated to white nativist framing. That the border and immigration is actually a national security concern. Every American understands that. Every American sees that. So the strategy is not worth it. Unless you do genuinely think that it's a national security concern, I guess. Like, it's not worth it. Just be like, oh, see, Republicans are hypocrites and don't care. Why? Do you want to know why it's not worth it? Because, of course, they're fucking hypocrites and don't care. But now you look like a hypocrite. You look like a fucking asshole and a hypocrite for running against the Trump border wall, for running against Trump's immigration policies, only to push for Trump's immigration policies yourself.
Our G7 partners, and you just got back, Chuck, they're very concerned. And also we need to, in terms of supplemental, we need to deal with the Israeli portion. But that also contains a significant portion.
Bro, there's literally hellfire.
Having to do with humanitarian assistance into the Palestinian area, which I think is important. And
it's hellfire,
we
baby.
have to replenish the air defenses for Israel, and we have to work on making sure they don't face the threat from, they can face the threat from what's going on in the Middle East, not just from Hamas, but from Iran. And and government funding, I'm sure you guys had all of that all taken care of, but all kidding aside, I think that it's Congress's responsibility from the government. We got to get about doing a shutdown would damage the economy significantly, and I think we all agree to that, and we need a bipartisan solution. So I want to hear from the group, and I want to hear from all of you here. So thank you all for coming. That's what we're going to be talking about.
The everything is fire.
Now
everything
to the
is
murder.
fine meme. Georgia governor blames Biden after woman allegedly killed by undocumented immigrants. So the undocumented immigrant, this is the story that I think chatters were talking about. An undocumented immigrant killed a woman in Georgia. So now this singular anecdote is going to be a perfect way to reaffirm the narrative that undocumented immigrants are actually a danger. It's a matter of national security. This, of course, happens from time to time. Undocumented migrants have done crimes in this country, violent crimes, as a matter of fact. What you have to look at is not singular anecdotes, but instead the actual data. Okay? Undocumented immigrants, by and large, per capita, cause less crime than natural-born U.S. citizens. This is a fact. Singling out one of those instances is no different than acting like it's always trans people that are doing mass shootings. We live in the United States of America, where, yes, everyone has a gun, including trans people. But if you look at the actual data overall, definitely not trans people that are doing a shit ton of the mass shootings, okay?
I don't think
this happens to every marginalized identity and every marginalized group. It does not matter. I don't mean, by the way, in totality. I mean per capita.
of a 22-year-old nursing student in Georgia, Laken Riley, allegedly killed by a migrant. Governor Brian Kemp is now blaming the White House over its border policy. Our senior national correspondent Steve Osunsami is in Athens, Georgia, with more. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning to you, Robin. Authorities say that this young woman died of blunt force trauma and say that the man they have in custody used an object to kill her. Federal immigration authorities have now issued what's called a detainer for this murder suspect, which, had they done earlier, would have kept him from being released after his other arrests.
Students at the University of Georgia came together to say good things and to say goodbye to 22-year-old Laken Hope Riley.
It is so obvious to me why it feels so dark right now, and that is because we lost one of the brightest lights that there's ever been.
Devastating. A devastating situation. Like an innocent life taken, and then immediately everyone fucking turning around and being like, well, her memory is actually really valuable for us. We are going to cut propaganda towards like millions of people living on U.S. soil. It's nuts.
The nursing student from a school nearby was killed on the UGA campus while she was out jogging last week, and her murder has become a case in point in the debate over immigration in America. Police say that her alleged killer is this man, 26-year-old Jose Antonio Ibarra. He's from Venezuela, and according to federal officials, was let go after he was arrested for unlawfully entering the country near El Paso, Texas, a year and a half ago. Georgia's governor is demanding answers from President Biden and his immigration authorities.
Laken's death is a direct result of failed policies on the federal level and an unwillingness by this White House to secure the southern border.
Authorities believe Ibarra illegally entered the U.S. in 2022 and has several run-ins with law enforcement since then, but was paroled or released before customs enforcement agents could step in. His brother, who was also arrested for allegedly carrying a fake green card, was also arrested before by local authorities and released.
That competing trip that President Biden and former President Trump are taking to the U.S. southern border this week really matters to many people, of course, watching this case and to voters this election season. George.
Hi, everyone. George.
OTL, would this even be a national story if the suspect wasn't illegal? No, of course not. What are you talking about? Like, this does not take away from the devastation, but it absolutely would not make it to national news at all if it wasn't an undocumented migrant. Even an undocumented migrant under other circumstances doing a murder would not make it to liberal side of the mainstream news. Right now, the reason why this is making its rounds through the media cycle is because I disagree. It was covered by several national outlets before they even caught the guy. Yeah, I think it's because, well, yeah, it's a college student getting brutally murdered by someone with, as far as we understand, no motivation that we know of. However, having said that, that kind of stuff usually makes its way, because a college student, that kind of stuff makes its way into local news. Sometimes it'll get picked up. Sometimes it'll get picked up by national news. But I do think that this is like especially important to cover right now, or especially like the media is especially more interested in covering it right now, specifically because it's happening at a time of the even the Democratic Party basically saying that immigration is a national security concern. Immigration is a security concern. It's also fucked up because it directly claims, or I guess like it plays a role in the Trumpian argument, which is that undocumented immigrants are actually taking advantage of the catch and release policy, even though 98% of those who are apprehended at the border after crossing over to legally seek asylum, and Venezuelans have TPS, temporary protected status, by the way, for political reasons, they attend their court cases to continue legally seeking asylum. So this plays that other role of like, well, this person was apprehended at the border and was allowed to roam free inside of the United States of America. So it's like doubly destructive for the way that migrants are perceived in general. Story hit close to home for me. It not only took place on my backyard, but it took place where my sister goes to school. One of my friend's best friends even knew Lakin, had nothing but good things to say about her. We were all scared shitless for a few days further. This happened a day after a young man killed himself in his dorm. Just a rough week for Georgia. Fuck Brian Kemp. Yeah, Brian Kemp is a genuine piece of shit. Guys, there are, of course, going to be people that do crimes in the millions of people that come over the border. But to present undocumented, like to present this as a different type of murder because it's done by an undocumented immigrant, as though like this, the way to stop murder in this country is by shutting off immigration or making more restrictive immigration policies, is ridiculous. It's just pure politics. That's it. It's also against the like the narrative is a good one to write for the media, but it is completely devoid of any sort of factual analysis. This is in line with what Trump said, new type of crime being illegal immigrant crime. Yeah. Especially considering that the stats show that undocumented immigrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. So it is a way to not look at the empirical evidence and instead look at anecdotes that are supposed to create an impassioned response, understandably.
This morning, the government is trying to...
It kind of sounds like you're saying we already have crime. What's wrong with more crime? No, I'm not saying that. That is... Why do you think that I'm saying that? Unless you personally think that I'm in favor of like random college students getting fucking brutally murdered horrifically. The underlying premise here that allowed you to arrive at this conclusion is your own personal biases against me. I want to solve the crisis of crime. I recognize that crime is a product of our material conditions. Any other way to try and quote unquote solve crime, like pointing this to immigration, like pointing the finger of blame at immigration protocols, is actually unproductive and shifts the responsibility away from the actual reasons as to why crime occurs. That's it. That's like saying stop having babies because some will do crimes. Yeah. Anyway, this is some good news. FTC, Lena Khan, doing it yet again, fighting the Kroger-Albertson mega merger. Kroger and Albertson for the Southwestern and Western Front are the two primary major supermarket chains. For those of you on the East Coast, you've probably never maybe encountered Kroger or Albertson or any of their subsidiaries. But these are the two major national chains that have a shit ton of other chains underneath them. And there's Kroger's and okay, Kroger. Oh my God, I don't care. Kroger. God, English is such a dumb language phonetically. It's like, anyway. There are Albertson subs out east. Okay. What I was trying to say before getting rudely interrupted. Yes, Albertson owns Vaughn's also. So they want to merge for obvious reasons, and their claim is, Kroger and Albertson's claims are that they cannot compete with the national supermarket chains like Walmart and Amazon. And the only way for them to continue surviving is by merging. Okay? Now, what's really interesting about this FTC fight is that 3 different states have launched lawsuits against this merger. And the FTC isn't advocating antitrust on this on the most notorious way since the Reagan era, where you can advocate for antitrust, which is the consumer experience. In the United States of America, after the 80s, but especially so after Ronald Reagan, we changed the way that we analyze trusts and trust busting. We decided that the only way that you can go after a monopoly is if they are actually hurting the consumer. If the prices stay low, you can do whatever you want. You can become a monopoly. But this is being legislated, or not legislated, but like this is being targeted. This trust busting is being targeted on the labor side because this merger is functionally creating a singular buyer of resources, specifically labor. So this is actually not just a historic FTC fight for going against two massive mega corporations trying to engage in a mega merger, but instead, it's also being fought on labor protection grounds, which is correct, and it should have existed, and it did exist at a certain point, but this is actually a really interesting development in the FTC. Now, Kroger and Albertson's advocacy on why they must merge, by the way, is that they are doing it on pro-union grounds. They're claiming that they are unionized shops and their competition, Walmart and Amazon, are not. Now, of course, that's a ridiculous fucking proposition, considering that this mega merger would make it so that unions have less leverage against the mega corporation that would form. Let's continue.
Blocked the largest grocery store merger in American history. The Federal Trade Commission, along with several states, are suing to stop the proposed $25 billion deal between Kroger and Albertson. Jolene Kent is tracking this would-be merger. Jolene, good morning to you. So why are regulators stepping in here?
Hey, Tony, good morning. The FTC argued that the merger of Kroger and Albertsons would be bad for competition, lowering worker wages at the grocery store and driving up the cost of food, which has soared since the pandemic thanks to inflation. Now, last year, grocery prices went up by 5%. You probably felt that, roughly double the 20-year average.
Our union rep where I worked actively told us to vote for our most recent contractor quit. Yes, not all unions are equal. And as far as I understand, I don't want to misspeak here, but as far as I understand, a lot of the supermarket unions that exist are like managerial unions, as in not a union for managers, but a corporate union, more so interested in looking like a union, but is completely captured by the interests of the capital-owning class. This is what I have heard.
Average, and the year before that, they skyrocketed by more than 11%. Now, this deal would give Kroger and Albertsons control of more than 10% of the domestic grocery market, and combined, the companies employ roughly 700,000 people across 48 states, Tony.
A lot of people, a lot of customers. That's the government's view you just laid out. What are the companies saying?
Yeah, they say that this bigger footprint that they want to achieve would help them better compete against the big behemoths like Walmart and Costco and Amazon. In a statement, Albertson said it's disappointed that the FTC is using, quote, the same outdated view of the U.S. grocery industry that it used 20 years ago. Both companies argue this merger would lower prices for consumers and create good-paying union jobs, although the union that's representing the workers from both of those grocery chains opposes this merger, saying the companies have not been transparent enough in this deal. So, of course, this is the latest mega merger that you're hearing about. The Biden administration's FTC has consistently been stepping in to stop these mergers, and they consistently are citing antitrust law.
Joe Lang saying grocery as a person from Minnesota, while I say grocery. Subtle difference, but this is a geographic difference. You'll once you hear it, you can't unhear it. Jolene Kent, thank you very much.
Those Midwest vibes.
How would it possibly lower prices unless they lay off half the combined staff? I mean, it's the same exact way that Amazon is able to maintain lower prices. We don't need mergers. We need to break up these bigger businesses to add the innovation and lower prices. Yes. Would shit like this get passed under Trump? Yes. It depends on how much Trump has gutted the FTC at that point, but most likely, yeah.
Midwest Vibes all.
I have always maintained the position that Biden's federal agencies have basically propped up this administration's every big W. Okay? The NLRB, the FTC, they are doing actually great work overall. This is a historic moment. Lena Khan has done historic things. This is the other often forgotten side of politics that I regularly talk about. The people that make everything work behind the scenes. Also, I didn't know that the grocery thing was a real thing. I just say groceries. What, isn't it groceries?
You hear it, you can't. Subtle difference. Grocery as a person from Minnesota, while I say grocery. Subtle difference.
Grocery. It's groceries. I mean, not that it matters. It literally doesn't matter. Fuck them. All right. Let's talk about the Michigan primary happening.
Political test for President Biden. It's primary day in Michigan. Have you heard? He faces a challenge not from another candidate, but from a possible protest vote over his response to the war in Gaza. In the Republican race, former President Donald Trump is expected to dominate his former UN ambassador, Nikki Haley, but she is still vowing to push on regardless. Ed O'Keefe is with the voters in Detroit. Ed, good morning. Should be an interesting day in Michigan. Hello.
Well, good morning. Michigan is a key battleground state that's going to be pivotal to both parties later this fall. So today's a good test of how the most committed voters on either side are feeling.
It's great to be here in Michigan.
Campaigning on the eve of the Republican primary, Nikki Haley's expected to lose to Donald Trump, but she isn't going without a fight. If he ends up being the nominee, do you support him?
I'm fighting to make sure he's not the nominee. I don't think he or Joe Biden should be president. I think it's a problem for our country if it goes either way.
President Biden's also facing a key test here because in Michigan, primary voters have the option of voting uncommitted to oppose candidates on the ballot.
You know, inshallah, the vote uncommitted.
It's an option favored by many progressives and Arab and Muslim Americans, like Lexis Zaydan, who's been calling voters to build support.
Our goal is to organize enough people behind the vote uncommitted box to send a message to Biden.
The city of Dearborn has one of the highest percentages of Arab Americans in the country, and their political leaders, all Democrats, strongly oppose the president's support for Israel in its war with Hamas.
Voting uncommitted is our way of practicing a principled politics. And that means people over party, and damn be it, it means people over president. And that's something that we're willing to stand for.
Please don't stop organizing. Don't stop marching. And please, don't make us more invisible by not showing up. Vote. Please.
Among those voting uncommitted, Adam Abu Salah, a 2020 Biden campaign volunteer. We first met him in November.
As a community, we're tired of voting for the lesser of two evils.
And now, Abu Salah says he hopes the president gets the message.
So we're going to let him know that we are going to go out and vote, not only now, but in November as well.
And Mr. Biden may be listening. He spoke about the Israel-Hamas ceasefire negotiations yesterday while taping a late-night show at an ice cream shop.
My national security advisor tells me that we're close. We're close. It's not done yet. And my hope is by next Monday, we'll have a ceasefire.
The Biden campaign says it understands the concerns of those that are thinking about voting uncommitted, but many of his supporters here say any vote against the president this fall could put Donald Trump back in the White House.
Yeah, that is the risk for those voting uncommitted and risking not voting in the fall. I don't know if Donald Trump is going to be better on Israel than Joe Biden from their perspective. But Ed, thank you for laying all that out for us.
So looking ahead.
Do you think there will be actually a ceasefire? Will Netanyahu say no to want to keep doing genocide? I don't know. I don't know why Joe Biden is saying this now. I assume that I don't fucking know. I don't know what Israel will do. It's just like if Joe loses, it's the fault of him and the DNC. I don't get why that's so hard for libs to understand. Well, they rely on not understanding.
Head to Michigan, K, and then Adrian. What do you?
I think the vote uncommitted thing is such a fucking banger overall. Something that I have regularly advocated for is to demand concessions from your politicians. And here it is, a campaign like this that started off out of nowhere, getting mainstream coverage, saying this is going to hurt Joe Biden's chances, saying that this is actually pushing Joe Biden to turn Michigan into contested territory. That's actually huge. I mean, this is massive. Genuinely different from the way that the media refused to cover the perspective of voters in general. Single issue voters are never shamed except when it's Muslims. Yeah, the irony is single issue voters are technically probably the most motivated voters, I would say, other than like obviously party loyalists, like diehard party loyalists. It's a massive reason for why people vote a certain way. And if you can't arrive at a single issue, what is this? You had a very powerful moment 3 years ago on Dems and voting. This moment of yours is what actually radicalized me. It's about voting.
Why there is no president who is a king.
Here's the lie. And this is a lie that, and this is an overall pretty good speech from Biden, I'll admit. But here's the lie that everyone tells you. Okay? The ballot is sacred. Okay. If the ballot is sacred, then why aren't you literally doing like 15th century style tribunals as you fucking dump Republicans in the water to see if they float, or otherwise they are literally witches, and you cast them out to die for everything that they have done to make sure that Americans can't vote? If it's so fucking sacred, then defend it like it is. But no, that's the reality. That's the lie that they tell you, because it's not fucking sacred and they don't give a shit. If it was so goddamn sacred, they would have lined up Supreme Court justices and put them under the same level of scrutiny of a church tribunal, okay? When the Supreme Court of the United States dismantled the Voting Rights Act, allowing states to do whatever the fuck they want to make sure that black people can't vote, they should have been tried. Okay? What's up? What the fuck is up? So maybe it's not fucking sacred, because you can't sit here and lie to me about the sanctity of an individual vote cast while the other side literally straight the fuck up denies that very basic right to American citizens and tries to justify it by saying that the integrity of our elections are under threat. You can't, either you're lying about the sanctity of the ballot, or it's sacred and you're doing nothing. And that's it. You can't say that the vote is a sacred process. These institutions are sacred, and then turn around and jerk each other off when half the fucking people sitting next to you inside of those halls, those sacred halls, are literally directly responsible for these fucking hogs penetrating those walls itself. This is on January 7th, 2021. Capitol storming aftermath. You missed that Trump cutout? I gifted it to Maya. I think it was Maya for Alveus, for the Alveus Sanctuary Dam. Did you actually play Rust that day? I did. You have to keep going. It's amazing. These guys didn't fucking come out of nowhere. Like, this guy lives in Arkansas, okay? Richard Beagle Barnett lives in Arkansas, and he has a glass and glazing company, okay? That motherfucking small business tyrant flew from Arkansas to Washington, D.C. to storm the halls of Congress. Where did he get that idea? Huh? Where the fuck did he get that idea? Who told him that this is allowed and justifiable? Those very same fuckers who sit next to you that you do business with every day in those very same halls of Congress. Don't tell me about the fucking sanctity of these institutions. Don't tell me about the sacred halls and the long and complicated history behind them, where Americans could always find, they could always get together and recognize that they're Americans so they can unite under one cause, fucking over black people, giving tax cuts to the wealthy, deregulating industries, or expanding our military budgets in an endless sea of conquest overseas as we destroy the rest of the planet so that the military-industrial complex can generate a tidy profit while we literally fucking throw young men and women into the fire and grind them just so they can maybe have a shot at upward social mobility. They can get free college education and health care. Things that are offered to every single fucking citizen unconditionally in the rest of the comparable OECD nations. Don't talk to me about the fucking sanctity of the halls of Congress when the only time that these fucking pieces of shit unite is literally when it comes to benefiting the interests of the corporations of the wealthy with a little bit of fucking breadcrumbs to you. Congress, so important.
No Congress. That's a House of Lords.
Can you be more angry more often? I'm tired, dude. Hire someone to make a searchable database of your old takes so you can just play clips and give your voice a rest, King. I mean, Little Bear does that specifically. This is what happened just now. But, wow, Hasan, why are you always consistent? Weird how your haters keep saying you're becoming more alt-left. Yeah. I am already angry. Anyway, we'll do a little bit of hogwatch and have fun in a second. Let's hear what Morning Joe has to say
You're
about
looking
the
for and
uncommitted voters.
are some of the concerns we've talked about here, given the war with Israel, a big issue for President Biden?
Yeah, look, I think grief runs in concentric circles, right? And for people who are living in Michigan, who are Arab American, who are Palestinian American, who have actually family members in Gaza, this isn't going to go away very soon. I think there are lots of groups who are disaffected with Joe Biden at the moment who may well come back to vote for Democrats in November. But if you've lost a mother or you've lost a father or if you've lost a grandparent or you've lost a child, it takes a long time. And they're not going to forget what's happening in Gaza very quickly. And I'm hearing it from Arab American friends. I'm hearing hearing it from Palestinian friends, this is deeply personal to them. So you may well see a largest group of uncommitted voters. I don't think those voters are necessarily going to vote for Donald Trump.
Right.
But it could be that they stay home in November. And if, of all of the groups who at the moment are suggesting that they aren't happy with Joe Biden, I think that is the group, and because Michigan is such an important state, that is the group that the White House should be most worried
about. And Adrian, the White House is trying to sort of shift, but they're dealing with an unwieldy partner in Israel, with Netanyahu. Kind of a difficult challenge for President Biden. How is the administration doing in terms of trying to counter some of these very deep resentments and feelings among American voters, Arab American voters?
Well, I think it's important to know that they are taking a two-track process here. As we noted in the previous hour, you've got Jake Sullivan, Tony Blinken, some real seasoned veteran pros who are traveling to the Middle East constantly, doing, behind-the-scenes diplomacy in a very effective way. At the same time, of course, the administration, the campaign is really trying to reach those Arab American voters and trying to have at least a dialogue going on. So I think when we see what happens in Michigan today, it's going to give, number one, the campaign a roadmap to determine, where are the voters? Are we able to get them in our corner? It's also important to know
I feel like an uncontested primary where there is still some level of contention implies that the current administration is doing a horribly bad job of managing any conflict, really. There's no opposition. That's crazy that they're still they're going to look at what the primary voters are saying and doing. It's that's insane. There's no fucking Bernie Sanders. There is no valid second candidate at play. You're basically losing a race to yourself. It's pretty wild that is what is going on currently. Hasan, what would you say to the people that say Biden's current presidential track record in terms of policy, jobs, and economy, I think in terms of metrics, is doing well? There are definitely areas where Biden is, and I say this in all sincerity, more progressive than every other contemporary Democratic Party president, and of course the Republicans as well. This much is true. There has not been a single president that it was actively a president that walked on a fucking picket line. Okay? Now, obviously, that's a low bar to clear, but that's still important. However, metrics, unfortunately, I guess, for the Democratic Party defenders, do not mean anything for the broader majority of voters. And more importantly, you are ruining your own personal legacy by getting caught up in a genocidal campaign as you demonstrate your inability to read the fucking room, one, and you demonstrate your inability to manage that conflict, showcasing to the voters that they are correct in their assumption of your number one insecurity. Your age. You're asleep on the wheel. This is the major problem that people have. That is why a couple months back when the New York Times polled people that the nameless, lifeless, faceless Democrat, whoever that candidate may be, was outperforming Biden by 18 points. That's devastating. That means the people don't necessarily hate the Democratic Party's policies, but they hate the one Democrat that is supposed to be championing those policies. Oftentimes, this distinction is a consistent phenomena. The idea that people don't really like the Democrats that they put into positions of power, but they like the progressive policies that Democrats supposedly champion, right? You see that in ballot initiatives where a ballot initiative that's super progressive will get a lot more of the vote than either of the candidates. In places where Democrats win, ballot initiatives that are progressive will still oftentimes garner more attention and more popularity, not just in Florida, in places I'm saying where Democrats win even. where ballot initiatives will outlap the Democrat itself that is championing it, right? But it's never by 18 fucking points, usually, you know, especially in a blue area. It's not supposed to be by 18 points. So progressive ballot initiatives are more popular than any politician, yes, but the progressive politicians that champion those initiatives are not. But what you have to remember, what you have to understand, what you have to remember is that 18-point differential is massive. So it's obvious to me that people are not looking at the metrics. People are not looking at Biden's performance. People are looking at Biden's age and seeing Biden's performance as a byproduct, I guess, of him having more competent people around him. But in an endless media cycle of Israel bombing Gaza and killing thousands, tens of thousands of Palestinians, you have to recognize that Biden's assessment and the way that he has publicly dealt with and failed to deal with adequately with Israel's genocidal campaign is making people think that he is old, is reminding people, rather, that he is old. Trump leads Biden by 10% on Israel. Think about that. Is that because people think that Donald Trump would be less bloodthirsty, less violent on Israel? No. But at least people think that he would be consistent on it. American voters are dumb. They don't vote on politics. They don't vote on policies. They vote on vibes. They vote along party lines, but they also vote on vibes. That number, to me, shows that the major point of contention that they have with Brandon in this regard on Israel is his inconsistency, what he is saying in public, being like, oh, we gotta stop it, cut it out, Jack, while simultaneously funneling weapons into Israel. This is also frightening. Even though it's a solid blue state, Biden beat Trump by 23%. Now he's only leading in the polls by 12. Yeah, Siena Research poll in New York shows Biden beating Trump by 12 points only. By 12 points. Part of the reason why I assume the Democratic Party sees those numbers and they go, oh, it's because of the migrant crisis. What it actually is a crisis of incompetence, a crisis within the lack of adequately countering Republican reactionary propaganda on immigration, and basically Biden being the worst person for the job. And the more New York and New York politicians, specifically the Democrats, normalize the phenomenon of crime being a genuine problem, and it's like actually happening as a consequence of defunding the police, the more you see polls move in the direction, even in a deep blue safe haven like New York, which is not going to be lost to Trump, by the way. Let's be for fucking real. But still, the reasons as to why the Republican Party even catches up in a place like New York, like with the Lee Zeldin situation, is a direct consequence of taking Republican framing on issues and adopting those stances, normalizing said underlying premise, calcifying it, saying that this is real. It actually, crime is a fucking real problem. And I'm the guy who's going to fund the police, not the Republicans. You don't end up actually winning over voters in that situation. It's the exact opposite. You end up normalizing that position so voters go, okay, well, I'm going to go with the guy who's always been anti-crime and loves the police not you, who now are seemingly recognizing that there's an issue, but you're not even fucking doing anything about it, and you haven't done anything about it. Voters continue to support the U.S. calling for a permanent ceasefire and de-escalation of violence in Gaza. This includes 77% of Democrats, 69% of independents, and 56% of Republicans. Meanwhile, look at this fucking idiotic messaging. Scoop, the Biden administration gave Israel until mid-March to sign a letter that provides assurances that it will abide by international law while using U.S. weapons and allow humanitarian aid to Gaza. Until mid-March to abide by international law is a little odd, no? That's the most you're going to get out of someone like Chris Hayes, by the way. Who I do like. Biden goes off on a GOP Congress at fundraiser tonight. I've been a senator since 72. I've served with real racists. I've served with Strom Thurmond. This is an older take from February 21st. I've served with all these guys that have set terrible records on race, but guess what? These guys are worse. These guys do not believe in basic democratic principles. This is not a good way to talk about this issue. Anyway, here's John Oliver on Israel, Hamas. Damn, that got taken down fast. What the fuck? Or I guess it's like the end of that clip. Furthermore, Biden is consistently underperforming Senate candidates in swing states. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Yeah. So no. It's a short. It's not like the main piece. I think the main piece on Last Week Tonight is on something else. It's the end of the clip. Biden is underperforming his party. In Wisconsin, Trump versus Biden. Trump is +3. Hovde versus Baldwin. Baldwin is at +7. In Arizona, Gallego has 6 points on Kari Lake. In Pennsylvania, where Trump currently has a +2 advantage, Casey versus McCormick has Casey winning by +10. That is an 8-point more than an 8-point differential between the Democrat on the Senate side, or the congressional Democrat versus the actual president at the top of the ticket. That's crazy. Funny way to say Trump is outperforming his party. I guess this guy is a glass half full kind of guy. Three big details here. Biden's camp is freaking out about the uncommitted vote. This is Branko Marcetic, who writes for the Jacobin. It is what motivated his ceasefire announcement yesterday. 3, Biden aides are keeping him in a bubble, which is why he didn't engage with Muslim and Arab leaders there for a while. Biden is outwardly playing it cool. He hasn't been to Michigan since February 1st, but his allies in the state say that behind the scenes there's panic at the White House and inside the Biden re-election campaign. They are freaking out about the uncommitted vote, said a Democrat close to Biden. I know that they're freaking out about the uncommitted vote because they literally even had an anti-Dean Phillips arrangement in the first primary that took place. That was of note. I think wasn't it New Hampshire, where they had like a super PAC basically try to push for as many Biden votes as possible, which was ridiculous to begin with because he wasn't really fucking, he wasn't really up against anybody at all. Biden quietly recorded a couple of radio interviews that aired yesterday to boost Democratic turnout, and he used his trip to 30 Rock to assure the public that a ceasefire, at least a temporary one, is right around the corner. After wrapping the interview with Myers, The two hit a nearby ice cream parlor, and Biden said he hoped for calm by Monday. Nothing in politics is a coincidence. Representative Ro Khanna told us that the election eve timing of Biden's statements. This is happening because the president is hearing that a large part of his coalition wants this war to end. Almost every single committed Democratic Party voter basically wants there to still be a ceasefire. It's crazy. It is being propped up by Brandon's own fucking narcissistic desires, it seems. It took Biden a long time to engage in personal outreach to Muslim and Arab leaders in the state, and that occurred only after lobbying by elected officials, one of whom said Biden's aides were keeping him in a bubble. People in Michigan politics have been ringing the alarm bell, and I'm talking Democratic congresspersons, state legislators. They have been fucking freaking out, not just behind the scenes, but very publicly for some time now. The last time this happened was during the UAW strike. If you recall, smart Michigan politicians kept telling Biden that he was oblivious, that he thought that no strike would happen. And he didn't listen until it was far too late. And then he changed he changed his perspective. Big Gretch is still trying to help him, but she's still like, I don't know, dog. Yeah. Ro Khanna, who offers a liaison between the White House and progressives, visited Michigan and was struck by the intensity of anti-Biden sentiment. There's a deep sense of hurt and loss, pain and grief among the Muslim and Arab American community and the progressive community, Khanna said. Biden basically looked at Biden's people, not Biden himself, basically looked at the calculation that was in front of him and thought, well, all these moderates are coming for me, which is good. Right? They care about democracy and they think that Trump is going to destroy it because he keeps saying he will. Right? And forgot that, like, there are so many former Biden votes that come from every camp that he has left behind. You know? Just all of the young voters that were already reluctant to want to vote for Biden. Just basically telling them, it's fine. You'll be all right. Thinking that people will just simply forget about Israel's ongoing, continued ethnic cleansing campaign happening with America's go-ahead and American weapons by the time November comes around. It is nutty. The New York Times did a daily piece on it, which was crazy. The uncommitted voters. The war in Gaza turned this longtime Michigan Democrat against Biden. She knows the stakes. She loathes Donald Trump. But Terry Wall says she won't back President Biden in November. I sync this so well, it looks like it's the real song.
That I was gay. I have a dream. I was gay.
Who is it saying? Is it Saddam is gay? Oh, he's saying, I have a dream that I was gay. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is literal brain cancer, M-HUD. What the fuck are you doing? Wait, is this the Tesla thing that Israelis did? To like bring the hostages home or something?
I thought that I was gay. Discrimination. Hey, right. I thought that I was gay.
I have a dream that no one will see the top of the hour ad break. which is 3 minutes long at the top of the hour. Shout out to his family.
You are gay.
Dude, this is literally like this is Sissy Hypno, I think. Yeah, why does it go so fucking hard, dude? Not harder than the 3-minute ad break if you're unsubscribed, though, at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. A wild Tim Kaine in the membrane appears. Oh, I saw this earlier. I was going to talk about this. Senator Tim Kaine, the Biden admin, if you're defending the commercial ships of other nations, it is laughable to call that self-defense, referring to U.S. attacks on Yemen. Tim Kaine in the membrane, Tim Kaine in the motherfucking brain. HasanAbi had Tim Kaine coming in with a HasanAbi take. I wonder if they will call him a terrorist. I wonder. Perhaps he's too white to be considered a terrorist, but what do I know?
I have grave skepticism about what we are doing right now. I have grave skepticism about the legal authorities. I have grave skepticism about the absence of true shared responsibility with nations whose ships are being attacked by the Houthis. Why should the U.S. and the U.K. be shouldering the burden of protecting other nations' ships? And I have serious skepticism about the effectiveness of this operation in terms of de-escalating either the attacks in the Red Sea. To begin with, on legal authority, I think we've all conceded that there is no congressional authorization for these hostilities. The hostilities definition under the War Powers Resolution has clearly been met when we're talking about 200 attacks on Houthis. We're losing troops. They're losing civilian casualties and others. This is hostilities. There's no congressional authorization for them. To claim that this is covered by Article 2 self-defense, Article 2 self-defense means you can defend U.S. personnel, you can defend U.S. military assets, you probably can defend U.S. commercial ships. But the defense of other nations' commercial ships in no way, and it's not even close, that's not self-defense under Article 2 of the Constitution. And a president can't make it self-defense by calling another nation a partner. If you're defending the commercial ships of other nations, it is, in my view, laughable to call that self-defense. And so a narrow mission to defend U.S. shipping, both military and commercial, that is Article 2 self-defense. But broader efforts to defend commercial ships of other nations, while it might be strategically a good idea, there's no constitutional authorization that would allow a president to do that unilateral. And
dude, what the fuck is going on with this tanky dude? Tanky, pro-Houthi, pro-terrorist. He's probably an Islamist fundamentalist who wants to, like, do bad things to gay people, I assume.
And second, taking offensive actions and striking targets within Yemen to degrade Yemeni capacity, Houthi capacity. While, again, it might be strategically a smart thing to do, that's not self-defense under Article 2. And so I basically view this at the first level as a set of actions that might.
Oh my God, Tim Houthi Kaine in the membrane.
Have a strategic value, although we've yet to see a strategy. Senator Young.
My man looking real Hamas right now. You're just bad at working things? What? Rearrange his name. It makes I'm tanky. Tim Kaine, I'm tanky. Oh my God, it's an anagram. It sounds like Tim's only position is America bad. Yeah, it does. It does. You hate to see it, folks. You hate to see it. These guys, they only do this kind of thing. Israel's ready to pause its war in Gaza during Ramadan. We already covered all that. All right, let's move on to, here is Jynxzi and KCO talking about streaming and the trials and tribulations of streaming.
Job is secure, but no job is like really that secure. Nope. You could always lose your job. Yep. And like the other thing is like, I want to be like rewarded for like what I'm like doing. So like if I have a stream that does really well, I want to see like kickback on that in like terms of growth, right? Because like if I'm working a job and I get this salary and I'm clearing the same check every month, I'm going to lose passion so fast.
Oh, easily. Especially like, dude, oh my goodness.
For those of you who don't know, these are the two biggest streamers on the planet right now. They came basically out of nowhere, blew the fuck up, and popped off, and they're killing it. Keizo and also Jynxzi. Keizo does a lot more variety. Jynxzi, on the other hand, is a Rainbow Six Siege streamer originally, and it's biggest dude. Be nice to Keizo. Okay, Jesus Christ. But yeah, it is. I have a lot of respect for both of them. I think that they did it. They did the damn thing. People have been talking about TikTok conversions for quite some time. They were the ones who actually were able to make it happen, and they're blowing up. The fact that this dude though, like especially Jynxzi, like he played fucking Rainbow Six Siege, a game that not many people stream regularly, right? And did that over and over and over again until it like blew the fuck up. Is pretty chill. It's like Tyler 1, I would say, as far as Jynxzi's meteoric success goes. He's a grinder in the same vein as Tyler 1.
Cut like some grass, for example. You know what I mean? I'd go cut grass for like 2 hours in like 100-degree heat. Weed eating ditches and all that, mowing, and they'd hand me $40. Yeah. And that was like, this is good money. But you know, it's like you said, you get burnt out. It's like, dude, I'm literally over here like just puffing and sweating, like about to die out here. Like on the verge of a heat stroke for $40. You know, and it can get old. And even with a real job, you do all your best. Your coworkers are still messing with you. You know what I mean? You're still getting the same money. It's like you feel really unappreciated at a lot of jobs.
Yeah, and it makes you think like, because like I always want to be like really grateful, but it makes me think like someone today woke up and worked like the most grueling job ever.
Yes, they did.
For like just enough to put food on the table. And then it's like, it's weird because I'm just starting a stream. And then it's like, you know what I mean? It's really trippy.
Yeah. And again, it's like, you know, it makes you wish everybody could like do something that they love to do every day. You know what I mean? Because there's so many people, like my dad.
Bro, I fucking love this conversation, by the way. No, it's phenomenal, dude. They're 100% on the money. They're so right. They're literally describing how alienation fucking works. It's a fundamental plank of my commentary that the notion that like my major freedom comes from the fact that I have autonomy and I can feel fucking human. And they're just saying it. They're saying it in a way that is like infinitely more accessible to the layman. It's awesome.
For example, like, dude, this whole life, you know.
Same with my dad.
Yeah, just working. He's had multiple back surgeries, multiple wrist surgeries, multiple foot surgeries, all from just working his whole life. You know what I mean? And it can break you down, bro. It really can. That's why, like you said, never take it for granted. You know what I mean?
Never take it for granted.
Absolutely
and like,
not.
That's why, like, we were already talking about it earlier, but like, I feel so bad when I miss a stream because it's like, bro, dude, my job is so easy.
It eats me alive.
Yeah.
Like at first, I'll put the message out, be like, you know, no stream tonight,
and then you just got to see all that. Like,
you see, it's like, dude, I let so many people down.
Yeah.
It's not like you're calling into work and it's just making your boss kind of mad. It's like when you take a night off, you legitimately like ruined a lot of people's nights. You know.
Yeah, I mean, because it's like
no. These guys are not. This is way before I talked about like streaming in general. This is 9 days prior.
Like, I don't know, like, because like you were saying with your dad, like he's worked his whole life. My dad has worked his whole life too. So it's like I'm 22 my only job is to go to my PC and click
still
start
be
stream.
taking a night off.
And I'm still taking a night off. And it's like, bro.
Yeah, it's like I'll be feeling terrible about myself. It's like be like 11 o'clock, like I should have been live right now.
Yeah. And it's not because I want to, I need to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, bro, because like you're literally like, the reason why I like the podcast so much, and this is literally ground zero, but it's like, I'm not like, I don't have to be like on my like high energy, right? Like I can just chill and just talk. It's like with.
Yeah, I'm also getting very tired of hearing how fortunate all these people are, honestly. I don't know why you're getting mad at this. He's literally, this is my take. Like, I mean, they are in agreement with the exact same fucking take, which is that like, we are profoundly fucking fortunate people who recognize our privilege, and yet it still sometimes gets fucking tiring and cumbersome in a very different way.
Streaming, it's like you are literally putting on a show from this hour to this hour every night.
Yeah, and you know, you got to take a break sometime, you know, just to reset and make sure you don't, because you don't want to burn out on nobody. You know what I mean? You don't want to spark up a stream when you're not feeling good and not put out like good content. You know, that's the last thing you do.
Yeah, the last thing I want to do is do a stream where I'm sick. Or I'm tired.
Yeah,
and it's like, I mean, what are we even watching?
Exactly.
Here? Yeah. But like, yeah, because so obviously, I mean, you love streaming, right? I mean, So like, could you see yourself streaming in like 10 years realistically?
10?
10.
Ooh.
It's hard to think, right? Like,
that is like 10 years is a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I if it was up to me, yes. You know what I mean? But obviously, you know, stuff happens, especially in 10 years. But there's plenty of streamers that have been doing it for 10 plus years.
Yeah, like Doc, Tim, all the OGs.
Summit, all them, you know, been doing it forever. Tyler One, all them, you know. But hopefully, What about you? You think?
Yeah, no, I mean, hopefully I am streaming in like 10 years.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's like with streaming, it's so, not that it's like demanding like physically, but like sometimes it is draining like mentally of like, bro, you know what I mean? Like I got to like put on another like really good stream every night, right?
Yeah, I figure on like year 10, you'd be like taking it a lot more easy.
Yeah,
like,
I feel like year 10, I'd be streaming twice a week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But still enough, you know what I mean? But you're still keeping the passion for it, you know?
No, because I mean, that's all I ever wanted to do.
Same, that's literally it. It was either this, that's it.
Or just working and
Working, yep.
No, I mean like, because you said
90% of the manufactured drama online is caused by whether or not people like you. That's it. That's it. Like, that's it. And they're right. They're correct. What they're saying is correct. And that's why I get so mad. I don't get mad at the people that see the Twitter clip out of context and get fucking mad at me. Because, like, they're doing shit fucking jobs that they hate. And they're like, fuck this privileged asshole. How dare he fucking say that streaming is more difficult than a real job? I don't think that. Even the fact that I called it a real job implies that streaming is not a fucking real job. Like, I differentiate it. So I totally understand, and I think it's valid for a person in a really awful. A Ludbud named Bondi made a vid compiling streaming data, and you and Jynxzi were 2 to 3 people who streamed more than 345 days in 2023. In terms of days work, you work way more than average 9-to-5 workers. It doesn't matter. Like, our work is not real work, and it's also I choose how to do it. They said the same thing, but they worded it better. They never made the comparisons. Yes, they did. They're literally making the comparison right now. They're talking about how streaming also has its fucking downsides. Like, that's what they're talking about. They started off by talking about how fucking awful real work is. Something that I've talked about quite a bit. Now, the point is, and the reason why I'm mentioning this is because it's correct. That's why I get so fucking mad at like YouTubers who are like, oh, I am also going to voluntarily lean into this like obviously clipped out of context take against the dude, myself, who has done a shit ton of real world impact in the field of labor organizing, unionization, and whatnot. Obviously I'm pro destroying all of the structures that make it so that work is awful, and someone who clearly recognizes their own privilege on a daily fucking basis. But ultimately, it doesn't matter, because a lot of this stuff is just purely motivated by whether you like the person saying it or not. That's it. I wouldn't be an organizer if it weren't for you in this community. Fuck what anyone says. That's why I do it. That's also the reason why. That's also the reason why I don't stop and do it nonstop. Do you understand? I have enough. If I were to be like, you know what? Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. I'm done. I'm sick and tired of it. I could just fucking stop and make my money work, which is what many people do. And no one even questions the ethics of such things. That is what the expectation is. Well, the reason why I do what I do is because, one, I love what I do. I'm profoundly fortunate and I recognize it every fucking day, literally all the time. Well, there's the other reason. The other reason why I don't fucking... Well, the other reason why I don't stop is because of people like this, because they really want me to. But the major reason is because I want to have a space for people that are questioning the way things work. And I feel like I have cultivated a relatively sizable community of like-minded individuals, or people who are at least curious about the conditions that we experience, the conditions that we live under. And I want to make sure that people recognize that the real villains are not necessarily other people. They're not Mexicans. They're not immigrants. They're not trans people. It is the structure itself that is fundamentally broken. So I get the resentment that a lot of people have. I still think it's misguided, but I understand where it comes from. That's it. I personally think that deep down inside, no matter what, and I'm being very honest here, maybe people will laugh at that, but I think that what I do matters a little bit to some people. And it's not just being able to fundraise on a whim for issues that this community cares about. It's the fact that I'm only one person, but this community has a lot of people that have went on to become labor organizers, went on to unionize their workplaces, went on to become community organizers, went on to actually get elected in local office. That's it. It's ironic because I also have a lot of fucking like actual working people in this audience. I'm a union steward because of you. See, this is what I mean. Like, I love stories like this. Anyway. You were a big inspiration for me to run and win for a city council seat 4 years ago. So yeah, that's why I do what I do. And that's why I will continue doing what I do, regardless. Obviously, I am phenomenally privileged, insanely lucky. It is something that I recognize every single fucking day. I hope that these guys don't actually change their perspective as they get more and more successful, because the further you move away from like the trials and tribulations of a normal existence, the more out of touch you do become. As streamers, we all go through that cycle. And it's very, very hard to maintain your grounding. Anyway, I am happy, though, that these guys have experienced meteoric success, especially because they seem very reasonable and very grounded.
You worked maintenance and you worked at like a rice mill or something?
Yeah, worked at a rice mill for 3.5 years and worked at a water department. Literally,
what was your least favorite job ever?
Rice mill. It literally had me morbidly depressed. It was to the point where I would clock out of work on Friday, be off on a weekend, and literally still be as depressed as if I had to go to work tomorrow. It was to the point I couldn't even enjoy my weekends anymore. It was that bad. I'm at the same rice mill every day. And I don't want to sit here and, be the one to complain about having a job. You know what I mean? Because at least I had a job, But it drains you, man.
Yeah.
It does, And I worked at a water department. And it's not just water. Somebody's sewer tank, you'd have to break the lid off the sewer tank and literally reach your arm down.
We're talking like dookies?
Straight dookie action. Straight.
Yeah, I think the major difference here is that in that clip of a moment, I wasn't talking about how fucking gruesome other jobs are in general, which I always expect is a given that people know my position on. But if you don't know, then yeah, you're going to be like, this guy, fucking asshole, thinks streamers have it worse than people working in the real world.
Dookie action, bro, on everything I love. You got tissues in there. Get like hepatitis. You see like a needle or something in there. We would literally be at work diving in like sewer tanks, bro. People just took a dump and it's right there floating. I'm grabbing it, bro.
Bro, and that's like taxing like on your physical health, bro. Like the amount of diseases you can pick up.
I was legitimately afraid to get like hepatitis.
Yeah.
It's like, we got to climb down in this sewer hole today. I was like, bro, I don't want to go down. I'm going to die.
Bro, I don't think I could work a job. Like, I don't think I could mentally handle, like, I could work a job. That, I couldn't do that.
Oh, that's why I quit.
could work at like, because my original goal was I tried to get hired at Publix. I got like declined. So I was like, I could work that, not that. Like,
What's
I couldn't.
Publix?
Oh my God, yeah. Publix is like the biggest grocery store like in Florida.
We saw a truck that said Publix on. I was like, what is that?
So it's like
Publix is the best.
It's basically just a grocery store, but that was like the first. What is like your go-to grocery store?
Go-to grocery store is I go to Walmart. No, Sam's is goated.
Sam's is goated.
Yes, Sam's is goated. Yeah, I love Sam's, dude. You can go in there and get anything.
Yeah. No, but I literally was like, I wanted to work at Publix, and thank God that I got like declined, because I feel like if I worked there, I wouldn't have as much time to stream. That was when I was still streaming to like 2 viewers, right? So like I was just looking for like anything to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean it lined up for a reason.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So it's a good thing.
Public subs are pretty good, but Wawa's still better.
You did get declined, which at the time it probably wasn't, but
yeah,
I guess in the long run, obviously it was.
Did you like when you were in school? Did you miss like a lot of days? Yeah. I missed so much school, bro. I would like just, especially senior year, I was never there.
I worked at Publix from 14 to 17. Sucks the owners are January 6 funders and psychos, though. That's not surprising. That makes a lot of sense. Seem like a chicken strip sandwich kind of guy? Oh, fuck yeah, I am. These motherfuckers are more in touch with the common person than me, dog. I'm genuinely surprised. Yes, because people only fucking see the high notes of streaming. These guys, a year ago, where I don't know how what their numbers looked like a year ago, but like 2 years ago, these guys were literally doing the things that they're talking about right now. That's why they're super in touch. Because their meteoric rise to fame in the most explosive ways came relatively recently and relatively fast. Or at least it seems like that to us, that because we're looking at it from the outside. You know what I mean? But that's what it is. Like, Jynxzi streamed to 10 people for 2 years. Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, you're... Hasan, why do you say you're out of touch? Well, I'm out of touch because of my financial circumstances. But I do think that one thing that keeps me a little bit more grounded is the constant communication I have with people that are in dire circumstances, as opposed to like only having streamer friends and only playing video games. You know what I mean? This isn't to say that I'm not.
He said very specific.
But I'm not doing anything that's different. Why did you say you're cooked? I'm not doing anything different than what I would be doing, or what I was doing, really. This is the Tucker Lex shit. How big was your trust fund? Dude, so big. Hashtag cancel socialist trust fund, baby. So big, dude. So big, I don't even know how big it is because I've never seen it. But one day, people are saying that I have one. Maybe one day I'll find out. Jynxzi said he loves capitalism because it breeds innovation on the next step with Charlie. Yes, dude. He's also, 1, 22 years old, and 2, that is the most normal position to have. Can't believe he doesn't have he's not a rugged Marxist Leninist. That's really fucked up, man. It's really fucked up, big dog. What's happening there? Not an ML? Wow. Guess it's cancellation time, sweetie pie. Okay. Let's watch. Walter Masterson's done it again. He's done it again. No, but that unironically. Okay, guys, be normal, as I always say. Be fucking normal. Jesus Christ. Walter Masterson's out there doing the damn thing, talking to MAGA voters. Here is Hogwatch once again.
I think my daughter should be learning what consent is.
No, that's ridiculous.
Does anyone care about the migrant crisis in this country? Has anyone personally been affected by it?
How has it affected you personally?
Nothing. It hasn't.
So what's happened to you?
Well, nothing personally.
If Democrats do somehow steal this election again, there will be a civil war.
So you would support like health care for all?
I guess I would, yeah.
Taylor Swift is a psyop.
Yes.
That's right, baby.
Save this country back, everyone.
Okay, there you go. There's the Walter who knows how to say words.
Yeah, we're taking this country back.
Michigan, baby.
Michigan. It could be colder.
Donald Trump said it himself when he quoted 2 Chronicles 7:14, which is one of my favorite verses out of the Bible. It says that if my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves.
Being humble really is important.
It's number one. The Bible says he doesn't humble you. The Bible asks you. God says, ask us to humble ourselves, and his ability to actually have happen.
Donald Trump, famously humble guy. When I think of words to describe the former president of the United States of America, humble is the one that comes to mind immediately, I think. That is precisely the one I think of. Humble. And also, the second word that comes to mind is how not self-interested he is, how selfless he is. Bro, regular old Joe.
No, that's not. Is that him? We'll know because we'll know if it's his plane because it says Donald Trump on it. Yeah.
Which is very humble.
I'm sorry. Wait, we were talking about humility. Yes. Oh, so yeah, humility. So the Bible calls us to actually humble ourselves. You don't need to be teaching children about consent.
I think these teachers are predators.
Yeah.
These teachers are predators for teaching
ABCs. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're teaching my daughter about consent.
Consent.
Yeah.
About there's like the consent about.
What is consent?
Without your parents knowing what the teachers are doing, is it a sexual term? Yeah. I didn't know.
So you know what consent is?
No.
Oh, okay. So consent is like like if someone is gonna
putting a banana in a vagina.
Yeah, and that but you have to consent to that.
Yeah. Say like yes, that's okay.
Yes, that's okay, or no, that's not okay. And if you don't give consent, then it's like rape or something.
Right.
My daughter, they're teaching her.
Bro. They're so fucking dumb, dude. It's just like they're so stupid. I don't know what to say about this other than like, God, I miss Trump supporters so much. They used to come into the chat all the time.
About consent.
Have you heard of this? How old is your daughter?
That's a great question. You know what? How old should she be? How old do you? What
18.
age? So 18, then she can learn about consent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Until then,
thank you.
Anyone should get their ass beat.
Technically,
I
believe that technically the age of consent in Michigan is 16.
No, she shouldn't be
but
learning
still.
what is consent.
Well, right. How old is she though?
Yo, that's sus. That's sus. Bro, what the fuck? Bro. Photographic memory when it comes to age of consent in each individual state is wild, okay?
Like 13 and
13. No.
That's too young to be teaching someone a child like about consent. What is consent,
Well, they want to mutilate our children too,
Yeah.
Teach them that they should transition. That's the solution to whatever issues they may or may not have, and they do permanent damage to our kids, and that's a shame.
It's Luciferian. That's what it is. It's called manufactured consent. It's a seduction routine.
Wait, what?
The worst. It's very Luciferian, and it's very hard for a lot of people to wrap their minds around it because most people in the world.
It's called the People's History of the United States, right? I'm talking about the real history, the people's history, not the history of teaching our schools. That's why I'm a QAnon conspiracy theorist, MAGA Trump supporter. Because of Howard Zinn and what's that other guy's name? Noah Chomsky? Manufactured consent. Is this one of those MAGA communists? No, I'm just kidding. Of course not. She doesn't know what the fuck she's saying.
Do not grasp the concept how evil a lot of people are that get into positions to be able to say that it's okay to show pornography to children.
What did you say the age of consent was in Michigan?
I think the age of consent is 16 in the state of Michigan. It's different from federal law.
We're talking to young voters and stuff about the woke indoctrination. Are you in school?
Yeah.
What's it like with all this woke indoctrination stuff?
It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's just terrible.
What does it look like?
It's bad. It looks bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like specifically, like what is it? Like what are they doing to you?
It's just terrible stuff,
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah, we're just looking for like an example of like what's going on in your school. Like what are they doing to you?
Terrible stuff.
Yeah.
Somehow, as
what
MAGA
the fuck are they
Republicans,
doing,
we're
bro?
kicking cow poop off our boots, using the N-word and anti-LGBTQ+, and that's ridiculous. Stay away from our kids till they're 13 years old. The bottom line is, let's teach anatomy, right? And let's let people make their own decisions about what they want to do with their lives.
I had to deal with that with my daughter's thing. So she does child beauty pageants. Recently, in the swimsuit competition things, someone came in. This girl was wearing a rainbow bikini, and it totally distracted everyone. Distracted my daughter. She nearly fell off the pole, and ruined everything.
It's ridiculous. It's essentially, it's grooming is what it is. It's absolutely ridiculous. We've got to get back on the tracks. We need common sense back.
In my daughter's school, they're teaching consent, and I don't think my daughter should be learning what consent is.
No, that's ridiculous. That's
it's
not
like-
something for the schools. Let's stick with math, reading, writing,
Yeah, whatever
science,
happened to science and
yes,
math. They're teaching my
technology,
daughter what
yes.
is consent. You
It's
know,
ridiculous.
yeah. My daughter, they're teaching her consent. And
Yeah, I'm angry. You're right, brother. Don't teach these children what consent is. After all, that is a big part of why a lot of conservatives don't like sex ed, you know?
I was like, this is ridiculous.
Just think about that.
You shouldn't, stick to science, stick to math. You don't need to teach my daughter about consent.
No, school's about just learning the basic shit, you're right.
My daughter right now, they're teaching her consent.
Yeah.
Which is like ridiculous. It's like, girls shouldn't be learning about consent.
Yeah, like non-binary and stuff, it's terrible.
What's the biggest issue for you right now as a voter?
I believe immigration is a huge problem right now.
What's one of the biggest issues for you right now as a voter?
Border security. The border.
The border, definitely.
What's your biggest concern as a voter?
Probably the border. I would have to say probably the illegal immigration.
What's the biggest issue right now that you want to see solved?
Closing the border.
What's one of the biggest issues you care about as a voter?
Build the wall. Build the wall.
Build the
Build the
wall.
wall. That's the most important thing.
The migrant crisis, how has it affected you personally?
It hasn't.
Personally, I don't think I've been personally affected yet.
Wait, why not?
Yet.
Well, there's no services being used in the small town that I'm used. They haven't overwhelmed my little small town. They haven't affected my work yet or anything like that. However, it's affected me thinking that it's possible there could be terrorists coming through there.
Dude, it's so funny. It's like my imagined fears need to be addressed. It's like 90% of American politics. Half the country, unironically, is like being fed a healthy dose of paranoid delusion from mainstream media, and they just like consistently get hopped up on said paranoid delusions, create these fucking fantasy scenarios in their minds, and then we have to sit there and act like they're being normal. They sit around and make up new things to be afraid of. It's crazy. It's like a child's brain. It's like, oh, well, I went to sleep and I imagined a scary dream and now I'm scared. Except now that's like dictating policy. Great. Okay. That's cool. The Democratic Party should basically lean into that and try to win some of these voters, maybe.
We're looking for people that had, a personal story about how they're affected by the southern border and the border crisis. Does anyone here have a story?
No.
What's the number one issue you have as a voter?
Letting people on the border, on immigrants.
Have you been personally affected by the migrant crisis?
Not so far. I haven't seen anything.
Does anyone have a personal story of how they were affected by the migrant crisis?
Does anyone care about the migrant crisis in this country? Has anyone personally been affected by it?
We all are personally affected by it.
Oh, good. Do you have a good story about it? We're trying to get one person to tell us their personal.
I don't have a direct story, but gotta find someone with a direct story.
I know, that's what we're trying to do. That's why we're calling out, bothering people. But someone's gonna have one. It's so important, like to all of us. It's my number one issue.
What are you looking for?
We're looking for someone with a personal story about the migrant crisis or the border.
Not have a personal story.
Yeah, because everyone cares about it, right? It's like our number one issue. Yeah. Does anyone have a personal story about the migrant crisis? Anyone?
That was so funny.
If we can't find a single person with a personal.
She's so personally deflated when she's like, yeah, sorry, I don't have a migrant story where an immigrant raped me. One day, though, maybe I can come back to you, give you something personally, maybe they stole my gerb or they stole my catalytic converter or something, I am very scared, though. One of them literally says, I wish it did. Yeah, I wish I did. I saw that.
Hey, I'll tell you something. I'm from Canada. It took me a half hour to cross the
What up?
border legally, okay? And meanwhile,
Wait, hang on. Do you guys know this guy?
No.
Dude, I love the fit you have on. Your work fit is fucking hilarious. Marat comes in with a tucked in polo tee every day. Oh, he found one.
Oh, no. And Canada, it took me a half hour to cross the border legally, okay? And meanwhile,
Wait, hang on. Do you guys know this guy?
No.
No.
I can show you my driver's license.
Okay, I mean, we should vet him. Coming across our border, stealing our jobs, going to our rallies.
There's my health card from Canada.
Oh yeah, what's that like, by the way?
What's that?
What's that health?
What? No! Bro! Are you be for fucking real? Bro! He said it took him 30 minutes to get over the border. Dude, why does this always happen, bro? Why does this always happen? Canada is not sending their best, dog. Straight up, dude. Oh my God. Canada is always sending their fucking worst, brother. "30 minutes of demoralizing travel with your worldly positions and paying your entire life savings." I can't believe he's upset about crossing the border in 30 minutes. Like, bitch, have you flown into LAX? The fuck do you mean 30 minutes? Am I crazy? I feel like I'm an American citizen. I come back into the United States of America. That shit is not taking 30 minutes, dog. I'm talking like from the moment that the plane touches the ground to like getting out of LAX. That's like a 2 to 3 hour process sometimes on international travel. I was in Japan. I met 3 Canadian software engineers that work in Seattle who told me they would vote for Trump because of the border crisis.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Coming across legally takes you forever. They grill you.
Wait, they grill you? Like it's really intense?
Yeah. They grill you. Want to know what you know? Open the trunk, open the windows. Let's see what's in the car.
Sounds like they're doing it right by.
He's using it as a comparison, saying, why don't they come over legally? No, dude. He's saying legal immigration takes a really long time. Okay? And that's partially because of these illegal immigrants that are ruining it for the rest of us. I don't think you understand the level of mania that he's operating on. He's literally saying a 30-minute border crossing is only that long and annoying for him because of all the people that are fucking crossing the border illegally. That's what he thinks. Which is hilarious because, yes, the length of the legal asylum seeker process is unironically causing illegal immigration into the country. Now, what I find particularly strange about this is that he doesn't recognize that, and he thinks that the 30 minutes of inconvenience that he has is far worse than the 13-year-long process it takes for some people to legally come into the country. This tweet for me shows how fucking silly the border crisis is. Biden banned travel from South Africa because of a new COVID variant. Immigrants have recently been apprehended crossing our border illegally from South Africa. Biden is doing nothing to stop immigrants from South Africa entering illegally. Pure politics and hypocrisy. Yeah. What do you mean? There's a massive influx, dude.
By that border.
Oh, they're doing it right. But my point is, I'm just a middle-class Canadian, and they're giving me crap. And meanwhile, anyone can come across the southern border.
Well,
yeah, dude, you just said you're not letting him explain his position. I got it right.
Next time you should fly to Tijuana and then drive back up.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't personally been affected, but I don't like the fact that the drugs are affecting millions.
Personal? Anyone? No? No one? You have one? You have a personal story about the border?
I don't have a personal story about the border, but I was really pissed off that one judge, Carney Barrett, when she struck down the border thing in Texas because it was so important that we need.
We're trying to get personal stories about the migrant crisis.
Anyone have a good one?
the migrant crisis. Is anyone? So you've been Oh, you're okay.
Does anyone have a good personal story about the migrant crisis? We're trying to get one for our podcast. Like something that happened to them or maybe someone they know. Just happened to you or happened to a friend? No?
We want to see if anyone's had a personal story where the migrant crisis affected them. So
I wish I did.
I wish you did too. Has anyone here been personally affected?
I wish I did. Yo! I wish I did, brother. Them sexy ass salsa dancers, I wish they would put me down. You know what I'm saying? I dream about a future where that happens to me. I want to be victimized. Ooh. It's so sick. It's so fucking dope. Yeah. I wish something would happen to me so I can substantiate my irrational fears is hilarious because that also basically gives the game away twofold. You know that it's an irrational fear when you want to substantiate it. You know it's fake, and you're still believing in it. And the falsehood being real is more important to you than the potential consequence of like being harmed by an undocumented migrant down the line.
Affected by the migrant crisis? Anyone?
How many of you care about a strong southern border? Huh?
Me.
Yeah.
Strong southern
Yeah.
border.
So do you have a thing about? Do you have a story about how the migrant crisis has personally affected you?
Well, I am from New York State, so I get a lot of stories, and I see a lot of stories that's going on with New York State.
So what's happened to you?
Well, nothing personally.
Your family, do they have a personal story?
Yeah, they're trashing hotels. They're trashing motels.
Your family owns these hotels?
No, they don't own any hotels.
So wait, okay, yeah, you're trying to find like someone. We want someone to say like, all right, this is like our hotel and it was trashed and everything, because they're trying to get like.
Otherwise, it's just like he said, she said.
Yeah.
I don't have any personal.
And this is the number one issue you have.
I love this because, dude, he's literally describing. No, he's describing what he saw on television, dog. That's it. No, he's describing what he saw on TV. We watched those news articles ourselves. We watched those news reports. They're fucking playing that shit on Fox News on repeat, nonstop. Guys, you're also talking about a group of individuals that have never fucking stepped foot inside of a city and are genuinely terrified of it because they personally think that, like, they think that cities are crime-ridden shitholes, and like they'll immediately get like the knockout game done to them. Okay? So their entire framework and their entire fears come from the TV. That's it. And they're so passionate and they're so outraged by what the TV man is telling him.
As a voter.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, number one issue.
We'll have like a personal story about how they were affected.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
Thank you.
What is your number one issue?
Pardon?
The number one issue you have as a voter.
I don't want it. I want the wall.
The illegals that are everywhere.
Yeah, I have my.
I do have respect for Walter not doing the fucking like, oh, well, Biden is pushing for the wall, even though I guess in the situation it would still fit. You know what I mean? To like, just to see their reaction. But I live in Michigan and I do support a strong southern border with Ohio though. Hell yeah, brother. That's what I'm talking about.
My family has a property near the border, and these illegals cross through the property, and I defend myself against them. I shoot at them. And I'm worried if Biden gets reelected, that I'm going to get prosecuted for hitting some of them.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's why he can't.
That's why he can't get elected.
That's right.
Yeah, I have property by the border. It's a family property. and illegals or migrants come over the property and we shoot at them. And I'm worried that if Biden gets reelected, I'm going to get.
I think one of the craziest parts about what Walter's doing here is that, yeah, he is lying, except he's actually not lying. He's not shooting at the fucking migrants, but there is a guy in California who did do that. He's describing a real story that we watched on 60 fucking minutes. It's not him, but he is basically describing a real person.
Get prosecuted or something for shooting at them.
For something you know what you have every right to defend.
And I'm worried that if Biden gets reelected, I'm going to get prosecuted for the people that I hit.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it's
sure
just
you
terrible.
will.
I mean, I think I hit someone last week, and I am just,
Do you think you did, really?
it's just like, and like, but like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
Take up arms, protect what's yours.
Migrants cross the border.
Not just that guy, there are multiple vigilante gangs doing this shit.
And they go through my property, and I defend myself. And I'm worried that if Biden gets reelected, I'm gonna, get prosecuted for, shooting at these people.
So it's ridiculous. I mean, we don't really have any issue with migrants. It's illegal immigration, which is what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
And we have absolutely got to stop it. We've got to lock the borders.
I call them
down.
migrants. You call them illegal.
Well, I mean,
Really worried me. I was like, I hope Biden doesn't get reelected because I think I hit someone as they came over the border. It's been a mess.
I'll tell you this. If Democrats do somehow steal this election again, there will be a civil war. Yeah, it's not going to go over good.
I don't know if you heard about it. In our county, we had a homeless shelter that was being.
The other conservative he's talking to with the zip, with the like the half zip or whatever, the quarter zip. He's running for office. That's why he's like a little bit smarter.
Used to house migrants, and we got it shut down.
Good for you.
Thank you.
For
Yeah,
you. Great
we
job.
got them all. We had the building condemned, and then they started, camping out in tents outside. So we had the police, evacuate them and push them out of the county completely.
Good for you.
Yeah.
It needs to be done. That.
Yeah.
Listen, we have homeless veterans. We have children that are starving.
We had a building inspector come.
Yeah, these people are disgusting because like they're also the first to be like, they're also the first to like advocate to assassinate the homeless veterans by way of the police. You know what I mean? They don't give a shit. Nobody gives a fuck. First of all, no one gives a fuck about veterans. Let's be for fucking real. Okay. 22 a day. Just remember, 22 a day. Secondly, they especially don't give a shit about homeless veterans because they literally fucking are advocating against them all the time. The only time a conservative ever cares about any of these issues, whether it be mental health or homeless veterans or anything like that, 22 a day is the number of veterans that kill themselves every single fucking day in this country. Okay? They don't care about non-homeless veterans. They don't care about homeless veterans. They don't care about veterans at all. My point was, they especially don't give a fuck about homeless veterans. They only care about them as long as they can use it as a talking point against something else. That's it. That's literally it. Republicans never bring up issues like real issues that are solvable by legislation that deserve to be solved until they can use it against some other fucking reason. Until they can use it against some other issue that they refuse to solve. Oh, gun control? How about mental health? It's like, okay, do something about mental health. No, fuck you. Immigration? How about homeless veterans? Okay, let's give them homes. Oh, that'd be communism. So why'd you bring it up? Suck my dick, man.
And they condemned the building, evacuated everyone.
Get rid of the migrants?
Yeah.
Well, good.
Yeah.
They my heart goes out to migrants. It really does. I mean, I'm sorry for their situation, but they can't come over here.
Has there always been a conservative movement like MAGA before Trump? They seem outrightly racist and hateful and insane. Yes. This is what the conservative movement always has been. I ask because I started paying attention to politics since 2019. Yes. This is what the conservative movement has always been. The main difference, I guess, with Trump was that Trump was the first time a person in elected office openly spoke exactly like the dudes on the ground that vote consistently and reliably for the Republican Party. That's the major difference. That's why they always say he's so truthful, because he is a dishonest piece of shit that is honest about his dishonesty. Do you understand? He's honestly dishonest. This is something that I have personally experienced in the many years that I've, duked it out, debated people in the marketplace of ideas, and have advocated for socialism in the United States of America. One thing that I came to recognize is that the American audiences and Americans in general, American capitalists, regardless of their class position, look at the corporate structure as inherently undemocratic, but expect it to be. Like, they look at corporations, and if you tell them, like, well, it's not, it's authoritarian, it's a fucking fascist design, like, that's how corporations work, they're like, yeah, it's fine, like, that's what it's supposed to be like. They have way more tolerance for a brutal authoritarian dictatorship when it's a corporation. Yeah, the honest dishonesty is a big reason why my family's voting for him. Yep. Like, they have no framework of analyzing that from the perspective of, like, could this be a democracy? Could there be more democracy here? Could we run this in a better way? Nope.
I love this poncho. Where'd you get it?
Actually, I got it at the fair. Yep, Hillsdale Fair.
And then they started camping outside, the migrants, so we had the police, get them out of the county and push them over and stuff. It's just, ridiculous.
I mean, we have homeless veterans sleeping on the streets. We shouldn't have homeless veterans on the streets over migrants.
And then we had the police kick them out and, push them out of the county because they were intense outside the county, outside the building once it was condemned.
Don't let American citizens do that. They shouldn't let illegals do that. They're trying to make it a one-vote state.
Please ask, should we let Americans do that? Because that'd be real sick. I know what he's doing here, obviously, but I really want to hear them openly be like, well, actually, they shouldn't let Americans do that either. You know what I mean?
Our country, and it's like, no.
Yeah, one person, one vote. So the homeless shelter's completely closed down in my county, so it's like a win-win.
Yes, but where are they now?
Well, they were intense outside. And so we had to get the police to push them into like the next county and stuff.
Yeah, how about we push them back over the border?
Somebody has to help the homeless veterans. Sometimes everybody needs a little help now and then. What's the difference?
So wait, food stamps isn't socialism?
No, I'm saying there's people who are out there on food stamps. They're getting free insurance and whatever. Why couldn't we help, other people in bad situations as well? If we could.
We don't do it because it's socialism, though. Like we're not a socialist country. That's what we want to be.
Americans has always been known to help people.
Okay.
I'm not saying I don't say you.
So you would
give them
support
free money all the time. But
yeah, but so you would support like healthcare for all?
I guess I would. Yeah.
Okay.
I would.
So housing for all, healthcare for all.
No, not housing for all. That's not
Just
what
Yo, I'm not even joking. She's got to be a landlord or something. That's a real estate developer. Come on. Because wait, not housing.
Just the veterans. Okay, I don't want to misquote you there.
Right. Yeah, we need to take care of veterans.
What's the biggest issue right now that you want to see solved?
Closing the border. Is this an example of the human nature being innately greedy and selfish? Yeah. Human nature is not innately greedy and selfish, where we have a tremendous amount of collective effort put into society being built. The only reason why we think human nature is innately greedy and selfish is because we exist under a capitalist structure. For those who live under capitalism, the assumption that greed is natural is no different than a coal miner thinking that black lung is natural and human nature. It is a byproduct of our circumstances. It is what we are taught. Anyway, it is what we're taught since birth. However, the right has always been dickbags. Oh, yeah. Here, you want to see some good shit? Wait. Yep. For people who are asking, like, reactionary conservatism, has it always been this outwardly racist? Yes. The answer is yes. And also outwardly anti-communist, anti-socialist. Some of the people in that photo are still voting. I know. Some of the people in that photo are now the president of the United States of America, Joe Brandon. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, let's keep going.
Exactly. And digging for resources. Exactly what Trump said. Exactly what he
we're
wants
not
to do.
drilling enough.
We're not drilling. Exactly.
We're not drilling enough. It's like has Biden drilled anywhere?
Exactly. We're not getting enough done. The 4 years that Biden has been in office, we haven't got anything done.
It's like he hasn't signed any drilling permits for anything.
Absolutely not. That's why I'm excited for this.
So with Trump, it's like we want to see that number double, triple of the amount of drilling permits for oil and natural gas.
Exactly. That's what we need.
We should probably for
Michigan, baby. Okay, Michigan Democratic primary election results are going to come in soon. Polls close at 8 p.m. local time. Most of the state observers Eastern time. But in the handful of counties that use Central Time, polls close at 9 p.m. Eastern. In the 2020 primaries, the first votes were reported soon after polls closed, and nearly all votes, oh shit, numbers are coming in already. 90% coming in at Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., uncommitted at 5.6%, sitting atop Dean Phillips and Marianne Williamson. Oh my God, what a strong start for uncommitted, folks. Hoo-wee! At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to commit to seeing those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. We are now going to CNN. If you're still in line to vote uncommitted, stay in line, ladies and gentlemen.
Are being challenged. But talking with Democratic officials, of course, one of the president's biggest challenges is keeping his coalition together. Of course, that's Arab American, Muslim American voters, but it's also young voters, progressive voters, black voters, Latino voters. Of course, Michigan was ground zero for that. Joe Biden sort of pulled all of those factions of the Democratic Party together 4 years ago. Now that coalition is fraying. But Jake, I had an instructive conversation with a pastor here in Detroit earlier today. He said the biggest worry for the White House, the biggest worry for the Biden campaign is apathetic voters. He said apathetic voters don't go out and vote uncommitted. They simply stay home. And that, he believes, is the biggest worry for President.
Ari Hell, Syntax Sarah, thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
And Krista, what is the former president, Donald Trump, looking for when votes come in from Michigan?
Well, Donald Trump is expected to handily win this primary against Nikki Haley, but instead his team is looking for clues to inform a potential general election rematch with President Joe Biden. As you noted, Jake, Donald Trump won Michigan in 2016 and then lost to Biden in 2020. And in a recent poll in Fox News of Michigan voters, they looked at a hypothetical rematch between the two, and Trump had 47% of support over Biden's 45%. Now, that is well within the margin of error, but gives you an idea of how close this race could potentially be. Now, many of Trump's allies believe that Michigan is the key to the pathway back to the White House. And here's what they're looking for tonight. They are looking at, first, moderate Republican voters. So far in this primary season, they have leaned away from the former president. The other thing that they are looking for is an area that Donald Trump has underperformed in several of these contests, which is suburban voters. This is going to be critical in Michigan in the fall. Now, one of the hopes of these advisors is that with all of these resounding early wins in Nevada, in Iowa, in New Hampshire, that some of those voters, some of those moderates, some of those suburban voters are going to shift towards Donald Trump.
All right, Kristen Holmes, thanks so much. Diane Gallagher is at a polling place in Ann Arbor, Michigan, home to the University of Michigan fighting Wolverines. Diane, what's happening?
What's your bet on the uncommitted percentage? I have no idea.
That's right, Jake, and we have just shut down this polling center right here. I have with me precinct chairperson Jenny Rogers, who is going to read to me the results from her particular precinct, number 437. And Jenny, what does this summary say as it's coming out?
So on the Republican Party ballot, we have 73 votes cast for Nikki Haley, 23 votes for Donald Trump, and 1 uncommitted. And on the Democratic ballot, we've got 195 votes for Joe Biden, 1 vote for Dean Phillips, 4 votes for Marianne Williamson, 66 uncommitted, and 1 write-in. And that's it. A total of 364 votes cast today.
What's the write-in?
Right, that is precinct 437 here in Ann Arbor. And of course, look, Jake, you mentioned, of course, home to the University of Michigan. This is a blue area in more than one way, though. Look, President Joe Biden beat Donald Trump with about 72% of the vote in 2020. So the expectation was to have a greater number.
Chad, I'm seeing a shutout. It's probably Jank. And they're not saying the name because say his name, okay? They don't want to say his name. They're afraid of the Jank attack.
Young vote here. Again, this is just a snapshot of this area, one precinct of many in the Ann Arbor area. Jake.
All right, Diane Gallagher, thanks so much. And it's the turn of the hour, so we have a key race alert for you. Let's bring you some of the numbers as they come in on the Republican side in the Republican primary in Michigan. With 1% of the vote in, Donald Trump is in the lead with 54.4% of the vote. He has 10,950 votes, roughly 3,000 votes ahead of Nikki Haley, who has 39.8% of the vote. She has 8,011 votes. Obviously, it is very early. We only have 1% of the vote in, but those are actual votes, not polls. And now we have some Democratic numbers to look at. And the Democratic primary in the state of Michigan with 117 delegates at stake, President Joe Biden, the incumbent, with 4% of the vote in, has 88.3% of the vote. Uncommitted is coming in second. That's at 7.2%. And Dean Phillips, the congressman from Minnesota, is at 2.1%.
Hello.
President Joe Biden has 31,753 votes, and that is roughly 30,000 votes ahead of uncommitted, which is a number we're going to be.
Obviously, it wasn't like it was never going to win, right? But like the point is to see if they can do like even a dent.
Both Democrats and Republicans, one of the things we're going to be looking at tonight is the size of the number 2 vote to see how much of a protest that is.
Momentum says, just going to put it out and say, I don't personally expect the uncommitted vote to have eye-popping numbers. There's a 100% real discontent towards Biden, but it's not the sort of thing that manifests in a low turnout in an uncontested Democratic primary. Yes, I think the real uncommitted people are not going to go out and vote. Let's be real. But the fact that there are people out there who are taking the time out of their day to go to an uncontested primary to vote uncommitted is very important. A 10% would be a massive, in my opinion, victory for the uncommitted campaign, especially because of like when it got started. It wasn't like it is relatively new. And on top of that, it came in a situation where, if you're actually uncommitted, you just don't vote. I feel like you're disingenuous. You were a Burgum head and you've totally abandoned the cause. Yeah. I think people should 100% do it, and that's an important message to send, but we should be aware of what the baseline we're working off here. Trump has created a very intense loyalty towards them politicians among the kinds of voters who show up to this. Important thing to remember here, if the vote is under 10%, people will say Biden did better than Obama to hype him up. That is not a good comparison. The constituency of ancestral Dems who went out of their way to vote against Obama in 2012 does not exist now. New York Times reporting 10% uncommitted. Biden's at 85%. Marianne Williamson and D. Phillips at 2.5 and 2.2%. 10% of the vote is uncommitted, according to New York Times. This early It's only 5% of the votes coming in right now,
A
folks.
few minutes ago, and they transmitted their numbers up to the county, giving you a preliminary look at District 9, Precinct 9 here in Waterford and Oakland County. 230 total votes came in, 44 of them were for Democrats, 185 for Republicans. On the Democratic side of things, Biden got 29, Dean Phillips won, uncommitted.
Why do people talk about Trump's voter loyalty when he only has 60% of the Republican vote? People don't want either candidate. If this is your expectation, my friend, you are in for a major surprise come general election. Donald Trump's Republican base of support is infinitely more loyal and also infinitely larger, I guess, percentage-wise. Not larger than Joe Biden's loyal base of support, maybe even in totality, but definitely percentage-wise. Donald Trump, throughout his entire tumultuous career, okay, has rarely ever dipped below 90% approval rating in the Republican Party. This is a fact that I used to show to liberals all the time, and it blew their fucking minds when I would bring this up. I'd be like, dude, do you think Donald Trump's approval ratings are low? That's fine. That makes sense. A lot of Democrats fucking hate him. But look at his approval rating in the party. It's barely below 90% in the Republican Party. Joe Brandon's approval rating currently is significantly lower than that in his own party. So that's something to remember. That means there's not a lot of motivation even amongst party loyalists for Joseph Robinette Brandon. This will lead to depressive voter turnout.
This would be for District 9 that we were just talking about. The numbers for Biden were 29 votes and uncommitted was 13.
Very interesting.
Here in Waterford.
Okay, Omar, thanks so much. What do you make of that? I mean, 13 uncommitted, 29 for Biden. That's a lot of uncommitted. It's a small sample.
I know it's early, but do you see yourself voting third party? That's so funny. Dude, one, I live in California, and two, like, third party votes is the same as writing fucking Harambe. You might as well write Harambe in the fucking, in the little box there, okay?
With what you're seeing in the math here. And the question is, in other precincts, obviously,
Sorry,
he's doing
don't
better
care, voting
than what
jank.
Omar just said in the county so far. But the question is, where's that number? You're right. How significant is it? Because, look, there's a history of voted uncommitted in the Michigan Democratic primary, so we want to be careful not to overstate it. At the same time, having been there, and our reporters on the ground there, Jeff Zeleny is in the heart of this in Dearborn, just west of Detroit. If Joe Biden is still fighting for his base, it makes it harder to beat Donald Trump. And Michigan, look at 2016. Trump beat Hillary Clinton in Michigan, broke the blue wall, won Wisconsin, went on to the White House. Joe Biden flipped the script, right? One Michigan, one Wisconsin, one your home state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth in 2020. This is the fight. The old blue wall, which has now become the Midwestern battlegrounds in a presidential election. If you come out to this and go back to look at it, let me come out, that's the primaries, but let me come here and look at it. This is the fight, right? This is it. It's here, here, and here, and here, and possibly here, but these three states tend to go. And Joe Biden's victory in Michigan in 2020 was his most comfortable of these three, 154,000 votes. The question is, if you have most of the 200,000 Muslim Americans who live in Michigan mad at you, and you have a lot of the young students who were key to the Democratic victory in 2020 and the Democratic wins in Michigan in 2022 mad at you, then you're dealing with that. You're dealing with a base problem when you need to be reaching out to get the other guys' votes, especially.
Yeah, this is why you watch me instead of CNN, okay? Because I'm here to tell you the real truth. I'm here to show you the things that libtard media is too afraid to show you, which is that here's the real electoral map if Cenk is the candidate for the Democratic Party. Okay? As you can see, Florida still hates him. Obviously, Florida is a lost territory. We are going to be working under the Cenk regime on severing our ties with the state of Florida. And also, we are going to give Alaska back to Russia. So in anticipation of that, both Alaska and Florida have decided not to vote for Cenk, which is a major mistake, right? The rest of the country, of course, is united. This is a FDR-style sweeping victory that will that will inevitably yield the New Deal. Okay? That's right. If Cenk becomes president, do you become the first nephew of the country? Hell yeah, I do. And I live out my Hunter Biden-esque dreams, okay? Hunter Biden, the first son, the prodigal first son, watch out, okay? The first nephew is going to be out of control. Labor Secretary, White House. I'm leading the fucking, I'm the Labor Secretary and I'm doing all communications. Double oligarch, baby. Wasn't enough that I'm an oligarch in Turkey, but I'm also an oligarch in America.
In those uncommitted votes is a certain candidate decides not to contest the state. Right back in 2008, the uncommitted vote was way higher because both Barack Obama and John Edwards didn't play in Michigan, and their voters voted uncommitted to sort of say, I want to go out and vote for my guy, but I can't vote for my guy. So it was much higher then. So the question this time, though, is there's nobody like that. There's not another Democratic candidate who said, oh, I'm going to skip Michigan because Biden's strong there. So that, I think, is a true protest vote. As opposed to in years past where there were different reasons for it. Or it's just, maybe let's not overstate that it's all about Israel-Gaza. Uncommitted is going to tell us people who had a chance to vote for an incumbent Democratic president or vote for his long shot challenger, and they chose to vote uncommitted. So it tells you, number one, they're unhappy. They're looking for something else than that. And then the question is, and our reporters on the ground.
Bro, they're literally saying we went out of our fucking way in an uncontested primary to go and vote to say, fuck you. It shows motivation in the worst way possible. People don't do that. Who the fuck does that? Think about it. Who goes out of their way to say, fuck you, unless there is a real issue? Would you still stream on Twitch if you're Labor Secretary? Bro, if I'm Labor Secretary, daily propaganda that every American has to watch, okay? At gunpoint. You go to jail if you don't fucking say nice things about me and nice things about socialism. That's my promise.
Doesn't really matter what happens during the primary. Joe Biden's going to win the Democratic primary, but we're here, and Donald Trump only won Michigan by 10,000 votes in 2016.
With 8% of the votes coming in.
You need us.
Holy
let me go to Diane
moly.
Gallagher, who's at a voting location right now. And Diane, you're in Ann Arbor. What are people telling you about this uncommitted vote?
The exact conversation that you and John were just having. I spoke with several uncommitted voters here in Ann Arbor.
Under a Drank President Xi, if you know what I mean. Under a jank presidency, we're doing re-education camps for Republicans. I'm sorry. If you're a Republican, you're engaging in counter-revolutionary activities, you're going to fucking re-education camp. It's fine. Okay? And I'd be a despot too. I'm talking like, oh, I'm sorry. Did you say you love jalapeno poppers? Well, guess what? I do too. But now I feel like you might be a conservative. Re-education camp. Okay? 100%. I will make Xinjiang look like a fucking theme park. Do you understand? Re-education camp for every conservative in the country. Every single one.
Have that protest to let the president, who they did.
Conservative politicians, jail. Perma-jail. Gulag. Work camps. Time to get a job, bitch. Sorry. You're going to be making license plates.
41-39. That's almost a tie. Right, so that's one precinct. She's here. Washtenaw County is where Ann Arbor is. So countywide, Biden's doing much better, but still, 25%. A 25%. This is a college. This is the main voting block here. It's Ann Arbor, the college town. So you have students who can vote there. Then you have the entire, the infrastructure.
Don't you think Dems deserve that? I said counter-revolutionary. So depends. Are you a Democrat that thinks, oh, we just simply can't have good things? Sorry. Not under a Drank presidency. You're also engaging in counter-revolutionary behavior. You're also going to re-education. You will forcibly like this public health care. Okay? I will re-educate you until you like public health care. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The energy was about Israel-Gaza. Now, the question is, as time passes and as the president's tone...
How about billionaires? What's a billionaire? I don't even know what that means because it doesn't exist and we've wiped it from the history books. So no, the word itself is banned. How about instituting a terms of service for the entire country? No more B word, okay? It's gone. So are the billionaires in general. The word doesn't exist.
Go over to the panel right now. Is that what we're doing? Let me toss it to Dana. Dana Bash, on to you.
Thank you. And, as we continue that conversation, One of the main reasons we are so focused on Michigan tonight isn't because, and we can just repeat this, isn't because we are not sure who's going to win the Democratic primary and who's going to win.
Someone in the chat said, are you re-educating your parents? Absolutely, my friend. If they engage in counter-revolutionary behavior, you think I would betray the revolution? 100% going to re-education. Sorry, mom and dad. You like capitalism? Guess what? Re-education for you.
Sanders and Hillary Clinton. Everybody thought Hillary Clinton was going to win that primary. Bernie Sanders eked it out. And if you fast forward to the fall of 2016, Hillary Clinton ended up losing Michigan. And so that's one of many examples throughout recent history of places like Michigan and Michigan itself being a harbinger for problems that a candidate has in a primary that bear out in the general election. Is that one of the things that you're looking at and looking for here, David Chalian?
Definitely one of the things to look for in any primary contest, I think, is what, and it's not a one-for-one situation, we should note that, but what general election vulnerabilities are exposed by the coalition of folks that come out and vote the way they do inside the context of your primary? Because we all know politics is a game of addition, right? And you need a unified base of support from your own partisans to be in the ballgame for a general election. And so looking for cracks in the Biden coalition in these Democratic vote tallies tonight is what we're looking for. I mean, I'll just note, with 7% of the estimated vote in now, the uncommitted vote is already at 11,607 raw votes. So they've already crossed the ridiculously low expectation setting that they had set for 10,000. But we've only got 7% of the estimated vote in. So they're at 11,000 now. That raw vote number is going to grow throughout this evening, perhaps substantially. So we'll see how much of a protest statement is made here. But it doesn't mean, and this is important for us to remember all day long, that every single one of those uncommitted votes is a Donald Trump vote in the fall or a stay-at-home, no Joe Biden vote. Perhaps the vast majority of these folks who are participating...
Dude, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we hit fucking 20%. That's crazy. I thought maybe 10%. I thought 10%. I was fucking... I guess I hit a very low expectation there. I think 10% is pretty good.
November,
pretty
getting
solid.
the base energized, which is clearly a large protest vote, will make it very clear about the amount of work that they have to do here. Which will be interesting, too, is just the challenges that each candidate has within their own party. For Biden, it is clearly the base. It's younger voters, minority voters, and here, Muslim voters, Arab American voters. Trump, the right of center voters, the suburban voters, those are the people that have been voting for Nikki Haley. How much of vulnerability do we see from him in tonight's results? So, as David said, like, this is, we know the outcome here. The impact, what it means for November is what we're going to have to scrutinize here.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, we're doing vibe punditry, right? Because we know how it's going to end. We know Biden's going to win it. We know Trump's going
Wait, as opposed to what? That's all punditry. The fuck? That's literally all punditry.
And Donald Trump in the days ahead. I mean, one of the things, which is, I think it was a point that David made when we were on TV 14,000 years ago this morning, is one of the things I'm looking for is what is Nikki Haley's number when she's not been campaigning in Michigan, right? That shows you the more organic base kind of number. But, you know, also we were just talking about Ann Arbor. That's a town, I'm sure, that went for Bernie Sanders in 2020. So it's heavy with college students, and, you know, it's early to figure out the vibes quite yet.
Although I believe that Michigan and Michigan State are on spring break right now. I've been reliably informed from a Michigander. We're counting down to our first chance to make projections in the Michigan primaries, and we're awaiting more results from polling places that have just closed. Up next, we're going to talk with Nikki Haley, as she's now warning Republicans at nominating Donald Trump.
Oh my God, she's such a fucking loser, dude. It's awesome.
Elliot Spitzer,
Oh God,
crusading governor by day.
bro, that's so cool. Just absolutely getting cumstered in your own home state, and then only to get cumstered once again in fucking Michigan, to go on CNN smiling, thriving, you know? We need you, Nikki, right now. She off the perk? What is she doing? It's so sick. Oh, God. would make this better? Like a little rap verse. You know what I mean? Like a little bit of rap verse. I think when I hear a song like this, I'm thinking like it requires a little bit of rap. Like some Christian rap. Oh, wait, what?
There's lots of noise in politics. People hitting each other with great big sticks. But Nikki Haley stands above the rest. She's been fully put to the test. With Trump, the bully, who's afraid to fight against 5-inch heels with twice his might. And Biden, who's dying to drain our reserves. When voters come out, he'll get his deserves. We need you, Nikki, right now to lead our nation. We need you, Nikki, no doubt. Lead the conversation. We need you, Nikki, right now. 'Cause families are hurting. We need you, Nikki. We need more freedom, more jobs for certain. We need you, Nikki, to stop big pharma, to stop big banking, reverse the karma.
Oh, God, it's so good. This is the third time in a week that I've entered the stream and you're just listening to this damn song, Lamau. No, dude, it's so good. We need you, Nikki, right now to heal our nation.
We have another key race alert for you with actual votes coming in the Michigan Democratic primary. Incumbent President Joe Biden is in the lead with 78.7%. He has 67,346 votes. That is 53,553 votes ahead of uncommitted. But that's still a pretty big number for uncommitted.
Dude, even CNN's like, that's crazy, dog.
13,793 votes. If that trend continues, that's going to be pretty big. Dean Phillips pulling up the rear, 2.6% of the vote. On the Republican side, Donald Trump, no surprise, in the lead with 63.7% of the vote. That's 60,879 votes, almost 30,000 votes ahead of Nikki Haley, who has 32.4% of the vote. That's with 7% of the estimated vote in. John King, we're seeing increasing numbers of votes, actual votes coming in. It's exciting. Where are they coming in from?
Where they're coming in from is
breaking. The uncommitted campaign will likely receive, at the very least, one delegate at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago.
You're right. We said 20,000 votes seems to be the normal vote, traditional vote for uncommitted. With about 8% of the estimated vote, you're already up to almost 14,000. So that tells you that number is going to go up. Here's what tells me it's going to go up even more. We have nothing. I'm going to start where we have no votes. That's backwards, right? Normally on an election night, you go where you have votes. This is Wayne County. This is where Detroit is, the campus of Wayne State, among the places we visited where there was a lot of anti-Biden sentiment, not big picture, but because of Israel-Hamas.
Bro, that's probably not good.
Detroit suburbs, Interstate 94, just to the west of Detroit. That's where Jeff Zeleny is. That's where you have your largest population of Muslim American, Arab American, and many Christians as well, Christian Palestinians, people who trace their family heritage back to the Middle East, who are mad at Biden. Some say abandon Biden, some just say protest Biden. That number is going to tell us a lot. When we see Wayne County, it's also the largest population center in the state of Michigan. So we're going to get the most votes from here. It's the Democratic base. This is it. So critical for the president. What else are we seeing? So you just pop around a few other places. This is Oakland County. As I mentioned, critical to winning the state of Michigan. You win Wayne County. Then you go out into the suburbs. You have Oakland here, Macomb here. 13%. You have 13.5%, 14% if you round that up. Again, let's be careful. He's getting 80% of the vote. He's the president of the United States. He's getting 80%.
Yeah, a lot of people forget that it's not just Arabs, okay? It's definitely young voters, too. It's not just Arabs. It's not just Muslims. There's a shit ton of young voters that are on college campuses, both in Ann Arbor and also in Wayne State. Is that what is the name of the school? Like in Detroit, like in Wayne County. There are so many college students that are already upset with Joe Biden's performance, and his age is a major concern. But then beyond that, they're also extra angry now because of the Gaza stuff.
So that's not I'm looking for an alternative. There's an alternative right there. That's an I'm mad at you vote for the most part, or you don't like
Wayne
votes.
State
And
and Detroit,
one more quick
WMU,
point, we'll
and
switch to the
Kalamazoo, and
Republicans.
MSU and
Jonah was
Lansing.
just talking about this, and I think this is the fascinating debate as we go forward. At the moment, only 7% of the vote. Let's be patient with the results, but Nikki Haley's not winning any counties. Donald Trump's getting 64% of the vote. So the governor can clearly make the argument, about a third of Republicans here, we'll see what that number ends up, but a third here, 40% in my home state of South Carolina, 43% in New Hampshire, don't want Donald Trump. She's right. The math supports that. However, that's winning, and that's getting the delegates. 55 delegates at stake tonight. 16 of them are supposed to be awarded based on the primary results, but we're going to have 2 Republican conventions. If you want to go to a place where the Republican Party, the Trump effect, election denial, that has completely destroyed what used to be a strong, functioning Republican Party, go to the state of Michigan. They have 2 Republican parties. They're fighting in court over which one's the real one. Both of them will award delegates. Donald Trump will probably get all of them, and then they'll fight it out in court.
It is interesting, though, to consider the fact that tonight we really are interested in who is not voting for the person that's going to win. Right? Who is not voting for Donald Trump? Who is not voting for Joe Biden on non-committed? Because that exposes weaknesses for both men.
What's the point of voting uncommitted? Like, they'll either not vote or vote for Biden either way. Brilliant analysis, sir. Everything that we've said thus far leading up to the uncommitted vote campaign is actually rendered null and void by the brilliance of this one chatter. Let's hear what Nikki has to say,
Thank you
though.
so much for being on. I want to look at what's happening.
It's called pressure.
Tonight. Set expectations, if you would. What are you hoping for when results are in Michigan?
Well, obviously, our goal
me
is
tell you
to
what
be
she
as
expects.
competitive as possible. That's what this has always been. But look at what's happening. You look back in 2012, Michigan was such a bright spot. I was there. They had just passed right to work. They were winning seats up and down the ticket. It was just a great time for Michigan. But ever since Donald Trump has been president, they've lost the governor. They've lost the state house. They've lost the state senate. The same thing has happened in Minnesota. Now, I was in Colorado earlier today.
Bro, at a certain point, people are going to be like, all right, dude, drop out, you fucking loser. Jesus Christ.
President in 2016. It is a pattern we continue to see. You're seeing the same thing whether you look at all the early states. Donald Trump didn't get 40% of any of the Republican primary vote. It is a problem. He's not bringing people into the party. He's pushing people out of the party. Colorado today has 10% less Republicans than they had before when Donald Trump was president. And so this is just a pattern we continue to see.
Governor, I hear you sharpening even more your criticism against Donald Trump. But what about you? How do you want to do tonight?
What we want to, obviously we want to do well. I mean, that's the focus of this and all the Super Tuesday states is let's just keep going and running through the tape as much as we can. I mean, I was, in Minnesota this morning. I was in Colorado this afternoon. I'm now in Utah. I mean, that's the goal, is to try and hit as many Super Tuesday states as we can. But look, Donald Trump campaigned in Michigan for 8 years. I campaigned for 2 days. So our goal has been to try and reach as many people as we can, but we know he's got the advantage in that. But more than that, what we're trying to tell everyone, whether it's in Michigan, whether it's the Super Tuesday states coming forward, is look at what has happened. First, you've got Donald Trump. He can't win a general election. Look at the Marquette poll. It showed recently. He's margin of error. I defeat Joe Biden by 18 points. But more than that, look at what's happened to the Republican Party. The Republican Party is now not just changing based on tone. It's changing based on policy.
Like what?
No longer is there any talk about fiscal responsibility. That used to be a pillar for the Republican Party. Yet you've got Donald Trump, who put us $8 trillion in debt.
Oh, God.
More than any other president.
She's such
You've
a
got
Democrat,
Republicans now
dude.
who opened up earmarks and pet projects again in Congress, passing through 7,000 of them last year. Donald Trump's not talking anything about shrinking government, stopping spending, cutting out the way.
Because it's dumb as fuck. He knows that it's stupid. That's why he hits the fucking racism line all the time.
Of our alliances. Now you've got Donald Trump basically saying he's going to tell Putin to go and invade our allies who stood with us after 9/11. It's all a shit.
You want to know why? The real truth, the God's honest truth. You want to know why the Republicans don't fucking talk about fiscal responsibility? Because Democrats don't actually push for anything that requires the Republican Party to basically turn around and eradicate. Okay? Our social safety nets are already so ascetic that there's no more genuine need from even capital owners to fucking advocate to further erode the social safety nets. Because the social safety nets that do currently exist at this point are basically just like Social Security and the marginal, like the bare minimum social safety net necessary so that there's no fucking riots. Okay? It's so cooked.
Races up and down the ticket. The RNC is now about Donald Trump. They made that very clear. So now that's become his legal slush fund. Do we not see what's happening here? And this is the issue, Dana, of all of this. The reason I fight is for my kids and your kids.
My dad's not a billionaire. He's a quadrillionaire.
They've gone through COVID. They look at the fact that there's $34 trillion in debt. They don't know what that means to
Wait,
them.
what the fuck?
They don't know how they're going to get a job.
How did this person go from, I'm a 22-year-old trans woman in the Midwest blue state. I have the opportunity to move to Canada. Should I move or should I stay here and try to organize and make things better for other trans people who don't have that opportunity? To Hasan, isn't your dad a billionaire? How does one's brain break so fucking hard? All it takes is like no, dude. All it takes is like one dude on Twitter to be like, yeah, his dad is a billionaire. I saw one thing on Twitter and I was like, this guy, everything he's saying is fucking, there's random account. Everything he's saying is correct. And everything Hasan is saying must be a lie.
What does it say about your party?
We have got to
that
get off
they're
the ship and start going forward.
What does it say about your party that, with respect, they're not buying what you're selling, given the results that we've seen so far?
We've only seen a handful of states vote. I mean, look, I have said this before. As much as the media wants to jump ahead, we're taking this one state, one day at a time. That's what this is about. You know, if I got out when y'all were talking about it earlier, New Hampshire, South Carolina, whatever, it would be the longest general election race in presidential history. Still, if I got out today, it'd be the longest general election race in history. America is blessed to be a democracy. Let people vote. Now, in the next week, we're going to watch 20 states and territories vote. Let's let that happen.
Governor,
we are blessed to live in a country where hope still reigns, and we need to look for that hope. We need to look for that America we want our kids to have, and we need to fight for it, and I'm going to fight for it.
The America that our children want is one where they care about the deficit, okay?
This race through Super Tuesday.
I mean, we are in all the Super Tuesday states.
It's funny because even if your dad was a billionaire, it doesn't exactly change the ideas that most of us agree with. And if your dad was a billionaire, it would make no sense for you to advocate for what you advocate for. So it's weird. Yeah. It's I don't even know. I don't know at this point. I think it's just like people are just like trying to add on because the house stuff didn't work. The car stuff didn't work. So now they're just like adding on to it. It's the same cycle over and over again. I've already made up my mind, you know, like most people have already made their decision. Like they either are like, yeah, fuck this guy. I don't like him. He's fake. He must be fake. No one is going to fucking advocate for these things that they advocate for. Or they've decided that like it's all understandably bullshit and who gives a shit. You know? The real situation here, of course, is that we need Nikki right now, okay? Maybe your choice of car wasn't the best. Why? Why? No, like seriously, why? What does my consumption say about me in that regard? Doesn't mean anything. What has changed about my politics? Think. You know? You chewing on that Turkish gum? No, it's nicotine gum. Da, 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 da. We need you, Nikki, right now. They want you to be rich and a right-wing grifter. They can't wrap their heads around you being comfortable and a decent person. Yeah, I just, it is what it is. As if people didn't shit on you when you were driving the Toyota, be for real. Yeah, people used to yell at me for driving the Toyota out of pure laziness too, because out of pure comfort. But people were like, "Oh, dude, he's LARPing as a poor person by driving around in a fucking Toyota Camry." Okay, I go and I buy a nice car. They're like, "Dude, look at this fucking rich asshole flexing." It doesn't matter. Do. Bro, they said I was a neo. I said they said I was a neo-Ottomanist or something. What was it? Neo-Ottomanist? What were they saying? I forget. I believe that like I will restore the Ottoman Empire or something. Erdogan supporter. I'm gonna be honest. I hate when people say your music taste lacks because the Nicki song is a banger. Thank you. Oh, let's get back to this. The MAGA doesn't understand the word consent.
Internet, like talk about climate.
Oh yeah, we should probably talk.
I'll go back to the live coverage when there's something interesting happening.
About the climate change. What do you think about that?
Oh goodness, climate change. That's
Yeah.
a big one. But I don't know.
Yeah, well, actually, Walter, George, like, let's take it again, and then we'll just like look at the snow on the ground.
Yeah. So what do you think about all this climate change?
I think
My fave line about the take-in is when you say I'm streaming the purchase for you guys and interpreting as I'm buying the take-in for you guys, then freaking out about how can Hasan's audience be so stupid and believe that he's buying the car for them. It's in a way not, it's in a way the same level of delusion as these guys, right? Like they've made up a position of myself and of my audience, and then they're just like whipping each other up in a frenzy to be like, why don't they get it? Why don't they understand? He's such a piece of shit. And it's like, yeah, dude, they're saying they don't get it because they don't see it that way, because you have to be like really motivated to see it that way.
I think we need to get stuff done. I think climate change is a big issue. I think a lot of people are not really focusing on it too much.
We think it's real though?
It's as real. I don't know how to say it. I guess the best way of saying it is they're trying to focus more on the public trying to change global warming instead of the big corporates trying to change, because the corporates are the biggest thing is using plastic, tons of plastic. They're polluting our planet, and they're telling us to stop using plastic, stop doing all this stuff to help climate change and help not pollute the planet. And I think we need to start putting in some policies for corporates and companies to...
Yeah, it's not a person. They try to make it, the corporations do this, where they make it like a person, what's your carbon footprint? And it's, you have 100 corporations doing the majority of the polluting and the carbon, greenhouse gases and everything.
They want us to change, and we're trying, but when these companies give us products that are plastic, they give us plastic, or they give us
single-use plastic.
Exactly.
Bro, is he all right? Yep. I think he went to the wrong rally. My boy, the uncommitted rally is down the street. You're at the wrong rally, homie. What the fuck's going on? This guy doesn't seem like a MAGA guy at all. Wait a minute.
Exactly. So,
I think I'm more plastic than I am man right now.
Yeah, microplastic. Yeah. But yeah.
So we go back to drilling.
But yeah, so what were you saying about the drilling? So we're not drilling enough.
We're not drilling enough. We
Yeah.
need more resources that are.
What is this? I'm sorry, but if Uncommitted is actually on course for anything even approaching 100K votes, Biden has no choice but to drop a JDAM on the Knesset and personally chokeslam Netanyahu on TV with his bare hands. Huh. No. Dude, if it passes 100,000 votes, that's so bad for the Democratic Party. That is literally like... A Michigan Democratic source tells me they project an uncommitted vote approaching 100,000 today, including sufficient number in MI-12 that would yield delegates. Sources note that on a percentage basis it would be similar to the 2012 outcome. Yeah. Good thing that Biden guy is just as popular and as charismatic as that other guy. Definitely doesn't need it, is what I'm thinking. You know what I mean?
Intent with the president in a primary. It's another thing in a race against Donald Trump. And, Governor Whitmer was on with Dana on Sunday, and she pointed out that Donald Trump's relationship with the Arab American community, with the Muslim community, is pretty checkered, and that people are going to have to think about that choice. She said a vote for Uncommitted today is a vote for Donald Trump. Obviously, there are a fair number of people who wanted to make that vote. And I would also stress, we saw the Ann Arbor vote. This is an issue not just with the Arab American community, but it's an issue with younger voters, which is a problem nationally for Biden motivating these younger voters and some African American voters. So I think this is clearly an issue. I think it's one of the reasons why he was eager to say yesterday he thought that a ceasefire was within reach.
Turner, you I was just there.
Yeah, he's eager to say that to fucking try and
it's not
change the outcome today in Michigan a little bit.
For Trump. And I believe that Governor Whitmer is being disingenuous at best, lying at worst.
It's crazy to have Nina Turner on CNN.
In Michigan,
it's
that
awesome.
A vote for Uncommitted is a vote for Donald J. Trump when Donald J. Trump is not on the ballot. This is a primary. And the last time I checked, we often, especially Democrats, we talk about the democratic process, small d, and people being able to express themselves in a primary as a bedrock. And then, though, to try to guilt those voters to not vote Uncommitted when that is an option that they have on the Michigan ballot. I was just in Dearborn on Sunday. I was with Congresswoman Tlaib at a Free Palestine, ceasefire event. Hundreds of people in that room. I got a chance to talk to some individuals, and they are really upset. And some will, I know some of this the points have been made, but some people are willing to just let Donald J. Trump win. And their point.
Do you see that Ludwig was saying that people were attacking him for taking down the MAGA mail from yesterday? He told me they were sending him death threats for taking down the MAGA mail from yesterday. Just the most normal anti-Hasan fans out there. Just well-adjusted and normal people. Just that's what normal people do. It's just like that's how it works, guys. Keep it up. You guys doing a great job.
With that are voting Uncommitted. The fact remains that there are a few things. One, this president has been working diligently towards a ceasefire. He has been working diligently towards humanitarian aid. And those things have to be recognized, and maybe it's a job of messaging from the White House. We know he just came out recently saying that this was something that could happen in the upcoming weeks. But the fact still remains that this is, if you look at the results from tonight, right, and I think back to 2012, David knows this better than I do, but in 2012, there were about 20,000 people that came out and voted Uncommitted for Barack Obama. And he still won over Mitt Romney, who's a native of Michigan, by 9 points. And so while I do believe that there are certain changes that have to be made from this White House, this is not anything that you need to put your blinkers on or throw your hands up and say, oh my God, this is something that is going to change the trajectory of the race. Because at the end of the day, and I think Nina will agree with me on this, voting Uncommitted today is an exercise of your little d capabilities and your little d democratic values, but it's totally
Kai's in Taiwan? Yeah, I heard. Bro, he is literally unifying, dude. Didn't we make jokes about this? Like that he was going to
Go to Mexico.
Didn't
Like, if
I
I go to
remember like riffing about this a while back? I don't know, like talking about how he's gonna what the yeah, Kai-WAN. The fuck was it? What was I saying? We said Kai-WAN, but what else did we say? We were just anyway. Go to China already? You hate to see someone else living your dream? True. Chinese Kai-PEI. What's the joke and why is Kai in Taiwan? This is his buddy, I think, that he met in Japan or something, and he's from Taiwan. So he went to go visit him.
The man who got cheated on the stage.
Oh yeah, he good. Yeah, he got right, man.
How the fuck you even contact like?
He hit me. Like I just hit him up.
Yo, that's crazy.
Chat. I don't know if y'all know, right? But the guy who got cheated on, bro, he's like good right now, chat. Like he
living a life right now.
Yeah, bro.
Yo,
like
no cap.
he's making music.
Wait, what? Is this for real? Or are you guys fucking around? Hunter Schafer was one of the 50 arrests at JVP New York 30 Rock action disrupting Biden's appearance. I don't think that's real. Is that real? No, I don't believe that. I'm having a hard time believing that. There's no way, dude, come on. I mean, I want to believe it, but I don't think that's real. I think that's someone else. It's real? No, this doesn't prove it. What the fuck are you talking about? Hunter Schafer attending Jewish Voice for Peace moments before she got arrested? There ain't no fucking way, dude. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, no. No, I think it's just someone that looks like her. There's no way. There is no fucking way. This happened last night, by the way. So this happened last night, no? Like the Jewish Voice for Peace protest at 30 Rock, that happened last night when Biden was doing the secret Seth Meyers. Listen, why are you not accepting it could be real? Why am I not accepting it's real? Because I feel like this would be major fucking news. And people would have written about it. And it wouldn't be just on fucking Twitter. Look at her story. Who is Hunter Schafer? Hunter Schafer is an incredibly famous. Why is HasanAbi not blindly believing this? Yeah, because it seems unbelievable. That's why. Hunter Schafer is a phenomenal trans actress who was in Euphoria. She's also like I mean, she's done a bunch of modeling campaigns and stuff like that. Hideo Kojima is a major fan of Hunter. Hunter posted it on her IG story. No. Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck is going? Why isn't this literally on like? Wait, why do you guys send me this fucking post? Is she tagged in it? She's not tagged in it. She's in movies and shit. Like, that's crazy. She's in dude, guys. Pop Base covered it. Must be true. Nah. Even her fan accounts are saying it's her. Hunter Schafer getting arrested after fearlessly joining a pro-Palestine movement in New York today. She's so real. I feel like I'm being gaslit. Someone said, we support they. The guy trying to be nice. That's so funny. Dude who doesn't fully get it. But has the energy in the right direction. Oh, that's so funny, dude. Jesus Christ. It's like the Joe Brandon, how many genders are there? At least 3. It's that same energy. Someone check on Hideo-san. Let me tell you something. Hideo-sama is already a Che Guevara stan. But, yeah. That'd be wild if she flew back from Milan Fashion Week instantly to go join a Jewish Voice for Peace protest. So... look at the mole on her cheek. It's her. I think you guys are being crazy. It could be real, but I would be very shocked. For 2 reasons. One, because this is like pretty big pop culture news in general, especially because like Hollywood is notoriously not too great on those who vocally oppose Israel. No matter how genocidal Israel gets, look at Melissa Barrera. I think it's just a girl that looks like her. So, who is Hunter Schafer? Don't recognize him. This is Hunter Schafer. Anyway, I think people are just like getting excited. But like you would also see, I think if it was her, you would have seen probably like, one, TMZ would be the one breaking the story. They're all over this shit. And 2, there's the other photo from the protest, please. I saw the other photo from the protest. Anyway, I think it's crazy. I mean, maybe. But I feel like she would have done something else. Like she would have been more vocal. Who the fuck goes to like a random last second Jewish Voice for Peace protest at 30 Rock as their like first major point of outward activism You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you would have had an Instagram post here and there before you soft launch. You know what I mean? You kind of soft launch your support for Palestine a little bit. You don't even get arrested anymore. So out of touch. I know. Anyway, let's see.
Well, the FBI and white women, what you need to know. Well, the FBI and white women, what you need to know. Well,
Mark Ruffalo seems to get away with being pro-Palestine unfazed. First of all, Mark Ruffalo has been an incredibly famous person for a very long time, and also simultaneously has been like a political guy, right? That's a little bit different. You're talking about the motherfucking Hulk here. Like, come on. When are we getting Melissa on stream? I've tried reaching out to her. Like, there are certain people that are already like legendary status in Hollywood and are basically known as like political people, right? John Cusack is another person who's like very vocal, very outspoken. You say that about everyone? What do you mean? I feel like it's a little bit different than like than a celebrity that is not like a celebrity is like up and coming. Melissa Barrera being a great example of a celebrity that's like up and coming, I guess, that just like got absolutely cooked.
She's for the uncommitted vote. She's of course Palestinian American, someone who's been a very aggressive opponent of the way that this war has been waged and the president's handling of it. I said, will you support Joe Biden in November? She did not respond to that question, and that's going to be the big question for the Biden campaign. Can you win some of these people back when it's not uncommitted on the ballot? It's Biden versus Trump.
I mean, the difference from 2012, of course, is that there's an organized campaign effort here for uncommitted. That wasn't present in 2012.
Run by Rashida Tlaib's sister.
Richard Gere, who was huge, got blacklisted for saying free Tibet in the 1990s. What? Why would anybody get blacklisted in the 90s for saying free Tibet? I thought Richard Gere was not actually blacklisted at all. And it was more like a Scientology thing that people were saying he shoved a gerbil in his ass or some shit. Yeah, saying free Tibet is like a very popular position, or was a very popular position in America. Yeah, I don't care about what he's saying. I like the notion that being fucking free Tibet, pro Tibet, and his views threaten the film's success in the ever lucrative Chinese market is so funny. Why the fuck would he be blacklisted in the 90s? What kind of capital did China have in the fucking 90s, dog? Hello? No, that's just him saying that. That doesn't mean that it's correct. Free Tibet was like a rallying cry for liberals for the longest fucking time. Everybody had like, in the 90s especially, everybody had like free Tibet stickers and shit like that. Yeah. The free Tibet position back then is basically like the Israel has a right to defend itself position now. I'm not even saying like, I'm not even talking about like any any harm or something like that that is being conducted on the Tibetan population. I'm simply stating that like its reception from the American audience is always going to be incredibly popular. Most people learned about Free Tibet back then through The Simpsons and other pop culture references and still had no idea what the actual situation was. Yeah. No, saying Free Tibet is not the same as saying Free Palestine. That's crazy. What the fuck? This would mean that like Americans in the 90s were pro-China. Okay? In the 90s. Like Americans in the 90s didn't have all too strong opinions on China to begin with. And nowadays, when Americans do have a strong opinion on China, it certainly isn't pro-China. What the fuck? Yeah, they held a concert, dude. Organized in 1996, the first concert was held in June in San Francisco and featured acts such as the Beastie Boys, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Bjork, Smashing Pumpkins, Cibo Matto, Rage Against the Machine, A Tribe Called Quest, De La Soul, Buddy Guy, and John Lee Hooker. It drew 100,000 people and raised over 800,000 for Tibetan social justice causes. Additional concerts were held until 2003, generating public awareness about the Tibetan independence movement, particularly amongst young people. The concerts helped spur the growth of Students for a Free Tibet worldwide. Advocating for the reversal of the 1950s annexation of Tibet by the People's Republic of China and the separation and independence from Tibet. Independent Tibet. What's this? CIA and MI6 activities in Tibet. Stop. Let's get back to the Michigan.
Look at that. Just look at that. This is the Republican contest so far. The Virgin Islands down here as well. And so if you look at this right now, Donald Trump, like him or not, has every right to make the case, I'm winning in the heartland. I'm winning in the heartland again. I won in New England. I won in the South. I won out West by convincing margins. I'm going to be the Republican nominee. Everyone, including Governor Haley, should recognize that fact. That will be his argument. Of course, she makes the argument, no, a third or more of the party keeps voting against him. They need a voice. I'm going to stay in. A week from tonight, when you have a bunch of states voting on Super Tuesday, I think will be probably the last defining test of that. If you're the
bro, if you think Gear said that he's being blacklisted now as of like 2017, because of China's increased importance in the U.S. film industry. Wait, what? What is this? You're saying he's being blacklisted now as of like 2017 because of China's increased importance in the U.S. film industry. That's a little bit more believable, but I think his fall off was way before recently. Like his fall off happened. I thought it was like some fucking false rumors being spread by Scientology. I thought it was like a Scientology thing. So I don't know why the fuck he's like hitting the, it's actually China that fucking blacklisted me type shit. Yeah, his own personal explanation is ridiculous.
You can lose 30,000, but I'll make this point. You can't lose a big slice of your base because you see that number? Donald Trump lost Michigan in 2020. Look at that 2.64 million. In 2016, he won it with 2.2 million. Donald Trump got more votes in several of the battleground states in 2020 than he did in 2016 when he won them. The Democrats just turned out more votes. Biden was more successful with young voters, more successful with Arab Americans, more successful in the suburbs and Anderson. So that's the challenge. The two front runners are going to win tonight. We know that. The question is, how deep are the weaknesses?
Yeah. And we're going to be looking at that very closely. Let's go to CNET Jeff Zeleny in Dearborn, Michigan right now. He is at an event for Democratic advocates of that protest vote for uncommitted. So, Jeff, what is the feeling there about how the protest is going? What level of protest do they expect to see?
A Jewish guy from Detroit, right? From Michigan.
Well, Anderson, this event began with a moment of silence for all of the children who have been slain in Gaza. After that, it really
Love being
erupted in
Jewish.
applause. You can hear
Where
perhaps
was it
behind me
ever
here now,
said?
former
I don't
Congressman Andy
understand
Levin is on the stage
that
right
if
now,
I
sort
love
of offering
my
a
people, if
roadmap
I
from
love
here.
being
He says
Jewish,
this is
I
not
can't
the end, this
wholesomely
is the
love the
beginning.
Palestinian
And that is the
people.
sentiment that we are getting
What is
here
that?
at the Adonis restaurant, a Middle Eastern restaurant in Dearborn, the heart
So
of the
I'm
Arab
so
American
proud to
community,
be
the
here
Muslim
today.
American
I am
community
so
here
proud
in
of Layla
Michigan.
and Lexi
And there
and
is a
Abbas and the
sense
people
that
leading
they
this
have already
movement.
won a
We are
success.
seeing, you
Regardless
are
of the
part
number of votes,
of the
they believe they've
building of the
gotten
beloved
President Biden's
community.
attention.
To
Indeed, they
demand
have.
of our
But Anderson, they
democracy
are just going to go
simply
forward with this. They
that
said they
we
plan to pressure him over the next
follow
8
the
months.
path of peace.
So this
Bro, I
uncommitted
cannot understand
end the
anything.
killing,
effort here
that we
certainly
end
now
the
is just
destruction,
beginning, not ending,
and
Anderson.
that we build a
I can't hear anything. I can't hear a damn thing he's saying, bro. Who the fuck's doing the audio over there? Jesus Christ.
Hear from President Biden, I think it was just yesterday, saying that his national security advisor had seemed to indicate that there was movement on a potential ceasefire or prolonged cessation. That was not echoed, certainly by the Palestinian side or even officials in Israel.
Yeah, look, I don't know exactly what happened there. The fact that he was standing there in an ice cream parlor with an ice cream cone in his hand. No, well, with Seth Meyers, yeah. But it suggested to me that he was maybe going out on his own on that one, that he wasn't, that he, and probably because he understood that this was going on. But so I don't know. It could be that that was a planned play. It seemed like a weird place to do it. If it wasn't, I bet you there was some heavy gasps of exasperation.
In the National Security Council?
Yes, yeah,
Probably
exactly.
screaming into a pillow. And it is, I think it was very spontaneous. Obviously, that wasn't something that was a planned moment. Reporters just shout questions and he answers. But it is different than how they've handled the last ceasefire that happened. The White House was so careful to talk about it until it was actually official, because we've seen them come close to having a ceasefire and then for it to fall apart. And so Ro Khanna, a congressman who's been in Michigan stumping for Biden, who previously had not called for a ceasefire, is now calling for one. He said he did believe that was intended to try to kind of blunt this momentum towards the uncommitted vote tonight.
Yeah. But I mean, just think about it. I mean, you talked about a snapshot in time, and Nina was talking about the process playing out, and we still have 9 months. Yeah. And so, I mean, if this president is able to continue to work towards humanitarian aid for Gaza, we know that Donald Trump has cut $200 million in aid to Palestine. If this president's able to secure the hostages, if he's able to actually land a cessation of fire in the Middle East and still continuously advocate for a two-state solution, then you have a different playing field between now and then. What these voters are doing is raising their voices and saying, this is an issue that matters to us tonight. This is an issue that matters to us tomorrow, and the White House needs to listen. And I think the White House is listening to that message. But you know, this is, if he's able to reel off these successes, then tonight actually will be a success for all, and you'll have a different outcome come November. Because I'll pass it to Nina or whomever can help me understand this, but I don't think for many voters who are voting uncommitted that they're going to vote uncommitted and then say Donald Trump is my choice. I think this is more complicated than that.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Bakari. I mean, no one that I interface with said that they wanted to vote for Donald J. Trump. There is a however here. And I think sometimes as we talk about this issue, we're centering President Biden. We are centering former President Donald J.
I don't feel vindicated about how much the media rhetoric has changed since October 7th. I knew all of this was going to happen, and anyone who has ever paid attention to Israel's actions over the course of the past 10 years knew exactly what was going to happen. It took far too long for the media to get here, and I don't feel vindicated at all. I just want there to be change, real change.
When I was in Dearborn, so we get to be comfortable and talk about this like these people are widgets when they are in fact suffering. And I am young enough to remember, colleagues, when Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and also Congresswoman Cori Bush called for a ceasefire very early on. They were called abhorrent. Now, fast forward to all of these bodies laying in the wake and people who are living through this every single day.
Yeah. By the way, there's also been slaughter in Israel.
I was going to say.
So there's a lot of pain on both sides.
No, I'm not.
Shut the fuck up, Anderson.
But I'm talking about the politics of this tonight. what to you would be a victory, as somebody was calling for this uncommitted vote, what to you would be a victory tonight to get that message across?
I'm not denying that pain. All I'm saying that at a certain point after October the 7th, it becomes clear. I mean, you have a right-wing prime minister.
Right. We don't need to debate the issue.
But you understand what I'm saying? I'm not denying anybody's pain. What I am saying is that this president and our country has the power to say to Netanyahu, we need a permanent ceasefire. The only time
Within
hostages...
reason, though, if I can push back here,
Wait, one more point. The only time hostages were released is when we had that brief ceasefire. That is another reason why we need a permanent ceasefire.
I also have to remind people we had a ceasefire prior to October 7th, right? I mean, that's a point. And I get centering people, and I completely understand.
Yeah, exactly, bro. What did that ceasefire look like? It was death and destruction and misery for the Palestinians. Come on, Nina, step in.
That's what I'm. And as we look at because we can debate and talk about this on a level of humanity, which we cannot.
Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Holy moly, reminding me that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and I forgot.
This White House can deliver, and I think if they're able to deliver, now if they miss, then you have a totally different scenario.
And here's the reality, if I may briefly defend Joe Biden, there hasn't been a day since October 7th that he hasn't been working around the clock, his National Security Council, his State Department, with the Qataris, with the Israeli government to try to come to a cessation of hostilities.
I mean, he thinks the president is...
Oh my God, they're fucking doing damage control in real time right now. It's crazy.
They have allowed this sort of discontent with young progressives to take so much steam that you're seeing it play out in real time. And a problem that they might run into, if this is something that ends up...
They're forced to reckon with the dissatisfaction that people feel, something that we've been saying non-fucking stop for the past couple of months now. So they're like trying to, one, report on the dissatisfaction while simultaneously still do their due diligence for the fucking for the administration.
If it's right now it's 30. We're looking at if it's 30% for Haley, what message does that send?
This is a large gap. And going on to Super Tuesday, they're showing polls coming back where President Trump's up by 40 points, 50 points.
Why the fuck is Lee Zeldin there?
Big,
what the
fuck? Next Tuesday. And I would just say it's something that's really important and really both parties, all parties, to pay attention to this conversation we're having. October 7th and what's happened since has been the highest profile issue that can be a motivator.
God, I fucking hate
what's really
CNN
important,
so much.
digging deeper, the Arab American community, just like all Americans, they're concerned about other issues. So, if you live in Wayne County, your cost of housing is higher than the state average. You're concerned about the cost of groceries. You have an American dream of being able to afford your first home. You might be concerned about crime just as much as your neighbor. And the underlying issues, really, by the way, for any group we talk about, it's important whether you are President Trump's campaign manager, you're President Biden's campaign manager, that you understand what else is motivating all of these people and why is it that they are responding as much to the call. Because if they were happy with President Biden across the board, other than this issue, I don't think that we would be seeing a number like this on Young Committee.
I don't know about that, Congressman. I mean, I think that you're going to see an elevated vote in those communities, and it's very much related to this issue. And so the question is, how much more elevated is that uncommitted vote in those communities? I suspect it's going to be much higher. But I just have to, one last word on this, Nina.
Don't you worry that discontent in Michigan is going to lead to a Trump election? Or, yeah. You know who else should worry about that? The motherfucking Democratic Party. You know what I mean? That's the point, kind of. I hope people understand that. That is the point of this. Having Alyssa Farah on this panel is insane, too. Her dad ran one of the most psycho websites ever to exist. It was QAnon shit 15 years before QAnon. Alyssa wrote articles for that conspiracy shit site. Yeah. Noisy with another 50 big ones. DNC should be the ones worrying about that if their job is to win fucking elections, but their job is not really. I mean, I'm sure they'll get the worst lessons out of this and will fucking complain that this is Bernie Bro 2.0.
Let's go back to Jake in D.C. Jake?
Thanks, Anderson. Let's bring you a key race alert because we have more votes coming in on the Democratic side. President Joe Biden, the incumbent, with an estimated 13% of the vote in, has 79.1% of the vote. That's 106,127 votes. That's 85,391 votes ahead of uncommitted. Uncommitted has 15.5% of the vote. That's 20,721. What's significant about this, we should note, is that every primary, there are about 20,000 votes for uncommitted on the Democratic side and the Republican side, every primary. So they've hit the floor of 20,000 with only 13% of the estimated vote in, meaning uncommitted is going to have a night like we haven't seen in a long, long time. On the Republican side, Michigan in the...
Honestly, this is the none of the above election. Nevada, none of the above defeating Nikki Haley. Uncommitted reaching like record-breaking numbers. It says everything you need to know about how... It says everything you need to know about how Americans kind of feel about the situation.
That's again with 13% of the estimated vote in. John King, we should note, yes, there was in 2008 because the Michigan Democratic Party had went against the rules. So Hillary Clinton was the only one that was in the contest. So Edwards voters and Obama voters voted non-committed. This is different than that. That was a lot of uncommitted. This is different than that. Uncommitted, we don't know how many of the people voting uncommitted are voting as a protest of President Biden's support for Israel in the way that Netanyahu...
For the record, I just want to point something out here that's very important, okay? I want people to understand something. The notion that this is the notion that this is wrong, the uncommitted campaign is wrong, is something that you're going to hear from diehard liberals in the upcoming days. They're going to say, like, that's really fucked up. But remember, they said it's really fucked up to protest. They said it's anti-Semitic to protest against Israel. They said it's really fucked up to vote uncommitted. They said, oh, you don't want the Democrats to win because you want Donald Trump to win. This is the safest possible way to operate within the confines of the Democratic Party to send a message to the Democratic Party. At a certain point, you have to remember, like, a lot of these people don't give a fuck, okay? They just don't care. They just don't want you to vote or say anything. And if you're pro-Biden, they want you to be sufficiently pro-Biden. They want you to sing his praises. They want you to be enthusiastically voting for him. The uncommitted coalition, Democrat, Republican, pissed off. What the fuck?
How much of that is we're just mad at you, we'd like some attention, and we'd like the policy to change, and we'll see if the policy does change or if there are improvements on the ground there. At what percentage, though? There are some who say, as a matter of principle, they're saying that now. The election's 8.5 months away, but they say, I won't do it. I cannot vote for Joe Biden because of what he's standing by Netanyahu. Again, there are Haley voters coming out of the polls saying, I cannot vote for Donald Trump. I will not vote for Donald Trump. It's not that they don't mean it today. The question is, in time, most people tend to go back to their partisan home come November, especially in a consequential election. But I'll raise a point we haven't talked about tonight. Not only will you have the Republicans go back to Trump, and I'll just show the number. She's shy of 30%. And do the uncommitteds go back to Biden? What are the third-party options in Michigan? Right? What are the third-party? Is there somebody there you can go to? In the last two presidential elections have been so close. In 2020, the third-party candidates did not make the impact that they did in 2016. That doesn't mean they won't in 2024, as we see Robert Kennedy Jr., Cornel getting on at least 3 or 4 ballots. Cornel West saying that he'll have some progress to talk about there in a couple of weeks or so. So we need to watch that. In a place where you have...
I'm voting for RFK Jr., folks, because I want someone who is just as aggro on defending Israel, but also is an anti-vaxxer and is anti-Semitic, like outwardly anti-Semitic. Says things like Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese made the coronavirus together to kill white people. That type, that's the shit I'm on. You know what I mean? That's what I like.
Just look. This is where Donald Trump gets 72. This is where Donald Trump gets 77. This is where Donald Trump gets 60. This is where Donald Trump gets 72. In most of this, Donald Trump's going to run it up. So you see a 66% percentage for him right now. unless she makes up some ground down here in Detroit and in the suburbs right around it, that percentage could actually grow.
Yeah, could you bring up the Democratic results again? Because it's such an excellent point you just raised. Because there's been a lot of talk about third-party candidates, like Robert Kennedy Jr. getting a lot of attention. But as you know, the real risk is on Biden's left, his left flank. And whether it is Cornel West or someone, Jill Stein, someone like that, running a very clear campaign against Israel, in favor of Palestinian rights, against Biden.
What about
We
Cenk?
don't know how many of these people are going to then vote third party.
Bro.
But it could be a lot.
Bro, they don't want to talk about Cenk because they're afraid of the Cenk
protest vote
momentum.
for the uncommitted people. This is about flexing their muscles and showing the Biden campaign, look how many of us there are. This is Michigan. You will either win Michigan or lose Michigan based on how you act towards us. That's the message they are trying to send. I want to go to David Chalian right now for a second, just to get an update on the delegate count, because obviously this is, at the end of the day, a race for delegates. David?
Yes, Jake. So we are able to start allocating some of the delegates on the Democratic side based on the vote already coming in. So there are 117 delegates at stake tonight in Michigan on the Democratic side. You see it there in the upper right-hand corner. Joe Biden now has 27 delegates. We have 90 delegates that are so far unallocated. Dean Phillips has 0 delegates. If you look at delegates to date in the Democratic contest, you'll see that Joe Biden has 118
I love
delegates.
this music playing in the background, dude. Like, wow. It's this, guys, I promise, this is a very serious primary, okay? This is a very serious primary. There's some serious political opposition to Joseph Robinette Biden. Just make no mistake. Don't look at the picture. I know it sounds funny.
18. How do we get
I know it sounds funny when you just look at the picture, but if you hear the
in
music,
Michigan, delegates
then
are
it becomes way
awarded
funnier.
proportionally. So you need at least 15% of the vote statewide or in a congressional district to win delegates. And I do want to note, since we're spending so much time talking about the uncommitted vote tonight, if uncommitted actually wins delegates, meaning they get to that 15% threshold statewide or in a congressional district, those delegates will go to the convention in Chicago unbound. They will not be bound to anybody. And obviously, we will watch as the process plays out as to who those humans are, the delegates that go through a convention process.
oh my God, I stole this from chat, but I'm going to say it. Yeah, CNN might as well be China the way they're doing Uyghur erasure right now, dude. Where the fuck is my man Cenk? God damn, son.
David Chalian. So is it unfair of me to extrapolate that there's 15% of the estimated vote in, and we have more than 20,000. Is it unfair for me to extrapolate, wow, this number could get 80,000, 100,000?
I don't think it's unfair at all to extrapolate. It's going to get significantly bigger. How big? Just one quick point. You know, there's a lot of gray up here. That means no votes yet. Those are smaller rural counties, so there's not a lot of math there. However, we have nothing yet, barely nothing, 1% of the vote from Wayne County, which is by far the largest population center in the state and by far the base of this anger at the president in Detroit, in Dearborn, elsewhere around there. So without a doubt, that number is going to grow quite significantly. Without your percentages, absolutely, if it continues to grow, if it stays consistent. As more votes come in, if it stays around 15% or so, you bet it's going to get up there.
And 100,000, sorry to interrupt, but 100,000, like Joe Biden won Michigan with 154,000 votes. Donald Trump in 2016 won Michigan with roughly 10,000 votes. Right. Those kinds of numbers really, really matter. We are standing by for even more actual votes to come in from Michigan, tracking support for President Biden in the Democratic primary and for the protest vote for uncommitted. Up next, we're going to talk to a key member of Michigan's congressional delegation who has been trying to warn the president for a long, long time. He has a problem in her state. We'll be right back. Backroom deal.
Oh my God. Cenk for Prez. You know it, baby. All right,
Our economy is going to shit. things are inflated. Gas prices are rising. When Trump was in office, gas prices were
Because we're not drilling enough.
the best.
Yeah,
I
we're
love-
not. Yeah.
We're not. Our country is in debt, and it keeps getting worse and worse.
What's one of the biggest issues you have as a voter?
I don't know if it's necessarily an issue. Like I said, I think it's just one of the things that I'm looking forward to if he's elected is doing away with the income tax, which means more money in everybody's pocket. And again, it might be wishful thinking, but it kind of puts hope in a lot of people's eyes, and especially I know mine, having a daughter and being a single dad. It's something that I'm really praying for and hoping for if he's elected. So
One thing we talked about too is just like the Amazon, Jeff Bezos, like the taxes he pays.
Yeah, and also get rid of the income tax for people, and what about for these corporations that pay zero taxes?
yeah, I mean, it's insane the amount of loopholes that they get is as much money as they make, and the loopholes that they have and they can use. But for us, it's like in every which way they can, they get the extra dollar out of us.
Yeah, so get rid of income tax for private citizens.
Yeah,
and for corporations,
exactly.
Let them pay the taxes.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it's just it's nuts to me. As much money as they make, like I said, it's they have every way to abuse the tax reforms and things like that, and we are just kind of get the breadcrumbs. High gas bills or high gas prices, more tax on food and things like that. So, I'm really
Bezos's and the Elon Musks.
Yeah, I mean they don't. Again, I'm equality for everybody, but they don't really need the tax breaks like we do. You know what I mean? They're billionaires. They make hundreds.
Yeah, it's really funny because that's how they sell it to you, dumbass. That's how they sell you the fucking tax cuts. They're like, oh yeah, you're gonna get $5 off from your tax bill on your monthly tax bill. Meanwhile, the fucking tippy top's getting $5 billion off, and you're like, yeah, tax breaks are great. Oh my God, this dude just said tax the rich unironically. I know, but it doesn't matter because they don't ever see it that way. They think put CNN back on. Why? There's nothing going on. Hi, Hasan. Just got back home from my 15-hour shift on an oil rig. I'm glad to see your soul has not been sucked out. Dude, I love you, man. I really do. One, the assumption in my mind that you actually fucking worked on an oil rig for 15 hours, and the first thought you had was let me go to this fucking socialist political commentator's broadcast to get a fucking quick quip off on him is hilarious to me. Okay? At least I'm advocating for your best interest every goddamn day. You saw a clip out of fucking context. And you came in here, if you are actually a literal fucking oil rig worker, okay? You came in here and you're like, you know what, dude? You fucking piece of shit. I'm going to come in and, I'm going to come in and take one on you. Definitely. I definitely believe that you're an oil rig worker. But also beyond that, I'm still going to be your biggest advocate. You know what I mean? Big oil rig community. No, there's hella people that work in construction and shit that watch me, that work in delivery, that work in a shit ton of different jobs that are fucking grueling and awesome. Awful, not awesome. A brother of mine is actually an oil rig worker, and he's a HasanAbi head.
Seems to me.
Well, Anderson, right now they're relatively quiet. Just remember, this was an anticipated win. He barely went to Michigan. Since he announced his candidacy, he has only been to the state 3 times. He's not even there tonight. He's gone to every other state so far on primary or caucus night. Instead, he's just dialing into a watch party to give a call. Now, that's because he was increasingly confident. But one thing that his team is going to use this race for is to really examine the data as it looks towards a general election rematch with President Joe Biden. And one thing they're going to particularly look for is those union voting households. Remember, Donald Trump and his team are setting up a battle in 2024 for those working class voters that really helped propel Trump to the White House in 2016, but favored Biden back in 2020. Now, part of that is driving a wedge between Biden and organized labor. We saw Donald Trump in Michigan last week. He was talking about how migrants crossing the border was bad for workers. In September, he visited a non-union shop during an
They are a Ms. kid who uses the word golly, so either 14 or 54. Anyway. Teamsters Red Wave? No.
union households from 48% in 2016 to 37% in 2020. But they do believe that they can get some of these rank and file union members to come back towards Donald Trump. We know the United Auto Workers has endorsed Joe Biden. The Teamsters, though, has not yet endorsed. They met with Donald Trump last month. Led to kind of mixed results. We heard some rank and file members were happy. We also heard that an executive board member called him a scab and an insurrectionist.
No union man is voting Trump. You're wrong, actually. A lot of union men vote for Donald Trump. I mean, it might be a little different this time around with Sean Fain in the lead and at the UAW. There are plenty of fucking Teamsters and plenty of UAW guys who will still vote for Donald Trump. They do. In their minds, which I kind of understand, they're like, the Democratic Party's not giving me shit. At least the Republicans are protecting my guns. Or they watch Fox News and the Republican Party's like basically doing something. Teamsters donate 50K to Trump. Sean O'Brien is a conservative. I'll just say it like this. He is no Sean Fain. I wouldn't say he's a conservative. I'm an IBEV. Literally everyone's voting Trump law. Yeah, IBEV is another one. But yeah. Listen, I ride with the Teamsters, as you guys know. Where is it? Okay. I'm in a union with a ton of people who don't understand the value of our union. Yeah. I know one union rep says these guys would build a concentration camp for a government contract.
We'll just have to watch and see what happens there. But they're saying that this is a problem for Trump as she has lost the Michigan primary.
Yeah, thanks so much. Back with the team here in New
York.
A lot of,
there are a lot of fucking union, there's a lot of union rank and filers that 1,000% will vote for Donald Trump and did vote for Donald Trump and will do it again and can't wait to fucking do it again, as a matter of fact. That's why I always say, like, unions are not about, left politics or right politics, although obviously trade unionism is oftentimes regarded as a anti-capitalist thing. Doesn't mean it's socialist. However, having said that, it's not about left or right. It's about what's right. It's about what's fair.
Or inside the bubble, the economy is doing well because it's doing well for people who have the greatest amount. But it's not really doing well. There's a disconnect between what's happening in the bubble and what's happening in the streets. And to the extent that both the former president and the current president are going to be fighting for those votes, and it's going to be the tale of two stories.
You're wrong.
I think that, I agree with that. And I think this president, we talked about messaging. We talked about
unless you're talking about police unions, every action a union takes is diametrically opposed to capital ownership unless they're a corporate union. Okay? Unless they're a corporation created union, every action that a union takes is inherently anti-capital. Anti-capitalist does not mean socialist. It does not mean Marxist-Leninist or anything like that. But unions and the way that they exist is absolutely diametrically opposed to the interests of capital. I have some reservations about unions entrenching labor aristocracy. That's all. Okay. Without an organized party, the workers will only achieve trade union consciousness. We don't even have trade union consciousness. It's the first step in the right direction.
Of that vote last time, that's more of an even split right now. And I agree with you that there's a working class issue. It's not just it's not a white non-college issue alone that he's going to have to address.
I work in aerospace, and the amount of union workers that are crazy chumpers is sad. Yeah, I know.
He indisputably has economic.
Personally, I know.
An economic
I've
story
met
to
them.
tell. But until people feel like the economy is better, and they are beginning to feel that, the question is by November, will that wash?
To your point, it's hard for me to say Bidenomics is working when people are still having trouble
Murat
with
is
the cost
not
of
in a
grocery
union,
prices.
guys. He's a fucking engineer. Engineers don't have, for the most part, any fucking unions. We're talking about the dudes on the floor. That's a whole different story.
His trade policies resonate with them. This is where he's looking back to make ground, because despite objective successes of the Biden economy, there's still things like very high grocery prices, something that immediately hits you in the pocketbook, and it makes people feel like they're worse off than they're actually the macro stats may show. This is the area he is going to be targeting the most. It's talking about your life would be better under me than in this Biden economy.
Can I tell you the other thing that I also don't think gets enough attention in Michigan is they signed new voting laws into law last year in 2023 that significantly expanded early voting and mail-in voting, something that, as you well know, Republicans have struggled with because a lot of Republicans want to advocate for it. Trump has continued to undermine it, and it is something that really could significantly benefit Biden come November. And we see how close the margin has been at times, and that is something that, Democrats control all levers of government in Michigan. They signed that into law. The voters there like it. That's something that Trump has refused to embrace, despite what his advisors want.
I think it's important for Republicans to lean into early voting. If there's a state that allows you to harvest ballots, if they've legalized it, even if you opposed legalizing in the first place, well, now it's the law. And that's what we saw in Nevada. A snowstorm hits Reno on Election Day, and then Adam Laxalt doesn't become the senator.
But doesn't the former president continue to rail against Iowa?
I would say that the message that needs to get out to every one of his voters is how important it is to vote early. And it's not just about people who are considered high propensity voters, people who will come out anyway on Election Day, but the lower propensity voters, to be able to get them out earlier makes your job easier when you're trying to turn out the vote over the course of the last 24, 48, 72 hours. We also saw it recently with the special election in New York 3.
You're out of your mind, dude. Engineers don't need a union. Demand for their labor is enough bargaining power is such a funny take. It's so untrue. That is ridiculous. It really doesn't matter. I'm an engineer, and I know I could leave my job tomorrow and have a job lined up Friday. That's funny, man. That's cool. There are a shit ton of unions or shit ton of engineers in this chat that would love to have a conversation with you about what job market prospects you're looking at. That is so fun. Dude, you are out of control with this take. Okay, number one, it does not matter whether you have better job prospects lined up for yourself, which I would contest. That's number one. Number two, okay? It doesn't matter if you even have better job prospects. If that is actually true, you are still categorically not getting the benefits and payment package that you should be getting devoid of a union. Okay? Market conditions do not actually factor into this conversation at all in a country where there is very little labor power and very little regulation to protect labor in general. I promise you. Said, you are correct, sir. Okay, never mind. He understands that. You still, even if you had a great job market, you still need a union, 100%. But I don't really think that engineers have a phenomenal. I don't think that engineers have a phenomenal job in the way that they were presented back in the day. I think neoliberalism has even captured that sector as well. They're supposed to be like professional, highly degreed, right? Irreplaceable workers. No. Nope. It doesn't hit in the same way that it used to. Every industry will inevitably turn into what is the profession of teaching and nurses.
Right now, the number is approaching 25,000, and what is it? You have with about 16% of the vote in, so it's going to be a sizable uncommitted vote. Is this a surprise to you in any way? And what do you make of this potential impact? Will the White House change course in any way?
So, first of all, it's not a surprise to me. I've been telling people that. We have a campaign called Listen to Michigan with people that want to be listened to. But, as everybody started acting surprised tonight, or we're looking at.
What do you mean? We become like teachers and nurses? People become teachers because of passion. I don't think anybody in this country fucking chooses to be a teacher out of the incredible pay that they're getting. They become a teacher because they love teaching. That's it. And then they start hating teaching anyway because it doesn't pay well. It's one of those fucking jobs where you have to have a lot of skill, you're overworked, and you're underpaid. And it's an absolutely vital profession. It is a necessity to have a productive labor force. And yet, we have crippled this entire nation's supply of teachers. And it fucking sucks. Absolutely fucking sucks. We often talk about how we have to pay people more, or rather that a lot of people that get paid well are getting paid well because it's like a really hard job. Holy, this Hasan is out of time. Oh, come on, dude. I was advocating for teachers' salaries, and this guy was about to make a prescient important take. Holy, this Hasan guy is so out of touch, stealing other people's work, watching their videos, and complaining how hard it is. Most capitalistic millionaires self-proclaimed socialist. I am not a socialist. I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. I love capitalism. I'm a major fan. It's my favorite thing. That's why I'm stealing from the small creator Jake Tapper at CNN. He used every single talking point on you, Lamau. Yeah, I don't understand. Did anything change? I'm gonna unban this guy because he's saying truths that people must hear. I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. Did anything change about my framework for you? You didn't address any of the points. I'm a capitalist, and I think teachers should be paid better. I think every sector should be paid more. I think we should fund these programs more, and I'm a capitalist. Does this now maybe get you to be... Do you want to agree with my point a little bit more now that I said I'm a capitalist and I love capitalism? Did that work? Fuck it. Yeah, I love capitalism. Top of the hour ad break is upon us. Oof. Capitalism, baby. You're losing your mind? What do you mean I'm losing my mind? The point I'm trying to make that I guess is lost upon you is that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. But the second point I'm trying to make that is, I guess, lost upon you is that it doesn't matter if I say I'm a capitalist or a socialist. My fundamental principles don't change. The things that I advocate for are not changing. So when someone comes in here and says, you're a capitalist, you have a nice car, you have a nice house. Okay, so what? Let's talk about what I'm talking about. Do you have an issue with what I'm saying? Do you think that people don't deserve health care? Do you think that America's endless fucking conquest for blood is good? I never hear about the things I'm actually talking about. It's always just like me taking a defensive posture seemingly about like my background. And it makes no fucking sense whatsoever. None of these issues ever get addressed. So who cares? Yeah, I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. So what? Like what did you arrive at? You know what I mean? What did you find? It's always people yelling labels at me and then what they assume those labels entail. It's not even like hypocrisy baiting. It is perceived hypocrisy. So, okay, sure. Like it doesn't make any sense. Maybe all the people who come in and attack you are billionaires.
Trying to figure out how to make sure that what we're seeing in terms of this uncommitted vote doesn't vote third party or stay home or vote for Donald Trump in November.
You know, as you were talking to Congresswoman Dingell, I was thinking about what the Biden administration could do more of. I mean, obviously, we have seen a big shift in rhetoric and policy, as we've been talking about, certainly since right after October 7th. We have seen in the past few weeks Biden administration officials, as she mentioned, go up and try to talk to people in the community. We haven't seen the president himself. And he's good in the room. I mean, he knows how to talk to people. And he knows how to certainly express empathy for people's pain. And so my question is, how quickly after this, regardless of whether the numbers get much, much higher or not, is he going to go to Michigan and not make the mistake, frankly, that the Clinton campaign did, which is not taking Michigan as seriously? Very different issues.
David?
I also thought the other thing that Congresswoman Dingell said that we should keep our mind, she said women are going to be a huge factor here.
She said it a few times.
Yeah, and I think it's important for us to remember, abortion rights was an enormous battle in Michigan. It was part of Governor Whitmer's huge reelection success, flipping the legislature to Democrats. We're not even talking about something like that in the context of this Democratic primary tonight with Uncommitted. But I guarantee you that Governor Whitmer is going to make sure the issue of abortion rights is central to this Trump versus Biden campaign in this battleground.
Although she can't make it a referendum because she already did that. She already did that for her own reelection. That's a governor's prerogative. Lots of votes still to count tonight in Michigan. We're tracking them as they come in. Coming up, we're going to talk with a key member of the Biden-Harris reelection campaign as the Democratic protest vote for Uncommitted picks up votes. We're back in a moment. Stay with us.
Damn, dude, they're trying to fucking milk this goddamn thing for every ounce of worth here. It's crazy. Just like yeah, we caught the moment Anderson Cooper popped off. All right, I'm fucking bored of this shit. Nah, I don't want to do the British food show. I'll do the yes theory. Castro Eurostep. Never forget Castro spamming the Eurostep so much that it made Che Guevara question his commitment to the revolution. Journal entry by Che Guevara, 12th of December, 1962. In his frequent basketball matches, Fidel has started using a new move he simply calls the step. It is undeniably effective, yet its goodness is equally undeniable. Yet is its goodness equally undeniable? As revolutionaries, we must not merely pay attention to ends, but to means. I worry that this flash and pomp is not befitting of the revolutionary leader. It serves to separate him too much from those caught in the chains of a maudlin life, marred by oppression and economic strife. Yes, it leads to a basket, but at what cost to the communal spirit? This is not real. But it's pretty funny.
This seemingly uninteresting patch of land, surrounding villages, is one of the most important places on Earth, but almost no one has ever heard of it. Kept completely secret, erased from any maps for decades, this area we're heading straight into right now is where the Soviets, during the arms race with America, invented, tested, and detonated 456 of their nuclear and hydrogen bombs. The unaware locals of the region having later to bear its consequences forever. Equivalent to the Los Alamos of the United States, what the Soviet Oppenheimer would create here would change the course of history as we know it today. And there is evidence left behind of the work that was done. Abandoned bunkers, a radioactive lake, but most importantly, first-hand stories from the people who lived through it, who have never spoken to anyone on camera before until now. We'll be heading to this desolate wasteland called the Semipalatinsk test site, located in the northeast of Kazakhstan.
The most nuked place on the planet.
With the scientist and expert Yerlin, the only person allowed to legally take people to this site. I don't think that any of us going into this trip, however, had fully grasped the importance of where we were headed to.
Thomas, nice to meet you. How are you?
The best smiles ever.
It's a video.
Yeah, their energy is amazing. Their smiles are beautiful.
You give good hugs. Just like how Chernobyl started. Everyone was very jolly until we got there. You are a scientist?
I am coincidentally both tour guide and also I have education in this field. I studied in the institute that was related to Soviet atomic industry, but the institute itself was established as a part of Soviet atomic project.
He's so sick.
To start our expedition, and before our more intense exploration of the radioactive lake, we set course to what was likely the most secretive town in the USSR, the Los Alamos of the Soviet Union. Strangely enough, even though Los Alamos was completely dismantled, most of this town still remains.
What's the name of this town that we're in right now?
The city is named after prominent Soviet scientist Igor Kurchatov, who was
Oh my God, bro, what is that? Oppenheimer could never, dog. Are you for fucking real right now? Dude, my goat, as one of your few centrist chatters, please do not fall for Soviet lies. What? As probably your only independent chatter, I think you need to react to less Guevara lol. The USSR had Nazi scientists in his nuclear program. As one of your few centrist chatters, please do not fall for Soviet lies. Bro, I don't care what you say right now, okay? Let me tell you, that beard ain't telling a lie. When I tell you this man had a better beard than Oppenheimer, okay? It's just the truth. Also, I love that you said the USSR had Nazi scientists in his nuclear program. Yeah, I know. You know who else had Nazi scientists in their nuclear program? Or NASA in general. Oh, man. Wait till you find out what America did.
technical leader of whole Soviet atomic project.
Oh, it got better? Hey, yo, Dude, that's crazy.
How would he compare to Oppenheimer on?
He was a counterpart or peer to Robert Oppenheimer. Before the war, he had quite different interests. He was engaged mainly in electricity research, in physics. He always dreamed about getting electricity and all kinds of energy, releasing other kinds of energy. His great, big, true passion was to using nuclear energy peacefully. He was engaged in nuclear research only due to the war, global politics. This settlement was established in 1947. It was never shown in maps.
Dude, just saying that because he said America did as well. I know, dude.
It was not possible to
Yeah, I've said USSR has done that too.
Being recruited to Soviet army, first were transported by airplane to Moscow and landed there, and then transported back here. And many of them truly served that they are somewhere near Moscow.
Wow.
And
this was top secret.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy because you're right, Chatter. Both of the guys working on the nuclear program were communists.
So we're gonna step into an abandoned KGB building in one of the most secretive cities of the Cold War. The KGB was at the epicenter of the Soviet Union, serving both for domestic security and foreign intelligence. As a highly secretive organization, they were notorious for their surveillance tactics used for censorship and repression of political opposition, amongst many other purposes. They were in charge of the secrecy of this nuclear project, and this was their headquarters. All of these abandoned Soviet buildings were looted. Everything was stripped for metals, parts, whatever was left behind when the Soviet army left. And people took advantage of that. So this is what's left. This whole floor is falling apart.
Yeah.
You'd say that this city was comparable to Los Alamos?
I mean, this town, yes, but secrecy was much stricter here,
Damn, their town was way sicker than Los Alamos, bro. What the fuck? They're pooping on us. Their town was way doper, bro. Look at this. There's a whole ass town.
Stronger, yeah, and also much more effective.
It's strange to think about how powerful the Soviet Union once was, and to now be standing in its literal ruins. Especially the KGB building was like the most powerful, secretive wing of it. Driving into the place that was dedicated to where the Soviet soldiers lived at the time. This whole place was deserted. As you can imagine, in an area with such a strategic importance, there was a lot of military infrastructure surrounding it.
They said like, oh, this town's abandoned, but this is like a mini city. This is massive, way bigger than I expected.
It was town of Chagan. In its best time population was 11,000 people, and after USSR collapsed in 1994, we withdrew.
So it was a secret city as well?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Besides the nuclear project, this area was also hiding a highly strategic and crucial long-range bomber base, as well as a city that housed all of its soldiers and families, now reminiscent of Chernobyl.
What the fuck?
I'm confused what's cool about this. The visuals are fucking sick. Wow, what are you talking about? You don't... How is that not cool? Don't you like looking at like former fucking bustling towns and you look at it from an aerial fucking map and envision what it used to look like? What do you mean? It's sick.
Anything and everything. I mean, the floors, because they're the most enforced with steel.
I can't be the only one who feels this way, right?
Literally, everything is gone.
It is really strange to be, like, we've been to a lot of abandoned buildings, but they're usually just left, you know, they're not looted for the steel and the concrete.
Mm-hmm.
It almost resembles this complete imbalance of using resources and time and material to put it in something that eventually meant nothing.
Yeah.
And ultimately people wanted to feed their kids and do better economically, especially at a time where communism fell as the Soviet Union fell. Everybody must have been in...
I don't know, man. It looks like a normal Democrat-run city to me. Well, As you know, communism is the ultimate form of Democratic Party antics. So it's just like this is the most democratic run city in some ways.
And just like the state of like wanting to just collect any resources that can help elevate them and their families out of the state that they were in.
Although the soldiers of this unmarked town left, some of the locals who lived here and others who worked directly at the nuclear test site at the time still remain. Given the secrecy they lived in for so long, many refused to talk to us. However, after weeks of preliminary work from Euroland, we found 4.
Bro, I wonder what happened after the dissolution of the USSR that like caused people to basically go back to all of the previously standing structures and remove steel beams and shit. That must have been that's the greatest indictment for socialism I've seen thus far, you know?
4 people who agreed to share their stories, including one woman who is the last to live in this abandoned military town, and most who have never shared their stories ever before. As we make our way towards the exact places 456 bombs were detonated, we'd first hear 4 people's shocking stories who saw them in the sky.
Мы работали проходчиками. В городе Гелен есть. Пробивали штольни, готовили к процессу.
What year did you move here?
А в каком году вы переехали? В 76-м году. 1976.
Когда он видел испытания, это был Советский Союз. Когда он работал, это уже был современный Казахстан. А Национальный ядерный центр занимается как раз ликвидацией инфраструктуры и всех последствий испытаний ядерного оружия на территории Семипалатинского полигона.
Мы же откуда знали, что это так страшно? Теперь-то все пишут и рассказывают, и показывают. А тогда-то что мы знали? Ничего не знали. Только что в школе вот учитель преподавал.
Где большая доза радиации до 30 минут там. А если там она не превышает нормы, больше работали. А так превышение дозы радиации было, если оно повлияло на мое здоровье, ну, слава богу, мне 73 года уже будет. Я чувствую себя неплохо.
You look younger.
Моложе,
And was he aware of the world politics that drove all this activity?
Поэтому мы тогда и подписывали о неразглашении, и вообще об этом мы никогда ничего не говорили. Кто что-то проговорился, тот, я же говорю, мы больше его не видели.
Он просто возвращался, да?
Да, и все. В 91-м закрыли же полигон. Казахстан.
Bro, I don't know, but this dude was literally fucking duking it out in radioactive materials, and his hairline is out of control at the 70 plus, 80 plus year old age that he's at. And the drip is immaculate. I'm not mad, okay? Maybe there is something to this fucking nuclear stuff. It's kind of crazy. Dude's hairline is better than mine at the age of 90, okay?
Объявил мораторий. И все распалось, все разъехались. И пошел распад Союза.
А что было? Ничего. Уезжали и все. Кто куда перевелся и все, военные. Ну, уезжали люди, а их же не остановишь, потому что жить надо было дальше, работать. Дети, семьи, надо же было как-то работать. И поэтому уезжали. Военные все в это, а у нас не было никого военных, мы никуда и не уехали.
И 96 по 99 мы работали с американцами. Закрывали штольни.
So he basically disconnected the last warhead that was...
То есть вы участвовали, получается, вот в разминировании вот этой не разорвавшейся бомбы, да?
Да.
Элементов может быть.
Нет, так же атомная бомба, она должна была по этим идти взрывать. Наша та же работа, просто мы не успели запечатать, но не успели ее.
So there was just a bomb here after the Soviet Union broke down.
Yes, it stayed there for 4 years more.
I don't think I've ever been a part of telling a story of such amplitude that has never really been told before. Like Chernobyl, people had told that story before, but here people are speaking to us for the very first time.
Yeah.
Wherever we're staying tonight, Where has it taken us?
Welcome in USSR. First Soviet building, still interior is preserved as Soviet interior.
Is it more people staying here?
Nobody except it is not commercial at all. It is corporate hotel.
What?
That's sick.
Please get your passports. Passports will be returned in the morning. Okay.
Okay. Time to check in our rooms.
Right here.
Damn.
That's so sick.
Why am I scared?
Oh wow, I have 2 beds in here.
Then I guess we're sleeping in here because I don't dare to sleep alone.
The fuck do you think's gonna happen, dude? You think fucking KGB? Suka blyat. What do you mean?
Hello, my friends. Being able to make videos and short documentaries like the one that you're currently watching is literally everything that I want out of life right now. So I feel very grateful that you are here watching and hopefully enjoying and learning lots. But they also would not be possible without sponsors. And in today's video, that is BetterHelp. I've had periods where I've been successful and I've had periods where I've been very unsuccessful at setting goals. And what I found actually very useful has been using the help of a therapist. I
guess it is creepy that the entire building is empty. You know what I mean? I wouldn't.
To being consistent and actually being able to stick to what I'm telling myself.
Unethical reacts, yes,
BetterHelp makes starting therapy easier and a lot less intimidating for a lot of people. Because essentially you can choose to have the therapy in whatever form you're most comfortable with, whether a phone call, video chat, or messaging. BetterHelp will give you access to one of their 30,000 therapists based on your needs, preferences, and location, which will give you access to a wider range of expertise than may be available in your city. You can start by clicking the link down below and then filling out a questionnaire about the current challenges that you are going through, and BetterHelp will then match you to a therapist based on your needs. If you feel like the therapist you're matched with isn't the one for you, you can switch with a click of a button at no additional cost. So if you want to support our channel and join the over 4 million people who have used BetterHelp, click the link in the description below or go to betterhelp.com/yestheory to get 10% off your first month. And now on to the rest of our story. It was now time to drive into the frozen desert to explore the Semipalatinsk nuclear test site. On this vast plain of dust was where more nuclear tests were conducted than any other place on Earth.
The most nuked place on the planet.
Criteria were quite strict to choose the land. First criteria was as low as possible density of population. Here it is less than 1 person per 1,000 square kilometers. In 1953, first hydrogen bomb in the world was blasted between 4 and 500 kilotons.
Megaton! Tsar bomba!
6 months earlier, USA already tested hydrogen technology, but it was not a real bomb, it was just a hydrogen device. All accumulated arsenals of USA and USSR were able to kill everything, all life in the Earth more than 600 times and literally crack the planet into pieces.
That we could do what?
Destroy all life in the planet more than 600 times and crack the planet literally.
Crack the planet. Oh my God.
Times to destroy the Earth, yeah. That makes me so sad, yeah. I can feel it in the whole group. What point do you stop? At what point do you go, we have enough, you know? Like, I mean, is there any justification for having any ability to destroy the Earth once, you know? He said we have enough to crack the Earth in half. That's how many bombs we have. And that's in the power, that's in the hands of people that seem more and more erratic. Sometimes I'm not sure if the people who hold the launch buttons for those like fully comprehend their own.
Why do they sound like your impression of Russians? Because my impression of my Russian accent is goated. That's why.
Their own consequence, right?
Well, if someone decides to press a button, human civilization is pretty much over.
Headed to the command center where they detonated the bomb, so it's a bunker
that is about 12 kilometers out.
Wow.
They used some fake steel here. It's so well enforced. So it was designed to bear direct atomic bombing. You see the walls are about 2 meters thick and as well as a ceiling.
So even the locals around here didn't know that this was happening here? Nobody knew?
No.
Whoa.
Объясни товарищам, что в то время, как сейчас, не было такой гласности. И никто не знал про этот полигон, и когда взрывали, и что это было, и что это трясло. Это все засекречено было строго-строго.
What the fuck? So
the
they're just like blowing up nuclear bombs right around the area, and they're just like sitting there like, oh shit, shit's shaking again.
It's to an underground laboratory, 86 meters down.
You see the hole, it is a
Locals, the area had the population density of 1 person per 1,000 kilometer.
door entrance and the cabin of the elevator. A guy descended there by rope. He says the equipment is still there, just flooded by groundwaters.
Жители вывозили за деревню, там был овраг такой, как вырытый, и туда мы ложились, да, укрывали одеялами нас, детей всех, да, потому что и там лежали все село.
Is this where they detonated the bomb from?
Yes.
Объявит нам, чтобы мы выходили из дома, вдруг он завалится, окошко можете, вот печка вот от двери откроет, зола высыпется. Ну, в общем, вот так. Дрожало все, люстры вот так качаются.
But you had to lay down because
of shock wave can smash you.
А у нас тоже там было, мы что прямо и тут прямо с ног сшибаются. Там солдат некоторые развивают, бегут, да, например, укрыты, чтобы смотреть, да. Один раз помню даже, солдат прямо как это, с металлом.
What are you feeling right now? It's just so sad that we've spent all these resources and human power into just such bull. Yeah. And we still do it.
Nuclear. They look Asian. No way, dude. That's crazy. I wonder why they look Asian.
Test site is the only place in the world where you can walk literally on nuclear test site. In all other places, you would visit only museum, and even in those museums, you will be required to leave your cameras.
So strange for these guys. So strange for these guys that look Asian. It's funny because we were literally just talking about how massive the Asian continent is and how insanely diverse the race of Asian actually is. And like all it technically encompasses.
And smartphones.
It was time to head to the epicenter of it. We're on our way to one of the only accessible yet still
Chatter hit the what kind of Chinese are these guys? What's going on? Them Chinese speaking Russian, it seems like. What the hell?
radioactive testing sites in Kazakhstan, Lake Shagan, which we will need protective gear for. On January 15, 1965, the Soviet Union tested.
It's pretty funny because they're Turks. So there you go. They're the Turkish Chinese. I don't mean Xinjiang. I mean Turkish Chinese.
Hydrogen bomb 11 times the strength of the bomb dropped on Hiroshima by the United States military in 1945. The 140 kiloton device was buried nearly 180 meters in the ground, and upon detonation, the blast created a crater of 454 meters wide and 100 meters deep, throwing soil nearly 1.5 kilometers up in the air. The blast was so large that it took the dust nearly 50 days to settle, forming the current hills that now surround the crater. Shortly after the test, a nearby river was diverted to fill the crater and turn it into what locals now call...
Okay, all jokes aside, they are Turkic, not Turkish. I was kidding, but like a lot of the Stan nations are Turkic.
The atomic lake.
Different.
Do not pick anything from the ground. When walking, try to raise it as little dust as possible.
I didn't realize we were putting on heavy duty stuff. Yeah, it's to avoid a...
Listen, that's why I said Stan nations, not a lot of the Stan nations, not all of them.
Before we get back in the car, we're going to have to...
I was like, oh, what about Afghanistan and Pakistan?
The most heavily contaminated areas of the test sites are completely fenced off from the public. This lake, however, has levels safe enough to approach with protective gear on. We must be careful about our time spent here and making sure we don't inhale or kick up any of the dust below the snow.
И все это взрывалось. Ну, естественно, онкология. Люди болеют раком. Рак. Облучение было. Ну, как, заболел.
Намного ее тоже было?
Конечно, хватало. Вон там книжки с госпиталя, там только это, облучение, малокровие, там только вот они были. Мы просто маленькие не вникали в это.
Во-вторых, даже взрослые не знали, что самое вредное это грипп, а не то, что там земля сотрясается, стекла бьются, а грипп после этого ветром разносило и радиацию по всей местности. Мы это даже не знали.
It's so crazy that we are in where the nuclear explosion happened.
All of this is unnatural. All this dust that you're seeing, all these hills, it's just the displaced soil that was inside the crater.
Why are they wearing masks, brother? Typical communist Chinese, brother. Always trying to get motherfuckers to wear masks. Handsome Americans like this feller should not be wearing a mask here, okay? I don't want no goddamn face diaper. I'll tank that fucking radiation. It's fake. Nukes are fake. Radiation is fake. And so is the Chinese Communist Party's mask wearing activities.
Сначала идет вспышка, прямо такая вспышка, конечно, невозможно. А потом уже гриб выходит вот этот, который. Ну, я же говорил, ощущение, мы же хоть дети были, да, но какой-то в душе, как не испуг, а какой-то был такой момент, что именно что-то плохое делается, знаете, потому что да, ощущение такое было внутри.
This is so sick. The Yes Theory guys are crazy. Jesus Christ, dude. Damn, they made an earth pussy, if you will.
Ну, вот так, от земли вот так, как будто ножка, а потом вот такая большая шляпа, ну, из...
I read that in the chat. I didn't come with that.
А потом он рассеется по земле, и все, и нету ничего.
Постарше был бояра, Ахрзаманка Гельды, потому что там все становилось темно, все в пыли. Там, понимаешь, ощущение такое было страшное, конечно, потом сказать.
Bro was about to pull a Barry Keegan and fuck that crater right in the earth sea.
Because of dust, it was so black that it looked like in the night.
Okay, that one I said myself. That wasn't from the chat. I will take responsibility for that statement. I apologize.
It's crazy the scale of it when you're in it. How did one explosion make all of this? And why?
And why, yeah, exactly. Why? That's a great question. Why? Have you ever heard anyone being affected by the nuclear test?
Ну, нам всем теперь вот говорят так, что вот эти болезни все у нас бытат испытания.
Ну, выбросы, конечно, были ядерные, потому что 89-й год, я как раз беременная ходила с сыном. Теперь сына катаракта врожденная, он минус 16 диоптрии. Это радиация, это полностью облучение, там идет даже медицинская у меня энциклопедия есть. Там облучение есть. Были вертолеты, летали, замеряли. Чего они замеряли сначала? А теперь мы все понимаем, что это выброс радиации был. Что вот кому-то инвалидами порождались, и не дай бог, конечно.
Родители нас-то укрывали, а сами нет. У меня мама в 49 лет умерла от онкологии. У него отец и мать тоже умерли от онкологии.
Any colleagues in work who did similar work to him that have had health complications that affected them in a negative way?
Были много. Я же говорю, это страдал народ в основном.
The ordinary people suffered.
On the very spot we are walking, blew a bomb that could have incinerated an entire city. As we walk on the ashes of the very definition of destruction, one cannot help but feel existential about how our fear of those we consider our enemy drove some of humanity's greatest minds to bring such carnage into existence. Having all been up close to such destruction, we wanted to know how they all felt about the current state of the world.
As someone who's participated in kind of dismantling the system after Soviet Union collapsed, what do you feel seeing the world kind of descend into another Cold War? And
Yo, that shit looks fire. Unrelated to the main subject, but goddamn, that looks dank as hell.
the threat of nuclear war rising again and being at an all-time high since then.
Ну, это, конечно, к этому я отношусь очень плохо, конечно, что да, но достижению, каждое государство свое именно, ну, мне хотелось, чтобы было мирное небо.
Баурсаки?
Над головой, да, чтобы никаких конфликтов ни с кем не было. И мы, казахстанцы, именно вот хотим, чтобы, понимаете, всегда было мирное население, и вот чтобы вот это ядерные взрывы, призываю тоже всех, у кого ядерная держава, да, ну, сокращать или как-то вообще Казахстан, мы, как всегда, за безъядерное вооружение.
You have a great grandson
This guy is not participating in the HasanAbi doctrine, it seems.
here and your grandson. What is your message to all the young people in the world?
Ну, что же хотелось сказать, чтобы во всем мире, чтобы люди жили в согласии, в мире, и чтобы будущее наше поколение выросло здоровым, крепким, понимаете, и занимались спортом больше, понимаете, любой вид спорта.
He runs every day and he goes to a swimming pool still to this day.
Советского Союза уже не существует. Сейчас, в данный момент, люди до сих пор путают, они не различают разницу между Советским Союзом и современным Казахстаном. Потому что то, что делает сейчас Казахстан, это очень важно для всего мира, потому что это пример, во-первых, для всего мира, чтобы отказаться от этого. И моя позиция такова, чтобы люди правильно это все понимали и понимали, насколько это плохо, потому что среди нынешней молодежи есть и послы, и министры будущие, и поэтому у них должно быть четкое формирование вот этой мысли. Вот и все.
Война — это страшно, ребята, это очень страшно. Сейчас вот Украина воюет с Россией, я не знаю, там, это страшно, ребята гибнут, молодые. Я как мать, у меня сын тоже, 34 года. Вот племянник ушел на войну, вот уехал.
Chad is about to cancel this lady for saying Ukraine is at war with Russia. Chad's about to hunt, Reddit is about to hunt down this woman and be like, excuse me, ma'am. You now have to evacuate your home.
На полгода опять на войну. В России живет сестра. И вот на полгода на войну. Это жутко. Это ужас. Я вообще против войны. Я не знаю. Я не могу понять людей, которые хотят войны.
Зачем вы, как сказать, ссоритесь страны между собой? Вы дружите, ездите друг к другу, торгуйте. У кого что-то нету, тому то дайте. У вас этого нету, то возьмите. Не надо воевать, не надо. Мир надо, мир. И помогать друг другу надо. И ездить и в гости, и встречать друг друга, и провожать. Как вот по-соседски жить. Понятно, что мир надо, мир.
Безъядерная. Вообще все перешли в Казахстан.
Kazakhstan abandoned all of its nuclear weapons. Also, it had fourth biggest nuclear arsenal in the world.
Wow.
I wish all countries behave the same way.
L take, bro. I'm joking.
It's his, no?
Obviously, he's right.
What?
Present.
Wow.
Gift.
Thank you.
Wow.
No way.
Just
He
gifted us
gave
with
them
a
his
medal.
nuclear disarmament medal? That's insane, bro. Don't take that. Yo.
Нет, пожалуйста, берите.
Wow.
Thank you.
We will.
От всей души.
Yeah, you can tell him that we will protect it and spread peace as far as possible with his messages.
Yeah.
Да, вот. Всего хорошего. Все, до свидания.
Wow. That was amazing. Wait, why does he have that? What do you mean? He participated in the disarmament of the last nuke that Kazakhstan had. He should have at least given him his YouTube play button in return. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. That's so sick. He gave it away so he can start rearming? Okay, thank God. That makes sense. It's radioactive. It will slowly kill all Americans from Mother Russia. I love this channel. Yes, Theory's so good. All right. I'm done for the day, boys. The hardest job in the world is done. We'll do one last check up on CNN to see where Uncommitted is at. There ain't no way Nikki Haley's back on. They're doing a rerun, right?
Look, there is a voice out there for you. There is a way out. Yes, we are fighting through. Yes.
Yes, unequivocally, you're in through Super Tuesday.
Absolutely. We have a country to save. Absolutely.
Uncommitted at 14.4%.
In New York. So.
All right. She's not dropping. We need you, Nikki, right now to lead our nation. So that's why. That's why she ain't dropping. Anyway, everybody, you already know. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace. From the Middle East, or in the Middle East. Be kind to one another. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiancé talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.